minute, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, it's been a little while, but we are back and ready with the conclusion of the season of Brawl Stars. NA is always an exciting region, and I, for one, can't wait to dive into all of the action because today is our open finals, where our teams will battle it out to claim the top spot in the region, as well as the lion's share of that $10,000 prize pool. Which team will come out on top? Well, let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's season 4 of the SPS, and today is all about Brawl Stars. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I am joined by Kenny and Reddy. We are back together, guys. I missed you so much. How have you been?
We're doing great. I mean, Brawl Stars missed you too. We've had a lot going on in the month of November, but it is about darn time that we kick off December with a little North American action.
It's about time, honestly. I mean, we've had sort of a drought of NA competition. I'm basically dehydrated, starving. We did see some international stuff, but it's time to bring things back home.
I love the analogy there already. It's going to be a really, really fun day for sure. Now, obviously, there's tons of action that happens here in the SPS, and sometimes it's hard to keep up with everything that we've got going on. So if you don't want to miss a single second of any of it, just make sure you're following along with us on social media, okay? That's the best place to do it. X, Insta, and Facebook will be where you need to be to get all of your SPS information so you constantly know what's going on, as well as our Discord. I've told you guys this before. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series is where you want to go. Join the server, hang out with the community, talk all things Brawl Stars. Trust me, it's a really, really cool place to be. So make sure you get on in there and do just that. Now, we've got a lot to talk about today. Before we do that, it's been a little bit of a while for me here, Kenny, and for anyone who might be new with us here in chat, can you just give us a quick rundown on the recent goings-on in Brawl?
Well, we did have this little event called the World Finals about a week ago, and some of our North American competitors actually did a phenomenal job. We had stmn even get second, so we had some good stuff going on there, and obviously we left off with SPS Season 3, Luminosity taking a big victory against stmn in that, so we had a lot of good stuff, and now Season 4 ready. I'm not really sure who's going to win.
I mean, and obviously, Reddy, lots of returning faces here in the season that we're about to see today. So there's tons of storylines that we're going to be able to kind of pick up on.
Yeah, not just like the big wigs, not just the people that are at the forefront of Brawl esports, especially in the international scene representing North America, but some of the same people that we've seen in the Snapdragon Pro Series before here in North America, and just some people that you've seen around in the competitive scene natively.
Exactly. All right. Now that we've got everybody caught up on what's been going on, let's talk about the stakes of this competition. I mentioned it earlier on when we started the show, but today our players are fighting not only to be the top in the region, but they are fighting to take home that first place prize of our $10,000 prize pool here, Reddy.
I mean, just by making it here, you're securing a cool chunk of change too, $500 just for making 7th or 8th place. But obviously, everyone's got their eye on that $3,000 prize. Not too shabby for coming in second either at $2,000. And the rest goes all the way down. Lots of prize money to hand out today.
Yeah, you know that once they make it to this stage of the competition, being in the top 8 in the region alone is an achievement. So we couldn't let them go home empty-handed once they made it this far. But we're talking about 8 teams getting paid out. That means we have 8 teams here today in the competition, and they had lots of teams that they had to play through to even get to this point. So let's take a look at this leaderboard and their points heading into today. Kenny, we've got stmn on top by a wide margin.
Yeah, they absolutely dominated the cup stage. And we had a team like Revenge come in second there, Chasma Gaming closely behind, and of course some well-known familiar faces from either past SPS seasons or of course our World Finals. But obviously the most important thing about that cup and why these numbers matter is how that bracket's going to lay out, how these teams are going to face off in our double elimination setting.
Well, I'm glad that you brought it up. Obviously, we talked about how many of these teams will be able to recognize from seasons past, but as we take a look at the bracket, their placements on that leaderboard informed their seeding here in this bracket. Okay, so that means you see up against West Coast up there at the top, LG versus Tribe Gaming already through here on our bracket. Any of these matchups jumping out at you here, Ready?
Yeah, I mean, SU and West Coast, this is a historical matchup that we've seen all year long, especially if you keep up with BSC. That's an NA West matchup, so that one will be interesting to watch. We have STMN completely on their A game, and West Coast, we don't really know what they've been brewing up in the shadows as the international competition has been going on. We have CMG versus Momo as well, and those guys versus Revenge. Some free agent teams in here as well, and I'm excited to see what OG can accomplish today because he is now a free agent, no longer with STMN.
And like we heard Kenny mention before, it is double elimination. So right at the end there, you saw the elimination side of that bracket. Any of the teams that get knocked down from our upper bracket will have one more opportunity to try and play their way through and make their way back up into those finals and see if they can still claim that top spot. It will not be an easy journey, but it's going to be an exciting one for sure. So now that you guys know who's here playing, what is going on with the bracket. Let's give you an idea of what to expect throughout the day. Do you have any favorite teams? Anybody you want to be paying attention to throughout the entire schedule? Because we've got so many matches on the docket for today, and we saw it when we were looking at that bracket. You called it out yourself, Reddy. STMN versus West Coast is actually what we're going to be starting the day off here. This is going to be a great one to kick things off with.
I'm excited to see how these two square off. I want to see West Coast take a few games off of Stamina, who are on their A game. They did just get back. They just got back home, so they're probably going to be a little tired as well. And this is also online, so we'll see how that factors into things too. But nonetheless, always pumped to see these two guys square off.
All right, now we have an opportunity here to do some discussion. All right, we talk about the history between STMN and West Coast. Everybody at home just saw that that is now the first match of the day, so it's going to be a fantastic way to kick off the open finals, because that could essentially determine the first team that we'll be seeing making their way through to finals. So this should be an interesting one here, Kenny, and I want to hear your thoughts a little bit on this matchup, how you think it could potentially go, what we could be looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, these two share a lot of similarities. In the past, they both relied on each other for different moments in Brawl history to get the other one a victory. It's kind of funny that they end up playing each other in the first round of Season 4. Obviously, STMN coming into this one off the cusp of a second place at the World Finals, second place last go-around, and obviously the double elimination format kind of kicked them up last time. But West Coast are a sneaky team, man. They've made some big upsets before. I don't think this is necessarily a freebie for STMN, but they should be expected to be the favorites for the Lightning.
And then, Reddy, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Kenny here. I don't think any matchup is really going to be free here. Every team is here for a reason. When we look at Stamina versus West Coast, though, I still see this as very stacked in Stamina's favor. That said, they are traveling back home from an international competition. They're jet lagged. They're probably tired as well. And West Coast are a great team. So I think that'll still be a Stamina win as far as my predictions. But I still expect that we'll see some good West Coast moves in here at a minimum.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because obviously this is something that our players have to deal with a lot throughout the year, is the constant traveling for these events, being able to prep for one event, go straight into the next one. Across the board with who we've seen here, is there any concerns that you have, or maybe opportunities for some of the up and coming teams that you could potentially see for someone to make a new name for themselves here in the SPS, Kenny?
I think there are a few teams that could, and especially some newer forming ones as well. You know, some of these teams have lost members, some have joined others. Reddy mentioned it earlier, OG playing with some new teammates here today with Team Momo. Great name, by the way. Shout out to that. Revenge is who I'm looking at as well, though. Some familiar faces playing together. Payne, Batuches, Juan Carlos. Taco's a phenomenal player that more people need to know about, and I think they might have an opportunity to showcase his name today.
Oh, I see you nodding, Reddy. Give me your thoughts here. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, Tacos is a phenomenal player, and I don't think he's really gotten his opportunity to shine too much, except if you paid attention to the Cup stage. Kenny and I, we covered a little bit on our Twitch channels too. Tacos was kind of popping off in some of those cups, and they are smaller things compared to the grand scheme of things, so they're, I guess, less consequential, but a pop-off is a pop-off, and I think we can expect to see Tacos make some moves today.
I mean, I would not be mad if at the end of the day, the team that we are talking about, or somehow the entire discussion is revolving around Tacos. I'm not mad about that. This is why we love Brawl so much, honestly. But one of the things that I do want to point out before we get too far into it, we did notice on the bracket that it was LG that went down to Tribe 3-0. That was due to a DQ, just so everyone at home knows, because obviously, like we mentioned, lots of going on, people trying to travel, some people getting sick. It's just a little bit of a rough day for them. So that's what's going on in that situation. And that could potentially influence what we've got going on after that, because like we've been talking about, this STMN versus West Coast matchup is going to be the person that moves through in the bracket and continues on going up then against Tribe. So we'll have to see how everything plays out for either one of these teams in that scenario. Whoever gets knocked down still will have an opportunity to stay alive, continue on in that elimination bracket. So don't worry. If the boys are sitting here saying they think it's STMN, West Coast still has a chance in the elimination bracket. All right, they both seem to be in agreement, but don't worry. There's opportunities abound, and we're just moments away from starting to get into this first match, number 1. I think we've got a couple more minutes before we do that. So outside of this first matchup, any maybe unexpected, outside of, I guess maybe tacos for you, Ready, but Kenny, any unexpected predictions that you might have?
Ooh, interesting. I think Revenge is going to be a solid team in this. I think they could definitely, especially having some time with all these teams traveling for World Finals. You know, we see our previous champion Luminosity traveling, all that jazz. They're not going to be available for this one. So I think a real opportunity for them. Taco's a good one too. I'm really curious to see what Momo can do here and what OG in his own right can do outside of stmn, playing along with Steel and Second Best, 2 players that have been really solid in the BSC this year. I think they could pull out some upsets. I mean, all phenomenal players, and I think it'll be interesting to see how they compete. I think we really can't forget about CMG and A, though. This is a team that has proven themselves in the past, made LCQ just short of that World Finals stage. So phenomenal roster as well. They've been doing some traveling for the World Finals. We did get to see some faces there too. But nonetheless, I think those are a couple teams that I expect to kind of showcase themselves a little bit here.
Ready? What about you?
I mean, look, I've talked about Taco specifically, and I'll get into why him in just a moment here, but Revenge, this is an assembly of really good North American players that we've seen on teams that have made it to land here in the Snapdragon Pro Series in seasons past. They're also, if you look at the rankings, you look at the stats from the Open Cup like qualifying stage to get here to the $10,000 finals, they're actually second seed. So they are the second most winningest, if you want to put it that way. Another reason, and a big reason why I expect Tacos to be playing today, because a lot of times when he's on a roster that makes it really far, he'll actually take the role of the 4th, but that's not the case here. I have suspicions that Juan Carlos won't be playing today because Juan Carlos has actually made a massive move from NA over to EU now. So there's a chance that maybe he's come home like for a short time and he's going to play, but I think that's fairly unlikely, and that we'll get to see some Tacos action today and see where he slots in to this team, especially when we put him on the big stage. Like, will he finally have his moment to shine?
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Okay, now that we've heard from both of them, chat, I also want to hear from you as well, okay, before we get into match number 1. Even if it's not this first match, tell us how you think just the day in general will go. Do you think stmn will win match number 1? Will it be West Coast? Or are there other teams in this entire stacked lineup that you're pulling for? Who are your favorites? Who do you want to be a surprise performance? Do you expect any upsets? I want to hear what you guys at home have to say about the potential competition for today, because when it is all said and done, we will crown a new winner in this region. And I'm excited to see just how accurate or inaccurate you are in chat, because we all know how good chat is. But it's time for us to get into this matchup. Let's start talking about the rosters, etc., and I will leave you guys to it.
Well, we got a little stmn versus a West Coast, a great rivalry in its own right, some familiarity, and of course stmn, just in SPS alone, were second place last season, but Shine, Alec, and Shepo Ready are a great roster as well. They've definitely made some appearances, especially when you think back to season 2 in San Diego where we got to watch them live. Still a really stacked roster.
Yeah, and some historical name. Well, I'll say one really historical name on this roster too. Chepo, just kind of a legend in the NA Brawl Stars history books, especially in the international sort of history books, as we saw him compete at the World Finals in 2019. But we'll get into it now. We'll see Sans Bobby getting to it over here on the backside. Zara now moving up around that left side. Looks like we didn't catch that draft, but we do see some interesting faces resurging here. Chepo on the back right, getting a base race cranked up already.
And Chepo already laying down some fire as well. Czar left hand in, holding on to that Bull Super as Alec takes down to the middle of the map. The train conductor fighting against Sans here, and that super button going to be so valuable for them. A little bit of a base race right now, back and forth as Sans fires down a few shots. Chepo going to fall as a result, and Bruce the Bear putting in some work right now. Well below 20% as Sans looks to finish it off, lobs up another super as well. 10% and below now, and that's going to be game number 1 already in the books. stmn come out swinging.
No doubt. I mean, especially that bear there, too, swinging away at that safe, getting hyper bear action, tons and tons of damage laid down. And it did not seem like there was sufficient DPS to really shut down that bear, especially with Fofur making some moves as well. I want to point out that it seems like this is just the way to go. When your enemy picks Chuck, you have to pick the high DPS brawlers that are going to get the most stuff on the safe. I also want to point out, it's pretty bold here. Of course, we don't know the draft order, but the Nita into the Barley. Sans is still going to pick up a kill. This is a hard counter for Nita, but Sans doesn't seem to have any issues dealing with it, especially as Bobby's breaking open the walls.
They're already establishing the mid as well. Chepo holding on to his right-hand side. A great gadget right there, too, and a good choice as well, as oftentimes Herbal Tonic comes out. Alec just going to hold on to the bottom end here. It's going to be a back and forth. The little base race as Bobby throws down some bullets. Sans, a few piercing blows onto the high save. And once again, it's going to be a lead for STMN.
Sans, he needs this super so badly, even chasing after Chepo for it. Chepo just getting a few shots in his wake. Another super down on the safe, getting in close range versus Bobby, but still securing the kill. And Alec 26 now gets to go ham on that safe, but they're still at a damage deficit. STMN is still ahead. Alec has to rotate back towards the safe. Vizar is getting so much damage on the safe, and Sans is still being carefully guarded. Still no super for him, but it's no issue with Bobby chiming in for some shots too.
They're going to have to play this one perfectly now, only 4% remaining, and here comes Zar inbound, just looking for a few bullets as Alec is forced to get offensive, but they need some defense as well. Bobby, a few remaining bullets to get through, and already, in the blink of an eye, it's going to be an STMN set.
It's a base race meta right now, my friend. Chuck, when he is in play, that's simply what he's good at, is getting so much free positioning onto the enemy safe. You get those supers for free, they auto-charge, they go really quickly, and you can cross the entire map. Another benefit is that you can rotate back just as quickly. But STMN, dude, they got second place at Worlds. They know how to play into the Chuck. You can't fool them, and this was a total shutdown.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what the band stages were later on. It looks like we see a Cordelius there as well, Dynamite Lou. So just a little reflection as well. Cordelius actually a really good way to deal with that in general, and they didn't even need it. I mean, it was in the band stage by West Coast, and they moved forward and still absolutely dominated on the offensive front. Like I said, these guys are seasoned. They've been thinking about these drafts every single night. I'm sure Bobby's just dreaming of drafts at this point. He's been in the playbook so much. So I'm sure they are more than ready for just about any map that we get here today.
If I close my eyes and I start seeing Brawl Stars draft, then that's not a dream, that's actually a nightmare, especially if Chuck is making an appearance. But I think, honestly, this is also just a way of revealing one of my favorite approaches towards brawler matchups is, hey, so, like, what if we won that matchup by actually not playing it at all? Because if you decide to play into that Chuck, then you can wind up losing 100% of the time. You see this stuff on ladder. If you've had that personal experience, I'm so sorry for you. So completely shrug off the Chuck. Pretend he's not there. Just go for the safe. Even when Sans wasn't able to get a super on that Nita, he was a persistent issue on the safe. I love this from Stamina.
Yeah, you actually bring up a really good point. I mean, sometimes the best defense is just a good offense. And offense in this case is just simply ignoring the train conductor, man. You're just going to walk to the other end, you do some damage, you focus down the other lanes. Now all of a sudden you're giving yourself a 2v1. And if you believe you can outpace Chuck in that sense, not feed him too much, it's going to work out really well. So I think that was a big reason why STMN were so successful there, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, and this is something that you don't just see here on Hot Potato or just Heist in general, but it's something you can see on Gym Grab. I love to use Hard Rock Mine as an example, like Rico, the way that Rico can be approached on that map, where if you just don't play the Rico lane and him getting into the back lines is not a big issue for you, then he's basically just like forced to play as a Colt, right? He doesn't get to use ricocheting mechanics anywhere. And if you play into that correctly, then you can get some really great results, not playing into a very frustrating lane to play here. But that is also our match score going 1-0 in favor of Stamina. We'll be moving into that next set shortly and perhaps casting some predictions about what that draft is going to turn out to be. There's no doubt, though, that Stamina are kind of the world leaders, at least like the greatest or among the greatest drafting minds in the world. I think we see, especially some of the discussion back at Masters, was that East Asia looks to Stamina a lot for their drafts. So we're maybe going to try and predict what the visionaries are going to go for here, but we might end up just finding ourselves at a dead end.
Yeah, the meta right now is also super interesting too. Now we have an entire world finals to kind of get a gauge on that. One thing I expect to stay the same, there will be absolutely no Charlie here today. I don't think for a second that this brawler is going to show up. We had a 100% ban rate at the world finals every single time a team had the second pick. They knew the other team would draft Charlie at first, the 101 on any map in any mode, no matter what. And I'm sure that's going to stay consistent here today. So I'm just going to preface that. I don't expect to see the Spider-Woman brawler on the map, but you know what? That's okay. She's really good. And I think teams are fully aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, this will be one of a few times that Charlie comes up in discussion because, like, there's always a chance, but that's completely out of the question now. Stamina have gotten rid of her. The Lou as well is out of the question in Ruffs to lock things in for their ban phase. Lou, Cordelius, and Colette also out of the question on the opposing side. And I promise you guys I wasn't looking at what map was coming up next. I guess I just manifested Hard Rock Mine to be our next map. So do we see, yeah, we got the Rashford. Do we see the Rico coming here?
I think Rico a real good option here. I totally understand why they would want that. I think the Sandy makes sense to me though. This is kind of something we saw at World Finals too. Luminosity really went for this strategy, and we actually saw a good bit of Max, Sandy, you know, those kind of Tara compositions. Not on this map particularly. We saw it a lot on last stop, but the same principles still apply here. I think Nita, Gray, an interesting turn here as well in the 2-3. Gray likely going to be a mid option, can maybe tear down those walls if you want and have a teleportation in and out for those gyms. Kind of a similar feature in my mind is somebody like an 8-bit who I really love on this map. Rosa as well. Ooh, we haven't seen a lot of Rosa lately just because she's usually hitting the ban phase.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I like that Sandy first selection because you're able to stop tanks in their tracks, and also it's great synergy with Rosa. Wow, and here comes the Max too. So Rosa, she can slow down if she uses unfriendly bushes, but she can also plant bushes to sort of extend the mid control that Rosa might be able to offer, sort of extend the range. Also, speed gear is a huge consideration here. Throw Max into the mix too. There's a lot of play here. And there's a Jackie. Okay, so this is something I was kind of expecting. I was actually kind of expecting this. I see the Gray, and some part of my mind still reminds me of the horrible time that Gray and Jackie was very much the meta. But also, if you play Jackie into the Rosa intelligently, then it can really work. All it's going to take is one good push from Stamina to get this win over West Coast.
Yeah, I think I'm a little more conditioned to expect Jackie, especially with the hypercharge nowadays. I mean, it still brings great joy to my heart and just the humor in it, because for such a long time, Jackie was so irrelevant in the competitive meta. And now that we have these hypercharges, it's given new life to some of these brawlers. And Jackie's certainly one of those. At World Finals, she actually got a decent amount of playtime, a decent win rate, if I had to guess, too. And it's going to be interesting when you see this paired with Gray. The teleport plus Jackie is going to be such a spicy combo here on Gym Grab.
Look, she's just got the purple. That's what matters the most. And Sans, he's not even going to try and play this lane because he knows he's not getting in range of Alec 26. Just going to look for the close range matchups, and nice synergy there with the walking cane. And a takedown into Bobby, but it's no matter. Sans is exactly where he wants to be. Now, as long as Chepo and Alec are not getting too close to these back lines, then they should be safe. They have two other lanes that they can rotate around if they want to get back. And that's only so long as Sans is able to penetrate their back lines. But a super down from Alec 26 looks pretty promising. Sans is going to go for the teleport backwards. Stamina, they're just going for the all-out offensive into the enemy spawn, but it doesn't appear to be working out so well so far.
Yeah, all red right now, 6-0 here. Nita trying to get in on some action, but Shine looking to shut that down. A nice shield there and a little assistance from Alec 26. Should be a job well done. Nearly a countdown now for West Coast. stmn are going to have to come to life.
Well, here it comes. Sans is going to go for it, popping that purple, going for Chepo. There's no phase shifter left, and 9 gems over his head. Shine is an absolute juggernaut, though. There's a takedown with 61 health left. Czar's going to make the run for it. Alec 26 has the win con in that stun. There it is. A teleport backwards from Bobby. Regen a little bit of health there, probably not intentional, but the monkey pin comes up, and the 11 gems are going to a very safe place. He's still going to try and play this defense, keep everyone away. Another super in from Alec 26. This is where they got to wrap this all up. Alec is the last hope. There's not enough DPS from Alec to shut him down, and it's a game win from Stamina. A complete theft there with the Jackie.
Wow, that was such a good play from them too. They just send Jackie in as the aggressor, get the kill on the only gym carrier, and just walk away. I mean, it wasn't quite that simple. They had to battle it out along the way, but I think that just shows what the tankiness of Jackie plus that hypercharge can really do. And not to mention as well, everybody else doing their part. The teleport can get them quick access to those gyms every time they spilled. The extra slight healing as well you get from that teleport. You can see Bobby pick some of that up as well. So very well played. stmn certainly showcasing why they were a second place team at Worlds. Don't seem to be too tired right now.
Not at all. I mean, if anything, Alec26, well, maybe it's just because he's playing the Sandy, but looks more tired than anything. Sans maybe a little tired of facing into this lane too, as he pushes up here. Sort of taking a very metered, bit of a lazy approach here. Just got to play very passive is what it is. Zara also has this teleport. If he gets a little too aggressive, he can teleport backwards. Shine's going to go for it. He does get the kill, but no real value just yet. Alec26 also taken down. And Stamina lead confidently by 3 gems.
Yeah, gym count favoring stmn right now. This time they're not falling behind early. It's going to be much more contested. The mid right now going to be in red roster's favor here as Chepo looks to speed up his team a little bit, increases the pace, but Alec going to be in trouble. That's a takedown there. Shine getting in on the action though. Sans going to fall. A pull going through. Bruce there to play bodyguard as Bobby ushers Chepo away. And just like that, despite all the offense and now a piercing blow right there. A pull as well. A T. Ooh, he's going for 2. Bobby with the pickup as well. Fancy plays for stmn here.
And Sans cleans up on Stamina's defenses. Chepo's going to try and beat this one-man army. He still has a phase shifter left. He could get in range, but Zar is alive and healthy. There's no one in range. The speed from Chepo's going nowhere, and Stamina secure a 4th game victory in a row.
They are dominating right now. stmn looking on top of their game, and it's not going to be too surprising, right? I mean, these guys, like we said, have shown up in SPS every single season, done phenomenally. They just got second in the World Finals. I mean, this is about as good as a team as you were going to face. I almost feel bad for West Coast that this is only their round 1 matchup, and that's part of seeding, right? stmn get the #1 seed in the Cup season. West Coast have to face it early, and now they're going to be facing a huge deficit.
It's tempting to call it early. They still got at least one more set of life in them, but they have to stop this unrelenting push from Stamina and some very aggressive comps. I mean, we see in set #1, it's the all-out. Just let's base race to save. Now, we'll teleport to your backlines. We'll force Jackie in there, whether you like it or not. And at that point, Chepo, he had no phase shifters to get out of the way. And even with the phase shifter, he probably still would have been within Jackie's clutches in that position. It's just intelligent drafting, intelligent play here from Stamina. And even game over game, we see attempts as well from West Coast to try and combat this, try and play into the Stamina approach, but they were still just one step behind. Even as Chepo's trying to conserve his abilities, it led to way more passive play around mid, and Stamina ended up getting that gym lead the good old-fashioned way by playing some control.
That's right too, and I think that's a really unique composition. Like oftentimes when we think of gym grab, I don't think Gray Jackie, but given into the opposition in the map, it actually made a lot of sense, and I think Jackie was a huge key figure in that as well. You know, seeing this meta develop right now, obviously with World Finals, we have a lot of playing time on it. It's really nice to see some of these brawlers that haven't had relevance, that haven't seen the light of day in a long time, and I feel like we're getting a very diverse meta as a result. Sure, it's very aggressive. Sure, there are a lot of tanks, but as a result, it kind of, you know, we get the hypercharges going as well. We get all these balance changes. I think it's really fun. I love just seeing a bunch of different things thrown at the wall. And even some things that are tried and true, like Max, they've started showing up as well as all these teams kind of exchange information in scrims. So there's been so much developed even the past couple weeks that have made this game really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about something like Max. I love to call these brawlers like the delivery mechanism, some sort of movement assisting brawler. So Max absolutely fits that category. Gray is another one of these, especially because really what dictates the meta right now is the purple, right? We need to see the purple on some brawler, and wow, okay, now they're awesome. You get 25, you pop it, you get 25% extra movement speed. Movement speed is one of the best stats, if not the single best stat to have a buff to in this game. Extra damage and a unique ability to combine with your super. We see some of the way more powerful examples being like Lou and stuff. We frequently see those in the ban phase, but seeing those go over to tanks, it has pushed Bull in a smaller regard than Jackie or Rosa into the forefront of the meta, and now you just got to get your win condition to the enemy lose condition, basically. So get that teleport, get the movement up there is the name of the game. Here we got another draft phase coming in for set number 3. It's all about pinhole punt, and yet another first pick of Sandy from West Coast.
Again, I don't mind it. I think Sandy is in a much better position these days than he used to be. I feel like it's just one of those safe purse picks, right? Not a lot of counter ability, solid, and especially in Brawl Ball as well. The gadget putting enemies to sleep on that goal line gives you a free bucket. If you add in an extra gadget as well in there too with the gear, it really makes a difference. STMN though, look like they're picking Gray Nita again. Maybe they're doing the exact same thing. It can work on this map. Honestly, they work both sides. So I'm kind of just kind of waiting in anticipation to see if this is literally the exact same thing, or maybe we have a little something else going on.
Yeah, well, Rosa has been banned out, so there's no possibility of playing that here or having it countered by a Jackie. Well, okay, so we'll see if the tank comes into play. I'm sure they'll find some way to force it in there. It really now does come down to, here's the Maisie pick. So you have the purple, and it's also a strong tank counter. There are plenty of other approaches that they could go with. Cordelius is an option if they really want to go for that tank counter. Stamina might still find a way to play into it. I think Cordelius is a really strong option, no matter how you look at it here. So with our last pick coming in, we'll get a better idea of what last pick from Stamina could look like. Still waiting on that. Now the Otis and the Jackie, nothing surprising. It's the gray Jackie once again, but as predicted, the tank counter from the side of West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of nailed it on the head. Really well done there. And also, I guess for STMN, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I really do think this composition can work colors as well on pinhole punt. I have no problem with this. I think on the other end, though, picking Maisie, one of the brawlers that really stood out to me in the World Finals, high ban rate, over 60% win rate, and one of the most played brawlers that too. They pair this with Sandy, that's going to be very good for the mode and the map, and then also Otis, who can deal with these tanky brawlers like you mentioned as well. I actually really like what West Coast did there too, but if you're STMN, I don't blame you. Don't have to think about draft, just repeat the same thing that already won it for you.
Like, you talk about the numbers here and win rate and stuff too, and I've spoken with Shine a lot of times, and this guy, he takes a very data-driven approach to the draft, and so there is no doubt in my mind that the win rates are a huge consideration when he is drafting for this team, because he is the guy who does it. You'll see the mute go over to the left side for Sands, a little teleport forward for Bobby, encircling the backside of Chepo, looking for that kill, but still a takedown, a team wipe, in fact, from West Coast, and a first goal.
Well played to West Coast to kick things off. They need some goals here early. They have to shift the momentum if they want any chance of taking this the distance. For right now, though, they'll settle for trying to get it onto a set 4 and even just get a game win as Bobby drags in Shine. Zar with the follow-through shot as well. Chepo holding onto a super, makes the connection. Bobby ends him, and Zar's just going to dribble this ball until he can dish it out. All things considered, STMN kind of dodge a bullet there, and they're going to be ones on offense now.
Serious threading of the needle there as the mute found its way onto Zar, preventing him from using a gadget and pulling Chepo out of position. Alex going to dash forward. Shine has that stun, but it's not even necessary. Yet another team wipe here from West Coast, or at least wiped out all of the members that could stand between them and the goal. We saw Jackie really overextended there from Stamina. Definitely not a mistake that they can make in the next game if they want to secure the set.
West Coast one away from finally getting a set on their hands. I'm sure they're just happy to have a game here. This strategy is identical to the one we just saw STMN ran. However, it didn't work out nearly as well. And now on the other end, West Coast already running things down. Sands weak, trying to get a pinch here on Zar as well. He's going to be getting aggressive here. A takedown as well. Sands forced to play goalkeeper. Bobby trying to inch his way to this ball, but there's so many brawlers around him. 2 brawlers now down. Sands, the last one standing as Zar respawns. A nice pull through though. Shine preemptively popping a gadget, and Zar knows what he has to do. Beautiful heads-up play from STMN.
And Shine might make it out of this one alive. The final shot coming in from Sands, and Bobby's going to go for it. He doesn't have enough health to make it happen, but he can still keep a little bit of control at mid to allow the team to push up the teleport through here from Zar, but he doesn't have a lot of DPS. Alec here with a gadget and super combo. Zar teleports to safety, but Bobby's going to get right into the thick of it, teleporting through to mid, looking for some damage. Still shut down by stuns and damage galore. Might be able to stun Shine here. A missed walking cane, but a whole lot of health. Nice takedown there for Alec, and a huge save from Shine.
Wow, what a defensive effort as now Alec is on the breakaway on the right-hand end. Sands has to teleport, gains 1,600, and trades places with Bobby actually up in their faces now. Immediately shut down as the Sandstorm hits the field here too, so West Coast may have another opportunity.
It's looking a little drastic. Sands and Bobby threaten to be closed in here. Could be a teleport out from Bobby, but they can't abandon this goal line. Chepo has an opportunity to score a goal. Takedown onto Bobby. Zar's still trying to chime in from the left. Alec has that purple ready to use. Shot down the middle. Sands remains alive, but Shine can make this happen. He just has to make it through. Little bounce pass, and they're going to avoid the hypercharge if they can. Alec 26, though, isn't able to get that super off. Bobby teleported through. Wasn't able to make it right back through that teleport. Still, Sands is creating some control. Wound up feeding a super to Shine in the process, but it's still no big deal. They got 40 seconds on the clock. They have positioning at mid. They can make this happen.
The dimensional doors are really just shaping the way this is played out as now Alec dives in as well. Purple button being hit for him here too. Sands falling low. Zar has to defend 2v2 situation with Bruce making it 3. And all of a sudden that West Coast offense is going to be shut down. It's going to be a contention in this mid as Zar actually grab this ball, maybe look to make a play here. Dump it over to Alec. 3 blue brawlers standing tall now, and it's going to be a team wipe there. Bobby with the wide open net in the final seconds here. And West Coast with 7 to go are going to have to make a huge play, and with stmn dumping it in the right-hand corner, nothing they can do. It's going to be match point.
Wow, what a comeback there from Stamina. Really, all it took was one good teleport in there from the Jackie while the super was available, and that was the win condition. And still respectable effort from Maisie trying to defend there. Just one of the best defensive brawlers in the game, given the impact of your super and also how frequently you're able to get it back by chaining them together. But an effort is all it is. You gotta see execution. West Coast right now might be able to execute a goal here, unless Zar is able to get that gadget. No Cigar, nice slot through the daisy chain all the way down to the Stamina goal. And West Coast start off this match point, staring them down the barrel with a goal of their own.
Little pull, teleport, Zar with a follow-up shot as well. Shine trying to take advantage of this positioning, but they're going to send Bobby as their person of enemy fire here. Sands, Zar in the mid, facing off against all 3 members of the West Coast side. As Zar picks up a kill here, a takedown left-hand end as well. Bobby flashing that teleport. Alec with a hypercharge as well, now incoming. Bobby shuts it down though, and stmn will survive. They're just going to turn this into an offensive opportunity.
Incredible. As soon as they execute a defense, they're able to teleport right through. Shine almost made some good moves versus Sands there, but Zar teleported through just in the nick of time. Now it's a 2v2, but it's very important for Stamina to control mid here. And Zar could certainly get better teleporting position, but he needs to get that super first. Ideally off of Chepo. Gotta be just 1 or 2 shots away. Bobby's gonna go for it right, slots it through to the right side of the goal. Wow, he just created his own goal-scoring opportunity. It wasn't immediately evident or anything. It was just, yeah, I bet I could 2-shot that guy. And a goal.
Now Zar going to be in the goalkeeping side as well. He's going to be forced to throw it on the right-hand end. Chepo flashing super as well. Can hit the mute button whenever he wishes. It's going to come at Bobby, but Bobby can hit him with recoil as well. They need to be careful. This is going to pave the way for Sands to have an opportunity to get this ball out. stmn just looking to hold on to control. West Coast with no room to breathe right now.
Yeah, they're going to rely on Jackie to bring this ball back to mid, so they passed it all the way back to the goal line. Another super down from Shine. Could be drastic. Big moves in. A lot of damage. Zar's going to go for it. Takedown onto Alec. The finishing goal from Stamina and a match win.
Wow, I thought West Coast were going to have a real opportunity in that set. They even got the first goal in game number 3. But they're international superstars. stmn are on top of their game right now. Even if they ran back the same draft 2 times in a row, even if West Coast had a very convincing game number 1 in this set, stmn bounced back with goal moments like Bobby's, where he's just creating stuff for himself. That's what makes players special. Insane performance here, and a way to set the tone for the day from stmn.
Just the confidence to see 3 tank counters. If you want to call Sandy a tank counter, yeah, he gets that super very reliably off of enemies that just pour themselves into his shots. And Stamina will still decide, yeah, we'll run the gray Jackie. We will force it to work. And Bobby forcing a goal like he did here. Just a couple of shots. The counter crush seriously putting in the work too to generate that win for him as well. Just stellar from Stamina.
Absolutely insane performance, and they're really showing off why they were the #1 seed. They were consistent in our cup season. Now they show up here and do the same exact thing. Online format, in-person format. These guys can do it all, and I'm very nervous after seeing that for the rest of the teams here today.
Yeah, I think Stamina are fairly grateful that Luminosity is not a part of the question here today, since they were DQ'd earlier. So at least Bobby on a stream earlier, directly prior to this competition, had a pretty good attitude about it. So they have to be feeling good, especially after a rockstar performance versus West Coast, only dropping a single game. It's a great way for them to get this day started.
Well, it's been an awesome start to our day, and we have plenty more to come as well, so don't go too far. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are talking all things Brawl Stars today in our open finals for NA. If you're just joining us, we are one match down so far, and that first match of the day was stmn versus West Coast, and we got a pretty decisive 3-0 out of stmn to start the day. And in case you guys are just joining us for the first time, we're going to talk about this match here a little bit because I mean, you guys called it. Kenny, ready? You said it was going to be stmn, but that was a strong performance, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, I expected stmn to win. I didn't expect it to be in that convincing of a fashion, especially in the sense that West Coast only caught one game, I think. It was a great game, and stmn ran the same draft twice and just made it look easy. Again, these guys are seasoned. They're on top of their game. They just got second in the World Finals. They've been phenomenal in every single SPS we played. I shouldn't be as shocked as I am. I think I just had higher expectations for West Coast.
That's fair. That's fair. Ready? What about you?
Yeah, I mean, this is about what I expected. I thought maybe, like, we could see stmn get caught off balance just because, well, and I speak for Bobby only. That's the only person I know with certainty is dog-tired right now because he said so on his stream directly before this. He said, I'm only going live, dude, to stay awake because we have, like, the Snapdragon Challenge finals here. But West Coast, okay, don't know for certain, but I assume they're all, you know, cozying. Only Alec among those guys went to Worlds. Stamina, they looked great. I mean, if they can play Brawl Stars in their sleep, then so be it. I mean, they played some good Brawl Stars. It didn't drop more than one game.
I mean, if the streaming was the method for keeping himself awake, I think that he may have discovered something. If that's what he needs to do in order to have this type of a performance for the squad, Kenny, did he unlock like the ultimate formula?
Maybe I need to take notes for myself, honestly.
Right.
I mean, sometimes some of these overnight broadcasts can get a little tough. I know our crew's going to be fighting for it too, and I don't know. Maybe I need to just throw a couple hours up before every time, get my head in the game. That might be the answer.
Because if it's like the under pressure, he performs better under pressure, right? Because he knows that people are watching live, and it worked. stmn start off the day very, very strong, obviously, and so. We talked about this at the beginning of the show. The way today was going to work is we were going to have a bracket with double elimination. We showed you where our teams were on the top half of that bracket. stmn versus West Coast was our first match on the portion of that upper bracket. And then the rest of our teams will be playing. Some would fall down into our elimination bracket. Some would move on in the upper bracket. So we're just going to be waiting for some of those matches to finish so that we can figure out who is going up against who in the next match. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes for our open finals here as we're trying to crown a champion of the region, just so that everyone at home knows what we are expecting, because we are going to be getting into match number 2 as soon as those other previous matches have concluded and we have that information for you guys. So we've got a little bit of time here to hang out and chat. Now that stmn moves on, one of the other things we saw on that bracket was that Tribe had moved through, and if I'm not mistaken, on that upper side, that's who in theory would be going up against stmn now that they've made their way through. So that's something we're going to be keeping our eyes on as well, see what happens with that situation, because if it's stmn that continues on, we've already got our first finals team then, Kenny, and I mean, would we be surprised at all that it's stmn?
No, I mean, they're the #1 seed.
Oh.
It looks like on there that Tribe Gaming are DQ'd. I believe a little illness going around, so they're going to be recovering and taking care of themselves, which is very respectable, of course. And STMN, again, it probably was going to be a phenomenal match, but STMN look seasoned, very likely of winning that just as much as anybody. And they're already going to be making it to the upper bracket grand finals, it seems. And as the 1 seed, again, it's just not super surprising. These guys are legit.
All right, so that's going to give STMN also a little bit of time now to kind of recover and see how the rest of these matches go, because now we'll be able to find winners from both the Chaz Mac versus Momo matchup and then those guys versus Revenge. We'll get the 2 winners. They'll try to battle it out, and whoever drops down to the elimination bracket will watch all these teams continue to move through. So STMN has now put themselves in a really, really solid spot. We can see that West Coast down there would have gone up against Luminosity, and we talked about this earlier. Luminosity DQ'd because they were unable to field a full roster, so that means West Coast still stays alive, able to move themselves through, and just wait to see who they'll be facing off against next in one of our upcoming matches. And we saw that one of those will be Chazmac versus Momo, so let's talk about that one a little bit. Ready? What are your expectations?
I mean, well, look, so Chazmac Gaming, I expect them to be much more on their game than Momo here, just because, okay, we saw them go through LCQ, we've seen them do a lot of preparation. Yes, okay, it's been a month since LCQ, but that's still in recent memory. When it comes to Momo, though, this is, okay, OG, second best steal, and I will say, all 3 of these guys are free agents. Someone signed them, not just for OG, who recently announced his departure from stmn after he spent kind of a year fulfilling a coach role, but also sort of warming the bench as he understood that the rest of the team, look, they got their gameplay down. I'm not going to disrupt that. And now he's looking to get back into the mix. So I really, really do hope to see a good performance from Momo. Chazmac, they struggled at LCQ, but at the same time, that is the international stage. That is the international LAN. So logically, at least as far as which team is more established, I should expect Chazmac Gaming to go further, but I don't think Momo is really a team to sneeze at. They are good in their own right.
Well, I think I'm getting an update from production, and I might have some news for you. Okay. Momo, CMG did go up against each other. Their match has concluded, and it was 3-1 in favor of Momo. So Momo moves through in that upper portion of the bracket. CMG still have an opportunity. They'll just drop down into the elimination bracket. You were just talking about it, right? And production was like, you know what? He's gonna start giving a background. We've got results. Kenny, how are you feeling about this?
I'm surprised too. 3-1 Momo is not something I would have expected. Chazmac Gaming and LCQ team been together all year long, plenty of playing experience, and Momo can say the same for some of their guys, but OG joining the fold, obviously spending time with STMN at Worlds, prepping for that, I'm sure. So obviously splitting his playing time there, and that would rightfully be a priority given that World Finals came before this event. But nonetheless, here we are. They have moved on to the upper bracket semifinals, so good for Momo, and again, this kind of legitimizes them a little more, and now we really got to keep them serious.
Yeah, an opportunity for Momo now to see what they can do as they continue on. Hopefully maybe get themselves a finals spot, see what they can do up against some of those rough teams. Because if they continue on, STMN is just waiting now in the wings to see who continues in the upper portion of that bracket. So that was one of those matches that we were waiting on to see the outcome of that. We were wondering at the beginning of the show if we were going to get any potential new names being made, any of these rosters stepping up to the plate, an opportunity being taken here. So now 3-1 out of Momo for one of our upper bracket matches. Got to feel good. And we're still waiting on one other match, if I'm not mistaken, to see what those results are as well, to determine our next match that we'll be watching here on stream. Because don't forget, everybody at home, that while we're watching some of these matches, other ones are happening off stream, so that we can continue moving through that bracket and get you these matchups as they are happening live. So there's just lots for everybody to be managing here. And I got to see your facial reactions after the results here already, but I didn't get to hear your thoughts, so I want to hear them.
Well, I mean, first of all, shout out to production for letting me gas up CMG here and then give me immediate feedback that they lost. But they still did get a single set, and I did cover all my bases by basically not taking a stance and saying, look, okay, like Momo, they could do it. They could. I'm a professional at just making my predictions really ambiguous. But honestly, we talk about, do we see any new names here? And the answer is no, but that's only because these are names that we've seen before, sort of in the, like, not necessarily in the spotlight. They've been here. They have made some waves, but they haven't had their chance in the spotlight just yet. I especially look to Steel for that, and I look to Second Best as a player who, for a good while, I consider to be hands down the best player in North America, and has sort of fallen from grace as he was not really playing on a dedicated competitive team for a good while. So if this is where OG finds his home with Second Best in Steel, then this is a fantastic story because we get to see Steel now compete on a more like dedicated roster. We get to see Second make his ascension back into one of the greatest players in North America, but this is only the beginning. It is way too early to call that, but these are the storylines like starting to take place. If we see Momo go pretty far here, then that's very promising and might be the glue that can hold this team together going into the next year.
All right, but like I said, we still have a little bit of time before we get some of these matches completed so that we can move on through our bracket. In case you're just joining us and you don't know what we're talking about, it feels like it's all over the place. That's because we are preparing for our second match of the day that we'll be watching here on stream in our open finals for Brawl Stars NA. We did get through match number 1. It was a quick and decisive 3-0 in favor of STMN. But while we're waiting for the next match, and in case you missed the first match, let's actually take a look back at some of the highlights from that entire set, because I also want to hear from you guys. Obviously, you got to cast it. Kenny, were there any moments that jumped out at you, or just moments where you're like, okay, STMN, you're making this easy?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny too. Like, they used a lot of the same candidates across the board. You're going to see Nita be dominant here in set number 1, and then they kind of just run the same composition for sets 2 and 3. They really never let off the gas pedal. Bobby going to be excellent on any brawler, but I love the way he played this Colt, especially into a thrower. It can be tough at times too. Distracting Chepo long enough there, and I think we talked about it there as well. But just intelligent decision making. We talked about it. Best sometimes is going to be good defense is a good offense. They just avoid the chuck in set number 1. It goes a long way. And then set number 2, this is where it really began to run this composition. That was just so good. Big boom play right there, as they definitely should have lost this set, I feel like, or at least this first game in that. But they survived. They move on. I was just really impressed. I think it's really hard to nitpick anything they did there.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to stamina in terms of this sort of gray Jackie composition, you are playing the game of, we're actually not going to play control. We're not going to play any lanes at all. We're just going to force this to work. Now, West Coast, they did start to pick up on this, and they ran the full like tank counter comp. Sandy is a good first pick. He's not like a hard tank counter. He just gets his super quickly and does have a stun available. Just a good pick in Brawl Ball as well, a good safe one. But at the same time, I mean, even with all 3 being hard tank counters on the side of West Coast, I wonder whether they would have been able to stop the stamina charge. They did get a single game victory in here, but I think Stamina have done a good job, especially in like set 1, where we saw them completely circumvent what West Coast wanted to do, which was play a bit more control based and make that chuck work. They pretty much worked around it. They drafted around it, and they ran the same thing in sets 2 and 3 and played their own game the entire game. They ran the show, basically. They didn't really play into West Coast strategy.
I love it. I love it. And so that's why we keep talking about just how strong of a way it was to kick off our open finals here for NA, because STMN coming off of a strong performance going into yet another one here in SPS now. They'll be waiting to see if anybody can take them down, as they've made their way through now 2 stops on that upper bracket portion, if you will, as they continue on through. Now that we're waiting on only one more match in the upper bracket portion, I think that's the one matchup that we haven't talked about yet. And Ready, I made you do Momo versus CMG without knowing that the results were coming through. So Kenny, I'm going to ask you about our last upper bracket matchup and how you think that could potentially be going. And I will laugh very hard if the results come through right at the end of what you're saying.
I mean, I've been wrong many times, Glitter. So what's one more? You know, I will say what I would have expected to happen, assuming it's correct. But Reddy and I have been wrong before. Revenge is who I would expect to win this. They were the number 2 seed. I know that's the lame answer, but it's true. I mean, these guys have history playing with each other as well. Taco's coming into the fold has been a great player, somebody that's been flying under the radar for a while, and this is likely going to be his opportunity to really showcase what he can do. That excites me. Payne and Juan Carlos have some history as well, if Juan Carlos is even here for this, and I think it's going to be fun to just kind of see how that goes down. On the other end, those guys, though, solid players. I mean, Frixie, Counter, J-Heart, all have been around the NA scene for a long time. Not a lot of them, though, have had that big step up into kind of those A-tier, S-tier type awards, something like an SPS on their plate. But, you know, Revenge have players that have won monthly finals, etc., played at LAN events for SPS, and so on and so forth. So I would expect Revenge to win this. But hey, I could be totally wrong. Who knows?
I appreciate that you were hedging your bets. I like that. If it makes you feel any better, I didn't get any secret results that came through as you were talking. So right now, you're safe. You're like, your 50% prediction is completely safe. We'll have to see.
I'll go with Revenge to clarify.
You're right.
I think Revenge is winning,
Yeah.
but just to throw that out there, in case I am right as well. I could be right.
I don't ever remember a time where either of you were wrong. So, but it might be now. I think I'm being told that that those guys won. It went the full 5. It went the full 5. Okay, if it makes you feel any better, it was down to a 2-2. Those guys pulled out the final set in order to take that home. I feel like this is great, though.
I doubled down too. That's a bad look. That's a bad look.
Our 2 so-called experts up here have been wrong on their only assignments each.
No. It was not wrong per se. It was surprised, if you will. Pleasantly
nice way of looking at it.
surprised. Yeah, pleasantly surprised by an unexpected performance. That's how I view it. Ready? Would you have agreed with Kenny?
Well, first of all, yes, and also, yeah. This is like how PR would say it. It's like, well, you know, it was an unexpected result. However, it was also expected because we expect surprises occasionally. Like, just make sure that you don't leave any options open. Everything's under control. Everything is fine. This is normal. At the same time, though, I mean, this is huge for those guys to take down such a team like Revenge. And if we look at the seeding as well, they were 7th seed, actually, going into this 7th seed in the Open Cups. Not necessarily scraping by, but we're sort of at the bottom of that group to make into this competition. They've taken down the guys who are the second most winningest and now have made it on to the next stage. But Revenge, they're still here, and they still can take revenge. I mean, they can go through that lower bracket.
Absolutely. And that's what's so exciting about the SPS is that we can have these types of storylines happen where you get it so close down to the final set, and a matchup between those guys and Revenge comes down to the final moments, and it's those guys who will now be watching going up against Momo, who took down CMG earlier for our next upper bracket semi-final match. This could be super interesting, especially coming off the back of 2 strong performances for both of these squads here, Kenny. How are you feeling about this?
I'm conflicted in the sense that the PR department has now handled that as well for the prediction side of things, so I feel a little better on that. Thank you for that. Also, top tier names going at each other. Shout out to Momo and those guys. I think it's going to take a second for chat to kind of click that their name is those guys. We're not just calling somebody out by name. But both of these teams kind of with an opportunity to prove themselves here, and especially in a double elimination format as well. One of these 2 teams, the 6th and the 7th seed, are going to be in our upper bracket finals. That's kind of a wild thing to kick off our day.
Yeah, right. I mean, Reddy, give me your thoughts on this one, because I think that this is why we were telling chat to give us some of their predictions too, because sometimes you have to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, that is what they say, at least. You should always expect the unexpected. But Momo, those guys, like this match right here, I will place my bets. Feel free to copy my homework. I'm 0 for 1 right. Well, actually, no. I am 1 for 2 because I did predict basically I think the most clear-cut match of the day, which was Stamina versus West Coast. But Momo, those guys, I'm going to put Momo at the top. I'm going for Momo. Sorry, those guys. Sorry the folks on that roster, but I wish you all the best. I'm predicting against you.
All right, well, you heard it here first. It's time to deep dive this match now, which means it's time for me to step back and let you guys take it away.
Well, it's going to be a fun match at that, too. Like we alluded to, the 6th and the 7th seed from our Cup season going at it. Reddy has already predicted Momo, and you know what, Reddy? Let's either both be right or wrong together. I'm going to ride with Momo as well here. We've got OG, Steel, second best banding together here. OG, of course, was with stmn, is now moved along to play with Momo here. On the other end, those guys have some experience as well. Frixie, who's played with Wash Team, if you remember from SPS Season 2, if you were with us in San Diego for that. He played with them. J Hart Counter, some great players too. To be honest with you, I don't really have a strong stance on this one. I'm going to go Momo, one, because a little higher seeding, a little more familiarity, a little more success, at least in their Brawl careers. But to be honest with you, I feel like this is about as coin toss, not nearly as similar as I felt with something like an S team in the West Coast.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I think those guys are definitely making an impressive start here, taking down Revenge as their first one of the day. But I think Momo, likewise, I would almost rate it as a more impressive win, given that Chasmat Gaming did go on to compete at LAN. And while they were not as successful as we would have hoped as NA Fanatics here on the stream, they still made it there, and that's one of the things that is very, very important. It's a fairly consistent roster. So we've gone with Momo. Now it's time to get into this draft. We'll be starting off on Dueling Beetles, some of the usual suspects banned out by the team that has last pick, okay? No surprise that we see Charlie and Hypercharged Lou out of the question. Squeak, a typical one that would get banned out here. Very frustrating to face, if nothing else. And a first pick of Colette. Very, very interesting. I feel like this is almost begging to like have a Poco played into it or something. I feel like this is a very viable option.
Yeah, and you see the Mr. P ban in there too, which is one of the more unique ones since we see them take Colette with this first overall pick. I think they really wanted to get rid of any idea of spawners just so they could run this brawler. I imagine that was kind of what they were looking for off the get-go. Stu, somebody that showed up quite a bit on this map at the World Finals. They're going to be utilizing that speed zone to get in and out. Somebody like a Pam shows up here a lot too. I know it's Colette on the other end, but I still feel like Pam as a whole can do a really good job if they can find lane options to isolate that. I don't hate that. But I think Jesse going to be a more direct answer, can kind of keep up with the range of Colette, has the extra turret that can go against those indestructible walls. I think pretty good stuff from both sides so far.
Yeah, I think Jessie also, Jessie does a fairly good job of playing into tanks. She has good damage output, especially since you have that turret that can slow things down. You get 4 of the gadgets if you're deciding to use that gear. And then finally, there is purple present, but it literally takes you 16 shots to fire up, so you might get 1, and it's even less likely that you get 2. The Barley selection absolutely makes sense to me. I think that this, I guess, does enforce Stu having to play some kind of wall break as well, maybe. I think Barley is also going to struggle a lot with actually getting any zone time, which is a big hazard on hot zone. You can get a lot of kills, you can get good area control, but you need to stand physically on the zone to actually generate any capture. So with their last pick, maybe we'll see a bit of a beefier brawler. Colette actually gets good healing in her own right, and she does a good job of eliminating the brawlers that would be doing that on the side of Momo. Pam, final selection. I think maybe Jesse was here to deal with the potential Pam, but they're going to run it anyway.
Yeah, I think Barley makes a lot of sense just to lob up shots over the walls. Obviously, if something like a Stu gets close range to him, it's going to be difficult for him. But you bring up a good point. It's really about playing time on that hot zone specifically, and that is something that Pam is perfect at. Healing station, a lot of health points, scrap sucker gadget, all of that is a great equation to kind of get yourself some time onto the hot zone. And kills are nice, top fragging is fun, but at the end of the day, sometimes you got to play the objective, and Bell is going to be the final response here too. So actually another positive matchup, I would say, for Barley there as well. Going to be an interesting one to kind of see lay out. I think you bring up a good point as well. Having wall break might be helpful, especially if you pair it with the Bell. So maybe instead of that speed zone, they go more in that wall break direction just to give a little more space for the sharpshooter, a little less space for something like a Barley. Going to be interesting to see their decision there.
Yeah, I can see like if walls are broken open, then Belle will actually be a fairly good option. Belle's fallen off a lot in the meta. Her damage is kind of lacking, but she'll still, I mean, her mechanic of the damage bouncing between one target to the next is going to be fairly decent for dealing with Pam. So you've kind of got like the double down. You have the Jessie and you have the Belle both making this happen. Now, Pam is still going to be very healthy in her own right. You see OG here with 9.6k health, playing the Belle lane at that too, which is very, very gutsy. Ideally would rotate over to mid once he has that turret ready to go.
Counter already falling low HP here too. Steel in the mid, the one dipping his toes in and out. Got to rely on J-Heart, kind of take on these long distance battles as Counter sits back and is going to elect to open up these walls. Now skating up the map here as OG falls. Frixie moving forward, second best, forced to pop a gadget. Nice takedown there as well. Wow. Red roster prevails and they're going to be the ones with some security in the mid.
Counter, he's just dashing around the world. Already got a couple of crucial walls broken open. Steel's going to have to lurk around these indestructibles on the right lane. See also Counter, he's not using that fourth gadget. He's used his final wall break. Second's going for the damage on that turret. As Colette, he's well equipped to take down turrets, but we'll finally get to see some significant zone time from Momo. Unfortunately, Steel falling in that process. Big damage on his second as well. OG's going to try and get some damage versus Counter. He's getting dodged out really hard, but that turret is placed in an ideal position. Frixie is going to try and make this work, but unless that turret's really properly placed up on the point, Frixie and J-Heart are not going to get that ideal value out of it. Wow, what a snipe from second with the super. This could be the comeback for Momo.
Give them all three. Second best with the team wipe there and the iconic thumbs down. What a way to come back. Things were looking so good for them as well. OG, some big plays. Hits that nest egg, unfortunately, and goes down, but they're second best to save the day. But as the entire red roster returns, now they are going to be the ones retaking the lead, and Steel with a little bit of a sad face there along with it. Once again, it's going to be the blue side that are going to have to make a comeback here.
It's going to be tough, especially with Counter bobbing and weaving, avoiding so much damage versus second. Almost securing the kill. Gotcha Gadget keeping second alive. Avoided super there and potentially a kill. Frixie pops that purple. OG on the right side is going to make his last stand for pushing into this point, but it's no good. That turret falls immediately. Countered. He's still dashing and leaving tire marks all over the enemy team's face as a percentage ticks up. We're closing out this very first game with a win for those guys.
Number 7 seed going to be taking the first on the board here. Made it look a little easy towards that end game there. I think this is a map that's really punishing once you get area control. We saw some insane pop-off plays from the blue side as well. I mean, they were doing well in their own right, but at the end of the day, about 40+% going the other direction. So they're gonna have to kind of establish a little more control here, maybe find opportunities for OG to get in there, because for now, it's kind of just been Steel bouncing in and out with his peaky toes. They need to find some serious playing time on that hot zone if they want a chance.
Well, let's see Steel do it. He's going to be doing exactly what you're saying, just popping in and out. Can't deny that super to counter, though. He's still getting it active on the right side, taking a lot of damage, eventually falling to the syrup from Steel. Maybe some more damage onto J-Heart, as Momo finally make a significant push in here, but they have to be careful about feeding the super, and OG ideally would be getting his soon to enable Steel to stay alive and healthy behind some of these indestructibles.
For the first time, we're really seeing Momo establish complete control. All three brawlers up. Second best not even willing to deal with that turret a little bit. Going to be supering right into it. His counter slides up the middle of the map. Now second best and OG are going to multitask. OG piecing up the first. Colette looking for a second. Shots being fired there as counter gets the pickup. OG looking to multitask. Steel back in play as well. Healing station helping the cause as well. And now 55% in climbing. Blue roster putting on a clinic for hot zone right now.
Counter is such a power player for red team, though. Second still has his hypercharge and the super ready to go. Here it comes in a Frixie. Not a kill, not exactly what he wanted. Counter's going to fall to Steel, though. And OG will get to move in versus two of his biggest counters. A missed super from J-Heart is deadly. Steel won't have too many issues taking down this turret. But look how much time it wasted for Momo. They weren't able to step on the point during that time. Here comes a hypercharge. Bit of an ambitious super here from second as he doesn't succeed in hitting any targets. There's a farm up on the super as well. Cycling it once more and double slow there from the nest egg. But the result is still in favor of Momo as they continue to count up this percentage beyond 80%.
One last hold here and they should be good to go for the game. Red roster gonna have to take a stand now as counter doesn't have a super. He's just gonna have to force his way up. Finally gets one, but it cost him his life. Healing station and 9,600 plus from Pam will be more than enough here. It's gonna be a tie here in set number 1. Momo, take a round.
So the biggest question here is, where do we look to establish the difference between game 1 and game 2? Because the initial observation is, well, one went to Momo and one went to those guys. But what did Momo adapt in game number 2 that really enabled them to make this happen? I still saw a counter popping off on the Stu, but he wasn't generating kills like he was last time, and he didn't get those wall breaks like he did last time either. I think it's a bit more passive play here from Momo, especially when I look to OG. He wasn't dying quite as fast, but he's still taking a lot of damage here, so that could make a serious about face in terms of momentum for Momo.
Second best already releasing a super as well. It comes down in a kill along with that herbal tonic on the ground. Despite percentage points for those guys, it's all 3 members standing tall right now for Momo. Frixie falling weak, counter trying to get on some action again too. He's going to be skating left. The burn going to slowly trickle down as J-Heart is going to go down. OG with the trade, counter now low HP, lobbing up potions from Steel. And it's going to be a tie here. Another close one in set number 1, a big thriller, and it's going to be a tough one to determine who's going to come out on top.
Okay, hypercharge pop. Second's going to go for it. Big damage in. Could be a destruction of the turret. Frixie's trying to play ring around the rosy around this obstacle, and he is succeeding so far. Second gets the kill on the turret and on the Frixie to match, and J-Heart's going to fall in this sort of corner. The enclave on the left side. Momo get the team wipe and the lockdown control. Ideally, though, OG would be getting a super around this time, but Second is well equipped, and Steel, despite having the mark on him, is still in a great position to shut down any push from those guys around the right side.
And the marker is going to be transferring on over to OG. They have so many health points to work with Pam. Steel taking advantage of this indestructible wall as well. Second best can just eliminate those turrets instantly. And finally, those guys with a little bit of breathing room, they can touch down in the mid here. But Steel is just going to continue to throw down shots. Second, even in a corner here. And just in the nick of time, OG going to be back. This is an opportunity for them to close out this set.
Okay, with the last call down, Steel gets to advance. Frixie popping his last stand. The hypercharge immediately destroyed. Momo completely stormed the point and take it 100 to 40%, closing out this set with a nice victory. And one from behind as well. We saw game number 1 go the opposite way, and Momo completely reversed. I think one of the biggest things here was we saw Second seriously putting in the work. Another thing is I think we saw those guys start to become a little bit less organized. I think one of the more glaring issues for those guys in games number 2 and 3 was a bit of disjointed communication on which enemies they're going to try and go for. I saw opportunities for pinches that were not being taken advantage of from those guys, and you can't blame them. When you're under pressure, when you're facing a team like Momo, the pressure really does start to ramp up. It is only set number 1. They can still come back if they focus up, take a deep breath, and make this work.
I think that more importantly, this kind of shows that those guys in Momo are both very legitimate teams. West Coast, obviously a great roster as well, and going into stmn, anything can happen, and anybody can take a 3-0 loss to those guys. But this just instantly feels more evenly matched to me. I was really impressed with both sides. Obviously, we saw that insane pop-off play from Colette. That's definitely my play of the day so far. Just a triple kill, a little purple button madness. Oh, it was just the perfect, chef's kiss for Brawl Stars. What a way to kick off the day.
Yeah, definitely a nice start there. I mean, this is why I've said such great things about Second, and the same goes for every single player here, but let's put the spotlight on Second once again. On the Colette, of course, he's, throwing the thumbs down and everything, but he's getting, snipes all the way from across the map with a hypercharged Colette. And yeah, it's hypercharge, whatever. He's still hitting these clips at long range, and Colette's hitbox on that super has a notoriously large area that it covers. It's going to be tough to aim around those walls. So it's mechanical prowess, it's great game sense, he's executing it well. It's all around good execution here from Momo, but no time to waste. We're getting right into set number 2. We're going to be moving on to Kaboom Canyon, where Colette could be repeat offender, but those guys have done the wise thing and banned her out.
Yeah, especially on Kaboom Canyon as well. Colette is somebody that I'm definitely interested in removing from the playing field. One interesting thing I kind of want to point out is that there's a double Charlie ban. If you're the team with the second selection, makes sense. But if you have the first pick, clearly you can go elsewhere. You can remove something else. But by choice, they decide to keep the ban pool smaller. And I wonder if that's going to influence how we see the draft. Jesse, the first overall selection here. I don't think a bad beat for Kaboom Canyon either. Obviously, the turret can dish out some serious damage here too. But depending on if these walls open up, will kind of influence my decision on how much of an X factor I think it's really going to be.
Yeah, I mean, she could struggle a little bit in those bushes. She's not exactly the greatest for scouting out bushes. With a turret, she can get great damage lockdown. She's absolutely not someone that you want to leave alone on the safe. And if she can get Scrappy 2.0 activated with a hypercharge combined, then that's going to be a lot of damage coming in on that safe. So maybe this is Momo's first foray into, first of all, getting great damage on that safe, but secondly, countering out tanks. That's one of the areas that we see Jesse really prevail. Here comes the cord. This is going to be a massive issue once he gets into those bushes, which he will, because if there's any doubt whether he will, he's just going to jump over. I mean, just switch to the other gadget, don't use the mute, get that mobility, and get right into mid. He has high mobility, put the speed gear on as well. It's going to be a massive issue, I think, for Momo, and it's one of those that I don't think there is a one-size-fits-all solution to dealing with cord.
They're going to pair a Bell along with this too, and that bounce shot I think is going to be impactful into something like a Jesse turret and kind of prevent any ideas of that. They also have nest eggs that they can place down too to kind of slow down the enemy opposition. We've got Cordelius, which is sometimes a preventative brawler, but also a lot of times used on Shuck on this map too, and that's already banned out. So I'm curious if they're just trying to remove any of that tanky factor. Cordelius is always an interesting one too, and especially at Worlds, his win rate was actually fairly high at a 58%, tied for the 4th most played. But I feel like a lot of the times the draft influences his performance. If he has a good matchup, it's going to be great, but if he doesn't, it can be a little harder. Gale's somebody we just have to continue getting used to though, a top 10 play rate brawler from Worlds, and somebody that North America has especially come along with. I love the guy, I love the old man, but it's sometimes really difficult to run this. I'm glad it's not in my hands. It's going to be left in the pros. They're going to pair this with 8-bit. I'm really liking 8-bit here.
Yeah, I do support this because 8-bit, his biggest issue is going to be getting any kind of mobility, especially going up to mid, when also there's no wall break present here. So he's not going to have an easy way of getting up there. Now, Gale is here to make that happen. Gale also is quite versatile. You can get the stun, but you can also go for the slow. And so if there's a particularly difficult brawler to face against, like something that's very tanky, then the slow is an option. I don't see a whole lot of mobility coming into play here, except for perhaps Cord. There's the Hypercharge Lu as the final selection. And once again, I'll criticize this for the same reason that I criticize Jesse, but even more so. The struggle here is going to be connecting those shots. Lu's main attack, it's not that awesome. It is a barrage. You have to walk with your target to actually hit them, but the hypercharge is phenomenal. Now, where those choke points are that you want to freeze, that you can effectively storm, I am not so certain. It's still difficult to sort of find your way into mid. There's not like an easy way to go up the middle unless you've got wall break. You're going to have to come around those sides. So where Hypercharge Lu freezes those opponents, we will find out if he's able to make good value of it. Here's already the jump pad coming in, and those guys look to take that initial control with an initial kill on a second.
Yeah, Cordelius shut down instantly. His counter's going to be able to hug this wall here, steal with a pivotal kill as well. Now back to a 2v2 situation. I think second best is going to really struggle here. There's a lot of HP on the side of Frixie, but he's not a traditional up-in-your-face kind of tanky brawler, and those are the matchups that second best and Cordelius would love to see. Instead, though, he's going to get slowed down. A nice jump in there, though. Second best grabbing a kill, and now dragging run to the Shadow Realm as well. Going to leave Steel a wide open top left-hand lane. They're going to pop out instantly. J-Heart barrel stuffs that right-hand end. And all things considered, not a lot of damage to show for it for the side of Momo.
And now those guys get to make their way towards the enemy side. Boosted booster down. Big freeze on a counter, but no follow-up there from Steel. You can make a lot of value from this, freezing up opponents and then moving in on them, but he wasn't really able to make that advance. We still see those guys confidently at mid. Second, he's considering getting damage on the safe, but he realizes it's more important to get rid of the 8-bit and get rid of the Jesse too. Hypercharge pop, instant freeze on a Frixie, and that's the takeback that we needed to see from Momo.
And perfect timing as well. Things could have really gotten out of hand if they let 8-bit prevail like that. Counter, forced to play defense, now looking for a pinch onto second best here. A Shadow Realm will keep him up a little bit longer. Meanwhile, on our side of things, Frixie, J-Heart fighting in the mid, OG lobbing up shots, a marker, a snipe, looking a lot like his previous teammate Bobby right now, as J-Heart's gonna add up an extra couple tags here. It's back and forth, anybody's game at this moment.
Counter also has this super. It's so dangerous for anyone to get in close range versus him, but they're gonna have to do it. Here it comes. Steel pushed back. The way is cleared for Frixie to make some things happen as the final percentage ticks down. Counter needs to be the one to do it, but he also has to defend versus second. It's down to 20% on those guys' damage contributed to Momo's safe so far. The final contribution coming in to eliminate it, and a game victory here for those guys.
A close one, though. Back and forth. I really like this draft from those guys. I think 8-Bit can really pile on some damage rather quickly. You can see things get out of hand, and instantly they use that Lu Hypercharge to play defense on it. An instant freeze on 8-Bit. He's already slow, big target, easy to line up those shots and get those kills. These guys are pro players. They're not going to miss that. But I think if you let 8-Bit get control of the map, it's going to be really difficult to overcome that. And I think Momo did a good job of doing it, but not good enough to obviously win the game.
Well, here's the control that we needed to see. No more folding immediately off the beginning of the match. They do have the control of the bushes, at least for now, as long as they're able to withstand anyone jumping in with a whole lot of health. But no one from those guys is really biting just yet. A good, oh my gosh, the double kill from Frixie. And he's looking for number 3. It's going to be difficult to track this versus Steel, especially with the freeze in play. Tanks a little bit of the damage here. Somehow survives by popping down the boosted booster. And a kill here from Counter makes this indomitable push around the right side.
This is Frixie's world right now. We're just living in it. Brother, goodness. All things considered, they had a runaway opportunity there, and they get nothing to show for it. Only 2% in total this game as J-Heart right back in action. Steel once again left to defend for himself, immediately shut down as well. Frixie, right-hand lane, piercing shots go through, and down below 90% now. Last time it was a base raise. This time, it feels like it's just a rush to play defense.
Well, Momo are in a defensive formation now. They can certainly make it happen. They only have one member at mid. Here comes the turret coming in. Yeah, a bit of a... stuck the landing, but not exactly where you want to be. Still could be a position that prevents Momo from pushing in as effectively. Probably won't even be acknowledged at all. Second falls on offense. A takedown to J-Heart looks promising. OG knows it's time to go for some of these turrets. The freeze from Steel combined with the hypercharge, but still the push is relentless from those guys. Anytime Momo gear up for an offense, those guys are right there to stop them just with their bodies by putting themselves between the target and Momo.
Frixie has so many health points and was just immediately eliminated. Now the Jesse turret putting in work as well. Those guys continuing to expand their lead as second best flashes the super a few times. Now Frixie already in action, Steel handling this beautifully though. 2k HP, free shots being lined up. Skates on the ice rink and will fall as a result. OG lining up shots on the left-hand side. A few extra as well, and with 15 to go, it's going to come down to the wire here.
Countdown active. It's drive time here for Momo. It's not an insurmountable lead. They got to make it happen now. Counter's playing ultra defensively. Steel's going to have to make it happen. He has that speed. He needs some damage on the safe. He's got to push up this right side, but you can only avoid so much from J-Heart and Counter. It is a win for those guys, closing out the set with a clean 2-0.
Well played to those guys. I thought overall 8-Bit played a phenomenal early game number 2, but I will say shout out to Lu for making some really good plays. Steel piling that brawler pretty well, I think. He's not really meant to be your offensive firepower. He's not looking for high safe damage. And as a comment on kind of this draft, I think that's one thing that the side of Momo really struggle with. At the end of the day, they have Jesse's turret as an option. They have 8-Bit just as a brawler period as an option. Bell, Cordelius, Lu, you're really gonna have to win the area control game the entire time if you want a chance. And just into those guys, these guys are really solid players. It's really difficult to manage that for a good 2+ minutes and some pro players. So I will say I don't think they really had that capability there. They had to play it pretty perfectly, and they played well, but those guys had a good overall composition, some great offensive firepower, and I think it was just a win for them at the end of the day.
Look, I mean, if the idea here is that, yeah, we're going to get like slow and steady damage on the safe, we're going to play control the entire time, then sure, you know, I respect that because this had actually, you know, good amount of thought put into it as a control comp. My criticism is that that's just not the world that we live in at the moment. You have to keep that constant aggression. This is just the meta that we live in, and Momo seemed to really understand that, and they find some creative ways to make it happen. They use things that I think, like a couple of months ago, we would call unconventional, but especially after watching the World Finals, seeing a brawler like Gale especially, and I know that makes your heart happy to see him on screen, but seeing him, the utility of the jump pad to put a high health brawler like 8-Bit, one that struggles the most with mobility, at mid is absolutely key. And this is what I was saying at the very beginning of the broadcast. It is about the beefy, strong brawlers of today's meta and the delivery mechanism. How do we get them towards the objective? That is exactly what Momo played here, and it's exactly what wins here.
I'm a big fan of 8-Bit as well, and especially after the World Finals, really looking at it and obviously casting and watching all the matches with you, 8-Bit was actually ending day number 3 tied for the most plays, which is actually insane to think about. He doesn't have a hypercharge. He's a big, beefy brawler, and if you're good with him, if you can hit shots, he's going to be punishing for it, boasting a little over a 50% win rate. I mean, nothing crazy, but he's never really in that banned stage. He's always just the next guy up, and he does it so well. He can put so much damage onto that high save. So I think for modes like this, he's not only a one-trick gym grab carrier kind of player. I mean, in today's day and age, 8-Bit has proven to me that he can be legitimate across a few different maps and game modes, and I think that was one of them. And on the other end, Lou, a great way of shutting that down. But again, for that game mode specifically, I just don't think it's always built for him. It's great to have that hypercharge, and again, in these pro players' pockets, they're getting free kills with that every time. Still not an easy one, though, and I just don't think they had a direct answer to the game mode itself.
Look, Heist, I mean, to be fair, Heist is kind of a strange game mode. Like on the surface, it's, okay, so don't let your thing die, but kill the enemy thing. But how do you find out when we play offense and when we play defense, and composition-wise, how much do we commit on offense versus defense? And while we did see a fairly even spread across the brawlers, they had very dedicated roles. Like Lou, he's not going to be getting safe damage, my friend. He's just going to be able to play defense. He's getting freezes, he's countering out enemy brawlers, and that doesn't play the objective. That's not the way to win. When it came to winning mid even, he did struggle a lot because he has to have that super in order to succeed. And while he was farming them up quite reliably versus brawlers just using that jump pad, getting into mid, it's still difficult to track them down when the bushes are in play. He is a great fit on something like Brawl Ball, something like Gym Grab as well, where it's all about that control. And here, it was not necessarily about control. It is about getting damage on the enemy safe. It's okay if you die. The only metric for success is safe damage.
Well said. I think in general, that just wasn't something that they necessarily got out of their composition. And I think with the Cordelius as well, that was one thing that was really interesting to me. Were they anticipating something else? Were they trying to go a different direction? Maybe they were just using it as a blocker, trying to keep them out of going that way. Some really interesting choices here from both sides, to say the least. As we hop into Hard Rock Mine, though, Colonel Ruff's a first overall selection. And speaking of brawlers that in the past have been very relevant, he hasn't gotten a lot of playing time these days. He's a great support brawler. Obviously, with so many higher HP brawlers, he can't get those takedowns that you're necessarily looking for, but he's really good at empowering your other brawlers.
I agree, and it's really important to get that power up onto your mid brawler, for example, but he's also so much more multifaceted than that. And, you know, for the folks at home who would like an explanation of like what makes Colonel Ruff so good here, because as you said, he sees a lot less playtime than any other brawlers. I think he's like bottom 5 in terms of like play rates on ladder. In competitive, he is still a mainstay, but he's still not that popular. But you get wall break on Hard Rock Mine. It's great to have any sort of ricocheting shot on those side lanes. It's very valuable. You have sandbags as well, and then you have Sandy on the opposing side who can shoot through every single one of them. So maybe there could be a consideration of not running the sandbags. It relies a lot on what else Momo picks here. That's the beauty of the draft. You get to choose your gadgets after the draft has fully finished. There's Amazy. You can block up her shots with the sandbags, so maybe some value there. But really the central value here is for Colonel Ruffs to be the accessory to the mid brawler, which will be coming in with the 4th and 5th picks.
Yeah, I'm thinking back too, and Maisie had such a really high win rate going into day number 2. I think after day 3, ended around a 60% plus at Worlds. And then pairing it with Sandy, I mean, we've talked about it today as well. Sandy, a very solid selection in general. Colonel Ruff's not necessarily the most meta thing, and I think Momo are just really embracing that right now. And taking Maisie as a mid is something a lot more new age, kind of Brawl Stars, if you will, which I don't mind at all. 8-Bit on the other end, a great candidate for this map too. We just talked about it. We talked about him in Heist. And this is the other game mode where most people think of him, including myself. That teleportation aspect makes him such a strong mid carrier. It's 3 get out of jail free cards a day, and if you can utilize them really well, you can get a little more risky. You can get in there, get aggressive, pick up an extra gym or 2, and dive out for no consequence. That's a huge deal. And to round out the composition, it's going to be Cordelius once again. Okay, I think this is going to be a good way to kind of try and deal with Maisie possibly.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I think Cordelius can get some decent value. I want to look especially at that Cordelius versus Sandy matchup, because this is one that really interests me. It's one that I'm not so certain on, especially range-wise, because that dictates how a lot of these interactions go. And for Cordelius, it's very significant. Even on Heist, we saw it was a major player in, I guess, a loss, but I guess the failure of him to lock in consistent damage is that he's not able to snipe the safe from mid. That's really the most important thing. Now we move into Gym gem grab, really we're looking at, can Cordelius generate value versus brawlers that he outranges, or is that similar range to? And in that line of discussion, it's just Sandy. Spike is going to outrange him. Same goes for Maisie, but he has a lot more speed and he has a lot more mobility than both of those brawlers. So I look at him to disrupt the enemy backlines, maybe get an upset on a gem carrier, something like that. But he's got to be careful about not feeding the supers to Sandy. That is one of the most important things, because I foresee 8-Bit struggling a lot once that Sandstorm is down on the field.
Yeah, and Spike getting in there as well, too, as a final selection. I like Spike, and, you know, doesn't need a lot of intro, right? He does have a hypercharge feature, and he's going to be a great long-distance brawler to kind of keep up, especially if Steel's running those sandbags. He'll have to get through those, but other than that, should be smooth sailing. So Counter already charging down in the mid here. Second Best going to be fighting it out with J-Hard as OG looks for a few chip shots from the mid, and already a super for OG as well. That's a huge deal, considering he's going to be able to establish himself, get some teleports through. All good stuff so far for Momo.
And let me also point out some of the lane interactions. OG, I mean, the shot calling here is wonderful. The pinches that Momo are making happen here. Also some wall break around the left side is going to be quite valuable for opening things up, avoiding any of that annoying play around the walls. Second has a lot of mobility here, so more open space is way better for him. Here comes the Sandstorm, and honestly, it's not in that bad of a position for Momo. OG can still play this relatively safe on the edge of it, but he's got to be careful. He could get stunned. The teleport back, that's cheat cartridge #1 for the game.
8 gems to 0 right now. A major lead for the side of Momo. It's J-Hart. He's left on this left-hand side. Can't keep up with the distance of 8-Bit. Forced to now fight against Second Best, just looking for cheeky tags as much as possible. OG claiming a 9th, which means we will have a countdown on our hands, and an early one for Momo.
Second just holding the line, trying to waste time for the enemy. Jumping over to Frixie, who he knew he was going to go down to, but as long as he can hold on for the rest of his team, then it's a victory coming in. And that much it is. Momo take game #1.
Dominant fashion too. Momo really shining there with that composition. I think 8-Bit in the mid is just a huge threat at all times. Not only are they going to get that bonus damage from the turret, but those teleportations can make a huge difference in keeping you alive. Again, it's just an extra avenue to get aggressive, and especially in more of this W key meta, as we call it. Any extra aggression you can provide is huge. Early on too, they got some nice pickups. Once again though, Counter aggressive off the start, will be rewarded for it with a 2, now 3-0 lead. But once OG establishes this turret, especially if he can get it up early like last time, that is going to dictate how the pace of this game goes.
Already a much better start for those guys. Let's also point out the lane switch from Momo. They already made this work with Steel on the left lane and Second on the right in game #1, but now they're switching it up. Steel completely countered out by Counter himself, using the super, blowing open all of those sandbags. OG still going to make a go for all of these gems. A takedown onto Counter, and possibly a safe teleport back. Going to make a bit of a recon mission and grab some of these gems from the enemy backlines. And just like that, they find themselves in a very similar position at game #1. Already up with an 8th gem if Steel decides to pick it up, to 0 from those guys.
Second Best removing a factor as well. Every time he drops that super, it's going to be J-Hart looking to try and deal with this. Finally gets a takedown to Second Best, who is lurking on the top left-hand side. Counter, super available, but no hypercharge. They could really use some hypercharge madness right now. A dive in as well, but a perfectly timed teleport from OG. Another great value play there from Momo.
Frame perfect, dude. That was like a disappearing act. As soon as Counter popped in, used his super, OG was already at that boosted booster. Counter taken down. An entire charge stifled from those guys. Momo, they're safe and sound. OG gets to sit at mid if he wants, and the pins come out. The celebration already storming the enemy side for a touchdown, because Momo have just taken set #2, and what a way to do it too. I want to point out game #1. We'll get the replays in here before too long, but I want to point out game #1 was such a masterclass of shot calling. We saw every single lane victory that was a pinch between OG and either Steel or Second resulted in a victory. It was wonderful to watch. This is simply good Brawl Stars in action.
I think second best was also a major thing there as well. I think having the ability to remove any brawler at any moment. Think about this too. Even if you're not getting a kill, it's fine. Now OG is less contested in the mid. There's less traffic going down to grab those gems, and it's just an easier road to walk down. So even if he's not killing kills and he's just playing a little ring around the rosies like we saw in those replays, he's buying time for his teammates, trusting in them to get the job done, and they certainly did. So a nice pickup of a set there for Momo.
This is true. I mean, if you can keep the fight, you don't have to necessarily be winning it, but if you can keep the fight at the enemy side and away from the objective, then OG gets to sit back, you know, check the time, maybe spawn a few gems, wait for the countdown to start, and get that all rolling. It was a great strategy. I was skeptical of the Cordelias and how it was going to play into everything. And in a way, I guess I'll pat myself on the back a little bit. I was still correct, okay? He didn't succeed at all of those interactions, but what he did succeed at was making the lane losses last long enough for OG to reap the rewards of it.
Yeah, instead of, you know, kind of battling through the Black Friday shopping madness, they just kind of had a little VIP shopping area, just pick up a gym every, you know, one at a time, two at a time. They just made it look easy. At the end of the day, everybody did their roles. They did it well. Really impressive stuff from Momo. I think a little exclamation mark on that one, to say the least. It's really going to be difficult to kind of come back mentally from something like that, where a set just went so wrong for the side of those guys. And now, especially when only one more set is needed to come away with a victory, that's something they're going to have to keep in the back of their mind. Spike going to be a first overall selection here on pinhole punt as well. I think this is, again, safe. Has a hypercharge button, life plant for those sharpshooters that once in a while come up here, something like a B that might prevent tanks. I think it's just a good call here in an early one for the first pick.
No, I think you're 100% correct. I mean, everything that you said is exactly what came to my mind initially. It's safe. We've always called it safe. And the purple button. You see another purple button appearing over here from Momo. There's a Jessie. And it's going to take her a while to see that value. Of course, lol, 16 shots to get your hypercharge. But they can still get some more value combined here. Really, the main value of Jessie here is going to be slowing down the tanks. Now, on a map like Pinhole Punt, that, I think, could be a bit of a struggle. I see those bushes at mid as a vehicle for super, like, hyper aggression right off the beginning. If this is something that those guys can pull off with their next couple of picks, they get something really tanky, something very resilient, then they could run it up. Now, I like what Momo is doing here, though. They know that Jessie is not going to be super successful on the DPS, like, on the beginning of the pitch, like, right off the beginning of the match. So Sandy is here to slow things down, to get the stun, and also to get the value with the super of anyone running in. So I think they've kind of covered most of the bases for now. The draft continues to develop as we see Buster now appear.
Yeah, I believe our first Buster of the day as well, and Maisie going to be paired alongside that. So they're just going for super amounts of health points. Buster, somebody that can deflect all the incoming projectiles. Maisie with a hypercharge button of her own. I think Maisie is just going to be able to power up your team and bring a little bit of everything, right? Some decent mid-range shots. It's a hard shot to hit, though, I will add. It is a little bit delayed, but the super is lethal. That's one of those things where you can push back enemies at the goal side, dump the ball into the back of the net. Sandy obviously has that feature on the other end as well with the Sweet Dreams gadget. Put somebody to sleep, walk that ball into the net. Bull on the other end as well. We just got a bunch of big playmakers here, so I can already anticipate that this is going to be a very exciting set.
No, big playmakers is actually a great way of putting it. When I see these two brawlers, when I look at Maisie, when I look at Buster, I see, and we can just call them, I don't know, the ball scoring devices. Really, that's what it is. They have some kind of ability that gets knockback, or in the case of Buster, knock forward. It's like a reverse knockback, pull them towards you. But the main deal is that they're stunned. Here's the Bull as a final selection for Momo. So a very beefy selection that'll be able to get in close range versus Buster. I put my faith actually in Bull to win this interaction as long as it's played correctly, versus the other two, not so much. I still think he can dodge out a lot of the shots from Maisie and also Spike. It's going to be difficult. It all comes down to mechanics.
Kicking things off with mechanics here. It's going to be a pull from second best. A takedown of one now, looking for J-Heart here. Super past the ball, I believe, but J-Heart shuts that down as quickly as possible. OG Steel in prime position, though. Counter. Frixie on the return. A dash forward as well. OG with a big pop-off kill. I'm going to dip this ball. Oh, unfortunately, right into Counter's hands, though. So Counter, it's a little bit of decision-making of what to do now. And now at least they're a little out of their side of the net. A charge forward as well from Counter. And wow. It might be a red roster offense here.
Well, here it comes. Jayhart's going to make this move around the right side. A little past to Frixie, who's still trapped inside of that very oppressive super from Steel. You can see the Mythic gear really putting in the work. Second, also blocking that pass in from Jayhart. The purple popped counter's going to go for it. He needs a super to really get the kill. There it is. Jayhart needs to pass up. Great zoning super there from Steel, completely stymieing the charge, but counter still racking up kills and taking names. At the same time, though, it's enough time for OG and Second to respawn, pop off a super on the right side, and get this push going once more.
As offensive of both of these comps are, it's really been big defensive stances that have helped along the way. Jayhart once again with the gadget here too. A return of fire from Second Best though. A wide open net up top, but he has to dodge with such low HP. Frixie incoming, takes his time and puts it through the back of the net. What a heads up play there from Buster.
Beautiful gameplay, but just like that, those guys are going to try and kickstart their own lightning offense. Here it comes. Frixie trying to get in close range, but Second has the tools to make it work. OG with a super right down the left side to Second. A clean roll in, and a Momo response in form of a game victory.
Wow, 1 round away. It was really tight at the beginning there, but they found a couple opportunities as that game drug on to finally put it in the goal. Impressive stuff, a very fun composition for them too. I'm excited to see if they can pull it off once again. For now though, it's gonna be those guys on their back heels as we enter game number 2.
We'll see what Steel can do. Already throwing down a super. Second getting a strong start and a dismissal of counter as he tried to defend. Another wide open goal here for Momo. The momentum is in full force. Those guys are struggling to kickstart this. They need some supers out here to really make it work. And already Second has responded with one of his own. There it is, the gadget. A kill to generate off of it. Jayhart's got to fall. Second could have the victory as long as OG is able to get the gadget through. Pass over to Second. Second has that win condition, a walk through, and a set victory here for Momo.
What a bait there as well. Left-hand side, bull charging forward, an immediate pass back. Unselfish work there from both sides. Momo putting on a clinic in Brawl Stars right now. Brawl Ball just went their way. Look at this major pull right there. Intense stuff. A nice bounce back. Second Best clearing this entire left-hand side. Nice super pass, easy dumping in net. Just felt like a lot of team play there from Momo in that set number 4. They're going to come away with a 3-1 victory as the reward.
And this is sort of what we expected as we were going through the draft. Like, do we see them use the bushes to make that indomitable push up? And yeah, it worked twice in a row. They got the kills immediately and moved confidently up there. There wasn't enough time for anyone to respawn. You get the team wipe. Yeah, no one staggered. It was wonderful. And just as we suspected, Jesse, not really the tool for the job, unfortunately.
Awesome stuff right there, and we've got more awesome stuff along the way as well. Momo going to be catching a victory for now, but stay tuned with us to see who is going to catch a victory next.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. 2 matches down. Quite a few matches now made their way through in this upper bracket. And if you're just joining us, it was Momo who came out on top against those guys in a 3-1 fashion. And we are moving things along as we quickly get into match number 3. And this one should be exciting. We watched stmn dominate at the top of the day. It's now stmn versus Momo. Kenny, how you feeling about this one?
I'm excited because Momo actually have looked really good when we've seen them on air. You know, obviously they're now 2 in a row winning. stmn, though, obviously some familiarity with the opponent in OG. I think it's hard to bet against stmn not being a favorite in any of these matches. They were dominant in their first one, and now going into Momo, who's a little bit newer of a roster, I should be expecting an stmn victory here, but you never know.
Hey, listen, have faith in yourself. It's going to go well this time. All right. stmn, they have the tenure here ready. Similar thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, I think this is one of those rare moments where this is a matchup that the fans want to see just as much as the players. I think it's very exciting for Stamina to face versus their previous teammate of OG because, I mean, you can tell from the sentiment if you check out Twitter. And, I mean, these guys go way back. Like, Bobby and OG go way, way back. They've always been teammates. So I know that they are rooting for the success of OG and these new teammates, whether it is just a team for now, a free agent team, or whether it is potentially a longer stay. Maybe that could be dictated by whether they succeed here. But the fact of the matter is, I think that no matter the outcome, both teams are going to walk away from this one pleased, though there is a clear underdog, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what's so fun about this community, right? Is that even if the rosters change, a lot of these players go back so far in their careers that their friendships are always there. It turns into a little bit of a friendly rivalry, and we love seeing that because that's the type of competition we want. But don't forget, even if Momo does go down here, they're still in this upper bracket. So they'll have an opportunity. They'll drop down into that elimination bracket. They're not out yet, and they'll still have a chance to potentially face off again against stmn in the full-on grand finals. So lots for us to pay attention to. This match is about to get underway. Let's get straight back into it, guys. I'm ready.
I'm excited for it too. We've got stmn taking on Momo in the upper bracket finals. Like Glitter alluded to, there's 2 lives in this one. Everybody gets 1 go at the upper bracket and at least 1 in the lower. stmn are the clear favorites here. There's no way around it. Let's not beat around the bush. stmn got 2nd at Worlds. They've shown up in multiple SPS finals and performed phenomenally, even winning a season 2. But Momo have looked good today. It's just a matter of if they can play well enough to pull off an upset.
Yeah, I think really the more difficult thing here is going to be for Momo is the draft. I think that Stamina have a really unified draft, and I believe OG was really a big part of that. So now that this mind has gone over to the side of Momo, where do we see that all fit in? I think also on Stamina, different members have very very dedicated responsibilities, very dedicated roles. Can't say the same for Momo just because they're greener, they're newer here. And I think a lot of other folks don't really know about how they play as a team and what the roles usually befall certain team members. But we'll get into the draft. It all starts here on Kaboom Canyon. Once again, usual suspects banned out. We see the first pick of Gale actually on the side of Momo.
Yeah, little Gale stars going down to round out their composition. It's going to be an 8-bit and a bull. So Gale, I think, going to be used more for that area control and, more importantly, area denial of stmn, trying to prevent them from getting any offense going on the other end. They've got 8-bit, they've got bull, they have answers to get 1 up close in your face, and both of those brawlers are going to be excellent for heist safe damage. Colt and Nani going to be more of that long range approach on the other end. So in order to get their damage, they're going to be going about it a little bit differently. Curious if stmn just fully commit to the offense, and they're actually going to go with Atara here, which is really interesting. I'm assuming this is going to be partially for that heist safe damage and a lot into something like the bull as well.
Yeah, I think when we look at in previous games, how do you respond to that Gale jump pad? Like, what do you do at mid? I mean, Hypercharge Lu was not a consideration here because it was, of course, banned by Momo. But I feel like Tara is like one of the correct ways to go about it, simply because you're able to get that back so quickly. You're able to get numerous enemies at once. It's going to have more value than zoning a lot of times. I think you're always going to be able to convert on a Tara pull. So I like this reaction. I think Tara, as you said, is also a good option for getting damage on the safe. A lot of it comes down to, okay, are there no enemies left in sight? Now I can pop those shades, and we'll see them already come out as Sans tries to take some of the damage from OG, but Steel's running the slowing star power, interestingly enough. Not any tanks to deal with to stun out, so it makes sense. Momo already get the take of mid.
Yeah, I think the slow going to be a norm on this map, especially too. It's going to really make things difficult for stmn to grab their footing, and now a turret going down for OG as well. A gadget going down to well over 20% being dealt at stmn on their back heels as it's close to 50 already.
I just don't see a whole lot of recourse for stamina here. Do they decide to break this wall at mid? I mean, Bobby's certainly deciding not to. They want to have mid alive and healthy, but Bobby has a lot of damage to churn out versus second. He can opt to break open this wall versus second on the left side. They really need a good, solid push in. A little stopper on Azar and a kill to convert, but Bobby still needs to get the damage here. We'll see the first chops in on that safe. 14% knocked off. Steel still gets the retaliation. With a minute 30 left, it's looking actually way more hopeful for Momo to close this one out than stamina.
Gonna be tough for stmn, but another Nani peep inbound. This time it's just gonna be for damage here as Bobby opens up the entire mid. OG piercing blow there, and now a dive in from Bull as well. Second best getting suctioned up though, and is going to go down to the extra spawners and help from beyond here. But wide open now for Steel and OG in the mid. Sans back once again, has a super, but has to make up some serious distance.
With all these walls broken open, there are more opportunities for control for stamina than ever. But OG can still get some good shots locked down at long range. Sort of moseying his way around the right side of the map so far. Zar and Bobby trying to create stiff opposition. But the clock is running down, and there's a kill on Zar that could spearhead this charge in. Just need to see more health regen from Steel and OG. Around the left side, though, retaliation. Second still manages to get the better of Sans, and now makes a run for the safe.
Second best is gonna be lurking on this left-hand end. Sans, Zar, forced to go for a pinch here as well. Second best just holding on that super, buying time. Colt goes down as well. Second best going straight into the spawn side as Zar pops a super. Not enough though. Sans trying to deal with so much incoming action, and now Bobby pops the hypercharge. Mid super goes down, but not enough here. Simply not enough time in their pockets, and stmn are going to be falling a little short on this one. Momo bringing the offensive firepower here and the finishing shots onto that high safe to secure game number 1.
DPS only goes so far. You gotta have high health if you want to be able to shrug off enemy damage as you make the way to the enemy safe. And I think we can certainly say that for Bull. High damage in close range and huge mobility, huge health. That was really the answer here. And we saw extra mobility there for 8-bit in form of the Gale jump pad. From stamina, no mobility, really, unfortunately. We'll see Momo try and get that control once again. It seems to be pretty free for them, especially with the jump pad. OG didn't need any help. He just walked his way around the left side. Stamina are actually opting to play fairly defensively here.
We're going to have the blue side this time be Steel, OG, and second best. So Momo on the bottoms of your screen right now. Zar top going to try and look down and fire some firepower onto them, but Bobby not going to make any connection. Sans, Zar clustered up next to the safe. Beautiful shots from OG there too. It ultimately ends up being a trade, but it allows for second best, gets some shotgun blasts in there, and once again, early lead for Momo here.
Well, stamina could make some comebacks here though. They do have that super available for Sans. Won't be able to stun second in the middle of his super. Ideally would get it on him when he's not expecting it. Bobby getting massive taps on the left side, but the slow is enough to take him down. Here it could come. Sans waiting for the perfect opportunity. There's the takedown in a second, and Zar tries to cement himself in this back right corner. OG not even thinking about getting Zar out of this position. Second's gonna chase him around to now get the pinch. Here it comes, a kill, and Momo get to run this one back up mid.
Zara with some nice blowing damage there onto that high save. Bobby with some long distance taps. Not enough to get a kill, but certainly enough to halt things as Tara goes for the pull. Second best looking to counter a follow-up. Second best survives. A nice follow through as well from Steel. Wide open on the high save now. Steel can't do much damage, but second best sure can. Piles it up and makes things a little bit closer here.
Momo still have to play defense. They're at a deficit at the moment. Sands now popping down the last set of shades. Can get a super off of second. Hypercharge pop by Bobby on the left side. OG not even thinking about tanking this. It's just over as soon as Colt connects with the safe with the hypercharge active. A game win for Stamina.
STMN turning things around a little bit here in the set. Anybody's game now at 1-1. They were much more manageable to work with that game. The game one just kind of ran away with it. They couldn't get on offense at all. They were forced to be on their back heels in their spawn side that whole time, but we saw opportunities there to get on the other end. Zar, a big part of that, as the blue side is back to STMN here. An early chip shot going down, so Steel is going to fall. Now Bobby trying to handle the bulky second best here, and it's actually going to be an STMN victory in that lane. A super going down as well. Zar landing big shots. Steel just rushing into the mid to try and do something as Bobby, fancy footwork, survives. Early lead for the first time this set from STMN.
Well, it was about time Stamina toggled the aimbot because they are just lining up these shots. Sands now with an opportunity to go for that super in close range. There it is, a kill onto OG. Second still trying to be resilient, but Sands is getting these supers back to back to back. Shades also going for some smacks on a second. Bobby's ready to finish off that kill, and Steel is also looking quite vulnerable as well. Still manages to get the kill. In response, Sands lurks here in the bush with the super, just waiting for his prey to approach. Second flashing the super. Yeah, he knows where he is. OG communicated it to him. You can't hide for too long. And now Stamina off to play defensively until Zar can get that Warp Blast teleport in for a bit of extra damage.
He's going to go down immediately as a result. Steel doing his best into a long distance fight with a little bit of a snowblower as the hypercharge goes down here too. OG, a very slow walking target, trying to line some shots up. Steel with the slowdown, some nice taps, and we'll get a kill as a result. Sands wins on the left hand in though. Zar now multitasking, dealing with two brawlers at once. 80 HP, narrowly survives, and will also have a super, I believe, to show for it. Still a large overcoming victory. Ooh, if STMN can hold on.
Nice response there from Sands on the left side, but now it's just Bobby to defend versus both OG and Steel, both walking walls of health. Sands now tries to tank with that spawn shield, and Momo have taken serious damage on their safe. It's going to be very difficult to come back from that. Now that they dismiss Zar, though, they do have a chance to leave their safe behind and go all in on Stamina. They have to wait till everyone's vulnerable for second to move in. He does have that hypercharge ready to go, just flashing a super, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Here it comes. It was a total bait. There's a response from Sands. The counter, a lot of damage on that safe, but not enough time to churn out damage. OG now forced to run away. Steel much of the same. The countdown's active with a lot of damage to go.
Miss super there from Bobby as well. Does get the follow-up shots and a hypercharge button down as well. They're just trying to keep second best at bay. They know Steel can't do enough work by himself. And STMN hold on to their large lead in game number 3 in order to clinch the set. It's going to be our number 1 seed, getting our first one.
Well done here for Stamina. Not without some moments where Momo took the lead, though. I love this from OG, and honestly, from every single member here of Momo, I think we saw them get their chance to shine. But Stamina managed to hammer back. We saw them get reliable taps. That's really what it came down to, was churning out the damage. That, and also Zar getting the teleport onto the safe and providing enough of a disturbance that the win condition for Momo cannot connect to the safe. Sure, we see OG getting so much damage. Same goes for Steel. Okay, he's getting like some pretty decent damage in here. Well, we'll leave it there. But Bull is where they're sourcing most of their aggression and most of their damage. This is a more difficult thing for Stamina to deal with, and when that's on the back lines, having to deal with Zar, that is no good.
I was impressed with STMN in terms of resilience there too. You know, the mental game can really be rocky, especially when you see Momo get off to a hot start like that. You know, it's not easy to play some of those brawlers too. Colt, while he does have that hypercharge, it's not the easiest brawler to pilot. You really got to be on the money with shots, and if there's one person you can trust in that, it's somebody like Bobby. I felt like he was almost warming up throughout that set with the Colt. Got a little bit better every single game until we got to finally game number 3, where it was just a little bit too much. They start out with a huge lead, hold on to it. Even though Momo did dish some serious damage, wasn't enough to overcome that lead. STMN doing some good stuff and stuff that we are used to here. We're now seeing Momo get a little unique here, find ways to win the draft, because if they can win those draft settings, give themselves a good matchup, it gives them a chance into such a strong roster.
Well, once more, respectable start versus Stamina. I think much more resilient here than we saw earlier on in the day from West Coast. though Momo, they still have got a long way to go. Now they're down a set. They got to come back in the next one, and they have at least 2 maps to go left to prove themselves versus this really stacked roster, one that did so well at the World Finals and has created a worldwide reputation for winning in the draft. And so this is exactly what you were just talking about, is that we need to see those drafts convert. We need to see the good drafts that become a victory, and that is literally the hardest thing to do versus Stamina, but it is also the key to victory. So once more, this is a Titan that is awaiting Momo on the other side. We'll be getting into Hard Rock Mine for set number 2. Once more, the same old stuff for the team that has the last pick.
We're going to see a Mr. P ban in here too. That's actually a brawler that stmn do like depending on the map. It was something we got to chat about them a little bit at the World Finals. Mr. P early is something they're not afraid to utilize. It's going to be Colonel Ruffs once again, though, as kind of an early first selection. Again, it's not something that pops off in the meta right now, but in the pro player's hands, it can certainly put in some good chip shots, power up your teammates a little bit. He's going to be more of that support role rather than something that's more top fragging. So I think this is going to be a long-term thing. This is a way to help utilize the other brawlers that they'll draft later. Rico, though, a long-time option here on Hard Rock Mine, and probably the most iconic.
Without a doubt. I mean, Rico used to be the go-to first pick on this map and sometimes crept his way into those bans too. A very iconic brawler on this map. There's the 8-bit. So this is quite interesting. First of all, we see the Rico, which I think is in a large way to, well, okay, Rico's going to be great into a tank that wants to sneak into your backlines, but it's also kind of a response to the Colonel Ruffs too, because Colonel Ruffs does the thing that Rico does, but like slightly worse. So this locks down a lane and sort of enforces Momo to play more of mid, I believe. Now we have the 8-bit selection, which there's not much doubt in my mind is what Momo wanted to pick. But they have some versatility. Okay, yeah, there we go. There's a Colette. This is the logical response to the 8-bit. It is the 8-bit hard counter. And I think that Stamina have sort of played into Momo's hand a little bit with the position in which they selected Colonel Ruffs and left that 8-bit and Colette open. And Stamina's decision, interestingly, to not just go for 8-bit Colette with their selections, instead going for Rico, they are going to be playing into this counter, but they are knowingly doing so. So it does scare me a little bit, but only for Momo, because it's very clear that Stamina know exactly what they're doing here.
And Buster is the final selection there too. Fang on the other end. All right, a big playmaker going down. All of these brawlers on stmn side are going to be pretty high firepower. On the other end, Colette, like you said, going to be a great answer into somebody like 8-bit. Traditionally, Colette is going to do well into brawlers with higher health. And so Fang also going to be catering to that as well. It's really hard to go through a draft phase unscathed and have perfect matchups across the board. These guys know their matchups. They know their stuff. They're not going to forget the easy brawlers. So seeing Momo pick that doesn't surprise me too much either. Buster, a very popular brawler in the meta. Fang, though, a little more niche, but again, for Gym Grab, I don't mind it. You can go for the big roundhouse kick plus super combo, and then even take off with some gyms of your own if you really need it. It's a very high mechanism for trying to get some gyms and run away with them.
Well, I wonder how that Fang is going to interact into the Colette, and have to also ask the question of what are the ideal lane matchups for Stamina. We see Bobby opting to take this left lane versus second. Still getting some damage in here, but second pumps out a lot more damage per second than Bobby, so it is going to be an interesting matchup going forward. Sands, though, taking the approach on the right side versus Steel, holding him back, and OG trying to get the taps on Azar, who's just leveraging his range. The reason that Colette counters 8-bit is because 8-bit relies on his health a lot, and also because he has a turret, both of which Colette is good into. Nice tap there from Colette, but still, the big thing is that 8-bit also outranges Colette, so as long as he sticks in these bushes, and he's safe and sound, his teammates protect him, then he should be fine.
Zar doing a great job of avoiding that and navigating this very difficult situation and matchup for himself as Sands grabs a kill for his team. Keep in mind, too, they have a teleport, and that's exactly what Zar is going to do. Once he is in harm's way, once he feels like he's a little unsafe, he's just going to take off. A nice pull, but a big Fang dash right there. Kick into kick, goes down, but gets enough damage for Zar to get some follow-through shots. A teleport away, gets out of range, grabs 3 gems from the pickup, and Bobby with a takedown as well. A little team wipe to kick off a countdown.
Yeah, special delivery there from Colette as OG dashed in and died in transit. Now second taken down the right side, Sands beaming Steel. OG, the first to fall, and Steel next on the menu. Bobby with a final super to celebrate. And a clean victory here for Stamina. Really no signs of weakness at all from this roster within this game.
Can't nitpick anything there. And I mean, especially considering, like you mentioned in the pre-draft phase, there are some situations, there are some brawlers on the other end that aren't easy for them, but they still managed it so well. They kept the extra distance, like you said, perfectly timed gadgets from Czar, all keeping it so clean, so simple. Bobby even there, not necessarily caring about his KD, just goes in, gets big tags on all three of those members, and Czar just has the follow-through shots. That's trust. But right now, really trusting in themselves here is Momo. A nice shot from OG. This time, they're the ones overtaking the mid.
You just gotta trust in the win here as well, because so far Momo are locking it down, but Bobby's gonna close in range versus Second. Second still manages to stay alive. OG had his back there, and Czar remains alive. OG, what a snipe and a predictive move there too. Serious damage versus Czar, but no kill just yet. Still, no gems for him to retrieve, just control to retain. It's everything to lose and nothing to gain. Still, a gadget popped. No value here for OG. He thought about pushing in, but he knows that if he makes a really huge commitment, Czar's just going to teleport backwards. There are a lot of lose conditions for Momo and not a whole lot of wins.
Colette has hypercharge as well. Definitely something they're going to be looking to utilize as they pop another gadget, teleport away quickly. It's still Momo's lead, still controlling the left while Sands puts some serious pressure on the right. Firepower going down from Czar. Now a super inbound as well. They're going to have to collect these gems. Low HP. Bobby looking to convert. Gets the tag, gets the kill. Steel only able to pick up a couple and forced to drop some sandbags. And a clean TP once again. Czar teleporting out of harm's way, and stmn looking to tie up this game.
Holy taps from Sands. Those gems topple the ground at mid. OG's got that hypercharge active. He's trying to commit, and Second's looking for an entry point around the right side. Bobby gets the kill, and it looks like he's also running the star power that gives him his super back after getting a kill with it. So he's got another one ready to go. OG's looking a little vulnerable. Second's trying to be the bodyguard. Czar also, without gadgets, is maybe going to take a risk and go for a final one, but Momo know that if he overcommits, they can take full advantage of it. Another gem going over the way of Momo. They decide to play it risky. Czar's trying to play some defense around this gem. The final gadget popped for OG. No big moves just yet, but Sands is going to try and get something surprising around the back lines. Bobby with the kill. Second still super vulnerable on the right, and the countdown active.
To make things worse, OG with not enough there. Oh, one counted two. Fang with a runaway right now. He's got enough gems almost to get a countdown of his own, and Czar celebrating alongside his fellow teammates. stmn kept it close, but come away with the set in the final moments. It's now going to be 2-0 for the green and gold.
I will not doubt the Fang anymore. I am a believer in Terry. I'm a believer in the Terry star power. Get me that super back after I get a kill with the super. We saw him sending it a lot, and by sending it, I mean just going in without a clear course of victory and going down in the process. But really what that did was it opened up the way for someone like Czar to pick up some gems, at least clear the way for his teammates to make a deal. I think that this was some very intelligent gameplay as well from Stamina, but I want to talk about the draft too. Of course, we have some epic highlights going on at the moment, some tick perfect, frame perfect, whatever you want to call it, style teleports from Czar, which never cease to impress. But I'll let you have it, Kenny, after I sort of commend the draft here. You see the 8-bit selection and just no thoughts going towards the Colette. If that's not a warning sign, I don't know what is. And if I'm Momo right there, I'm thinking to myself, well, darn, we have been outdrafted, okay? Even if we pick the Colette, we're somehow going to be losing here, but we just got to pick the Colette anyway because it's the best that we got, at least off the dome.
Yeah, and I think this is what makes stmn special, right? Despite great matchups, despite Colette being this overwhelming threat into 8-bit, Czar looked like a matador out there. Here comes the incoming Colette. Shh, Toro! They just dodge. He just dodged. He hits a gadget every time, makes it look easy. It didn't matter. If they're playing that well into things that counter them, it's going to be difficult for anybody to take these guys down. That's one deterring for Momo and their mental, and a huge positive uplift for stmn. They can run what they want, when they want, and if they can do it their way, all the better. Lou, the ice cream man, going to be showing up here for field goal as well. A triple thrower ban, so clearly stmn have something cooking and in mind.
The triple thrower ban, it's one of those things that's hard to separate from the identity of Stamina. I still remember watching them ban triple throwers back in Seattle around this time last year and getting a victory over Tribe in that process. It was one of those things where it's like, they're the thrower haters. I guess Sprout is still open, but what they really want to do here, I think, is run something like the Nita into a tank. You see that Momo have that last pick, so ideally this is where you would run something like a tank. So maybe this is what Stamina are trying to enable. But once again, always going to be a strong pick of Lu, the safe pick of Spike, and a development of the Squeak as well. So Squeak will get good control, call it an anti-tank if you will. The DPS is pretty reliable. Besides that, once more, just two really safe picks, control picks as well, I want to add.
Yeah, they can keep the distance, they can dish some damage, and especially Squeak with the residue can isolate lanes and kind of shift the map and the matchups into the way that they want. I think Spike's just a very solid overall brawler right now, and Lu needs no introduction. Tied for first in play rate at the World Final. I mean, this guy is everywhere right now. Maisie, another one that is just all across the meta. But El Primo, we got a flare of fun in here. Love to see it. Big playmaker. All of the things I love to see in a Brawl Ball set.
We love to see El Primo come out here, you know, get the flying elbow drop off, fun stuff, but also the tank counters appearing alongside him sort of narrow down the options here for Momo. I think more than anything, we're going to see Squeak really struggle. Of course, that residue is going to get good value, but on field goal, there are actually plenty of avenues to get down the field. You have effectively 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like you have many different ways, so I don't see a lot of that value from the choke points unless you're trying to stuff someone into their own spawn. Here's a Shelly. It makes sense into the Primo, and I guess it has the hypercharge and clay pigeons as well, but I see it struggling into the Lu and into that Maisie.
Yeah, in terms of lane matchups as well, this is really interesting too. Do you throw Squeak in the mid? Do you throw Spike in the mid? What do you do here? Do you just abort the traditional left-right mid kind of situation? It's going to be a toughie because none of these traditionally play that role, but Shelly makes a lot of sense. As a tank that can counter tanks, Shotgun Blast going to do well in those close range situations, so let's see how it unfolds here. Steel going to be tasked with taking on Bobby on the right-hand side. Fists being thrown, Steel coming out victorious there. Azar looks to dictate the mid situation, does get a victory, a super going down as well. Steel skating, second best moving up the map, and they do manage to get a kill here. So successful defensive effort from Momo to kick off game number 1, but stmn are right on their heels.
Call it a defensive effort, but I feel like they have no other options. Stamina, they just keep on pushing in. Relentless charge and closing in close range. Even Zar was doing much of the same. See second taking a bit of damage from Zar, who's already got that hypercharge that's so deadly. And we say win condition, this is precisely that. Zar, here comes the instant freeze. A win for Bobby on this lane, and he needs to charge up this next super. One tap onto OG is not enough to make that work, but here comes the jump in. The wall broken open, a pass up to Bobby. Second needs the super, he's gonna get it, but Bobby's got the combo with the gadget for the first goal.
The mechanics from stmn are something special right now. Hypercharges to go around. Now Lu throwing down a super 2. Sands closing the gap. It's going to be a trade 2v2 as Bobby has a super. Dives in now as well. Steel goes down. One super to go as second best cleans things up. I think Zar maybe debated to go for that ball, but I think intelligently is going to grab the kill while he can. They're going to hold off this offensive threat from stmn for now, but they are going to keep swinging.
It is only offense from Stamina, and this offense serves to be their defense because they will not let Momo advance anywhere beyond defense. Zar is chaining up yet another hypercharge freeze. Bobby with the final collision at the goal line to score this goal. And now we're at match point, favoring Stamina.
I think Bobby passed the ball to himself. I think as he caught it right on the goal side, he just threw himself a touchdown. I don't know if that's a hot second. Very difficult thing to do in sports and in esports as well. stmn putting on a show for us here, and now they're on match point.
Well, Momo hopefully have taken a page out of the Stamina playbook because they seem to be doing just that. Really, really hot aggression right off the beginning. Sans is the last one standing. Ideally a pinch could take him down. But second refuses to commit. Same goes for OG, and Sans retreats over to the right side. Zar gets the diff on the left, and Bobby has the combo with the super. He's just going to run it up. He's using his ult. No way! The big shot around the right side and the wall break for a goal for Bobby.
Oh, just nasty with it. Putting on an absolute clinic with the El Primo. Now a hypercharge connections to OG. It's free. He has another super as well. He can run a circle 8, but he's going to go for the long distance goal instead. STMN put an exclamation mark on that set in order to win the match. Number 1 seed will prevail once again. STMN looking unstoppable.
I'm speechless, especially after that move from Bobby. What a playmaker here. Check out this pass up to Bobby. And he got the gadget combo there to shut down second. You saw him flash that super too. It was really a millisecond difference, but I think the biggest play for me had to be the ricochet shot around the right side off of those boxes, passing to himself. I mean, you just don't see that every day.
Ooh, Momo is lucky they cannot see the stats right now, because I bet STMN's KD and damage numbers were through the roof. Look at this,
God.
just so many major moments from Bobby there. We're so used to a play of the day ready. Is it possible to have a set of the day? Like, can we
I think
Bobby's set of the day? That was mind-blowing.
I'm down for that, honestly. If we have a set of the day, then there's literally not a better choice than this one. I also want to point out how we always do get highlights from the set, like the big plays, and I'm pretty sure every single one of those was Bobby scoring a goal. He was the #1 striker throughout this set. It was such a treat to watch, and it's amazing that this isn't even the last time we'll see them play today.
Well, if you want to see more STMN action and some from Momo as well for the rest of the day, we ended that with some big plays, more big plays on the way shortly after this break.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where things are continuing on here in our open finals for Brawl Stars in NA. It's time for us to start talking about our next match. If you're just showing up, though, we just watched stmn 3-0 Momo. stmn solidifying their spot in the grand finals, now waiting to see who goes up against them. So we'll be focusing our attention on that elimination bracket, seeing which of our teams are down there, who's coming up right around the corner in the next matchup. And while we were on that break, it was West Coast who 3-1'd those guys. So West Coast now moving forward in this lower bracket, still keeping their hopes alive. Revenge on that bottom side, now going to be the team facing off against West Coast, where Momo will be waiting to see which team fights for that last spot in grand finals. Revenge versus West Coast. Talk to me about it here, Kenny.
You know, Revenge should be the favorites in this spot, right? They are the highest seeding. They were more successful in the past, but West Coast with a major victory as well. I think everybody on the lower bracket side can be thankful for Revenge for removing CMG from the equation. That is a huge roadblock along the way to try and make it back into this grand finals. But I do think Revenge should be the favorite in this spot. They've been more consistent, longer historical players, but West Coast have done a thing or two in our Snapdragon Pro Series.
Absolutely. Well, we've got lots of nice momentum going, so this next match is ready to go. I'm not going to stop it. Ready? Let's dive into it.
Let's get it. Let's get right into the thick of it, too. It is West Coast versus Revenge. Now, we talked about how these two teams stack up against each other. Now, Revenge, obviously, if we are going pure numbers, got to be the favorite here. West Coast, they've made some waves as well, but I really do put my faith. I'll cast my prediction. I think Revenge take this one.
You know, I'm going to go with a little bit, call it a gut feeling, call it past SPSs. I'm going to go with West Coast here. I think that they can get this done. They've been successful in both the online format and in person. You know, I could see it going either way. Obviously, they're the 2 seed. They've been more consistent. They did get destroyed a little bit by stmn earlier, but West Coast in general have been a fierce team, and I think when they're on their last life, they might show some extra life here, and they're going to need it, of course, going to a good opponent. I could be completely wrong on this. I'm going with a little bit of a gut reaction, so we're going to divvy, I think, for the first time tonight on this one, but I'm going to go with the West Coast boys here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not alone in that boat as far as gut feeling goes, because Revenge, they're missing a very crucial member on their roster. Juan Carlos, he's in EU. He's like not here, and he's instrumental to their success. So it really befalls the responsibility of the other folks to pick up those responsibilities. Now, West Coast, okay, we put a bit of faith in them. We put a bit of faith in Revenge. The numbers don't matter so much anymore, missing such a crucial member. So we are just both strong believers in both of our picks. And you know what? I'm ready to finally disagree on something. So let one of us be wrong and one of us be right. But may we each be like not 100% right, because a 3-0 would be a little anticlimactic.
Yeah, and maybe that just goes to show how close we really think this match could be. I don't know how passionately strong you are in Revenge winning, but I really don't have a super strong take of this feeling like a 3-0 kind of either way. I feel like this could be a back and forth, a little bit of a grudge match, as both of these teams have had some solid success, but never really a big championship defining moment here in our SBS series. Sandy already jumping out as the #1 pick overall for Super Beach. Again, we talked a lot about Sandy tonight, but on Brawl Ball especially, Sweet Dreams Gadget, free goal. I think it's as simple as that. Not too many counter options as well, and I think in this lanes where you can get some free peek shots in there, I think the Pebble Blast can do some serious work.
Yeah, and none of us are saying this is bulletproof either as well, because Sandy, while being a strong brawler, is not like invincible. This isn't just only positives. Here comes a spike from West Coast, so we always say lol, safe pick. It's just not really going for anything in particular. Picked alongside the Stew absolutely makes sense. Though something that we've seen recently is that Spike is not as much of a deterrent for Stew as it used to be. Yeah, you get the life plant. Yeah, you could get 4 of them now, but it's just one thing to block up the Stew shots. I think there are way better ways to deal with it too. But now that the 2 have been selected, really I see the Spike as enabling the Stew while also just being something consistent and having a hypercharge, and also good into any kind of tanks that could be preemptively picked. I still think that there's room for way better tank counters. Revenge, they're already going to go with the Maisie. They're obviously thinking about this final pick from West Coast and what it could possibly be.
Yeah, I was looking out for the Barley there as well. When I see Spike hit the playing field, we also see Stu in the mix. Stu could go for wall break options, so that's something to keep in mind. But the more they can kind of keep this map constructed, I think Barley is going to be something that thrives here. Oftentimes going to be one of those later picks, either a 5th or a 6th. Ideally, you want him as that counter pick for your final option, the last bang to your kind of roster composition. But in this case, they're going to go ahead and take him early. I think it's going to be a solid matchup. Mortis, though, on the other end. Okay, let's have some fun, fellas. Good matchup in no Barley, big playmaking ability. Let's go. Let's get some Brawl Ball. I'm already ready.
Dude, I'm ready to get into this. They got to choose star powers. They got to choose gadgets. I don't think there's a whole lot of decision making to be made there, except Stu probably going to be thinking about some wall breaks since Barley is in the mix, which makes it an even bolder pick. We are here on Super Beach, so there are some indestructibles that can be played around here, but this is going to be a very interesting match. I see actually good counterplay for dealing with the Mortis, but clearly the Mortis, this is not a frequent pick. This is a very risky pick, but it's one that pops off if you pick it in the right context. Juan Carlos is going to be making it happen here on the left side and taken down already. Interesting, I thought he was going to be gone, so this is actually a huge plus for Revenge to have him in play.
And Payne gonna be skating up and down. A nice piece together right there as Chepo tries to keep the distance from his counterplay. It's gonna be Mortis on this right-hand end. He's gonna be looking to dash forward and try and close the gap here. And as a result, Chepo forced all the way back and spawn. Now Juan Carlos looking to cycle super. Shut down though, 250 HP for Alec and will survive. Chepo with another one to add on as well. They survive the onslaught coming in, and now Revenge with an opportunity to try and defend themselves.
Juan Carlos going to go for some huge aggression, bumped away from the CC from Alec 26. And he's going to be breaking open some of these walls. That only enables a goal-scoring opportunity. They leave it completely open to Shine. What a blunder! And a goal for West Coast.
The invisibility adding an extra factor in there, and it's just an added benefit that Shine can take advantage of. Now Juan Carlos looking to go in, putting him to sleep for a moment, but Juan Carlos there to strike as well. Chepo lobbing shots over this wall, doing his best, but the inevitable is on the way. It's Juan Carlos, a pushback from Alec. Shine now back in action. I think it's just enough to survive here, so West Coast can hold on a little longer.
Juan Carlos had no issues navigating that sandstorm, but Payne and Tacos were pretty timid to push in until it was gone. And honestly, that could have been a goal-scoring opportunity. The only threat looming in there was Alec 26. Here comes the hypercharge, though. Tacos gets 1, 2 takedowns. Just need to see this ball passed up properly to get the win. Passive to Pain could be the condition. Chepo taking down Juan Carlos around the right side, and it's good.
1-1 overall. 45 on the clock, and plenty of time for each of these teams to try and secure a Game 1 win here before overtime. A great way to start that as well. Juan Carlos getting a pickup. Alec shut down, purple button, not enough here. A bounce pass as they're looking to take down Shine. Sandstorm inbound. Tacos, though, with ball control, forced to dump it away. A bounce shot, not enough. So Alec going to be able to dribble this one forward.
Revenge, once again, they're so unwilling to push in when that invisibility is active. But they are all tied up. Juan Carlos dashes in. Tacos takes a lot of damage. Juan Carlos needs the kill. It could be it. Just one tap from the spikes from Tacos could secure the win. Need a kill onto Alec 26. The dash forward leaves it wide open. No pass to Pain, though. It's blocked up by Chepo and Shine. Defending around the left side. We're still 1-1. Juan Carlos goes for the big combo. He's got a super ready to move. Alec 26 tries to block. Need to see the pass up the right side. A team kill and a game win.
Nicely played there, Revenge. Ultimately have enough pressure towards that end game right as overtime strikes, all the walls come down. They just simply walked it forward. They piled up the couple kills that they needed. They forced a Barley super out a little early as well, and it was just an easy walkway into the net from there. So Revenge taking advantage of their counter comp matchup here, and once again, to be looking for Juan Carlos to be the X factor that they need. Diving in early, Shine puts him to sleep, but he's still hungry. Gonna have to back off for now as Alec dribbles left-hand side, Shine traveling alongside with him. Tacos doing his best there, fires up a shot, now a pass forward, a stun already available here, and they know the inevitable free bucket, and it's going to be West Coast striking first again.
When Mortis is the only defender, you know it's going to be a free goal. Juan Carlos is going right for Chepo, diving into the backlines. There's the kill, a super into nothingness, but still an open goal, and it crosses the goal line.
Beautiful play there, Juan Carlos in perfect positioning and pairing his great offense with a nice goal alongside it. Reset in the mid here. This time it's Pain going to be the first one to get it. Juan Carlos taken down, though, clipping that wall as well. A bad look for him is a trade for both ends as now Shine marches forward. Chepo keeping the distance, and it's not enough health points to get them across here as Tacos activates a big hypercharge button, and Juan Carlos is rearing and ready to go for a goal.
26 is still prepared to defend, though. Hypercharged, but more importantly, equipped with the super. Here it comes, though. He's going to use it for offense. Goes right up the middle. Juan Carlos is going to go for the dribble. Chepo's the only person defending alongside Alec 26. He tries to get it around the right side, but is unsuccessful. Little wall break here for Pain. An attempted opposition. Tacos also feeling a lot of that pain, walking right into the shot from Barley and falling as a result of his own actions. Revenge now trying to defend, especially as Alec 26 has this super. An attempted offense, but still, Juan Carlos dashes away. West Coast continue to close in with a suffocating kill onto Pain. This could be the goal.
Juan Carlos is trying to buy some time for his team. I think he knows he can't really grab any kills, but he needs to just dump this ball away. Pain now back in action. Taco nowhere to go. And Pain still somehow successfully defending. Barley's nowhere to be found. Hypercharge going down as well. Juan Carlos dribbling the ball. Oh, wait, just in time though. Tacos with the counterplay. A pass over. Shine. Oh, shut down though. Tacos free to roam the map now. And Revenge free from shackling their goal side. Nicely played there.
15 seconds remain. Juan Carlos already snaps up a kill onto Chepo. And Revenge need to push forward. They're not too timid into this Sandy Super anymore. They maintain some position. Juan Carlos tries to get the kill on the Shine. Retaliation from Alec 26 using his Super. It's a 2v3, but Alec 26 is pretty low. Now a 1v3. A pass over to Shine would have been good, but it was a little bit too far back. Chepo might have been able to get it in with a Super, but a team kill is a team kill. Slot right through the middle, and a game win here.
Good try from Mortis there, but ultimately positioning in favor of West Coast this time. Towards those overtime situations, especially when neither of these compositions really cater to the wide open map, I think positioning is just going to be everything. So having enough HP to kind of get it into the goal, grab those kills is what we've kind of found in these first opening games. Already, though, a grudge match to kick things off. It's only set number 1, and it's really anybody's game at this point.
So far, lots of aggression up the left side. A kill on the Pain as he goes very aggressive. Alec 26 with a shutdown. Taco's got to play catch up, and luckily is able to snag his coattails. Lurks in the bushes. Solitary, trying to keep this effective line of scrimmage as far up the field as possible to generate a more efficacious goal. Juan Carlos is going to go for this kill onto Chepo, though he is denied. Gets caught in these barrels and taken down by the shot from Chepo. Wonderful response here from Chepo, knowing that he's going to get constantly dive bombed by that Mortis and now finding the counterplay.
Taco's forced to step up with the Barley Potions inbound. A pass forward. His teammate falling, but Payne now with some available room to work with. Juan Carlos deliberating, dribbling, and seeing his teammate fall. Just going to dump this off to the right-hand side as Shine spaces the floor.
There's one thing between Juan Carlos and Chepo, and it is Alec 26. We'll see that ball pass around the right side as a bait. Hypercharge activated on the left side to take down onto Chepo. Juan Carlos defends on the right side. Shine falls. This has got to be the goal right here, and a single Barley won't be enough to stop it. Pass down the left side, and a goal up on the board here for Revenge.
Now Alec with no super, no Maisie hypercharge, and teammates can say the same here. Shine forced to put Juan Carlos to sleep. He does clip that wall, so Shine will have an opportunity now. 3 blue brawlers now moving up the map. Tacos forced to try and deal with it all, does manage to clip Chepo there. Shoots the shot forward. Shine putting him to sleep, but it's not for a goal. It's just to stay alive right now as Juan Carlos looks to defend his teammate, snags a kill, and will control the board now. Chepo gonna have to play goalkeeper.
A big question here is defense the name of the game? With Juan Carlos being Mortis, he's way more catered to offense. He's going to do just that. Huge chained up shots. Wow, and Payne chimes in to finish off that double kill. The net's wide open, and Juan Carlos takes his sweet time to pass that one in, savoring the moment as they close out and secure set number 1.
The bold Mortis pick worked out so well. I mean, given the matchups, it makes sense to me that it would shine so well up in the phase of Maisie. If she doesn't have that pushback super, it's not going to matter too much. Shine can only really put him to sleep, and even then, it's just wasting very valuable opportunities to go get a goal later. I think Juan Carlos knew his role, played it well, grabbed a lot of kills, it felt like, cycled so many supers, so even then, Juan Carlos being in a role where you don't necessarily have to have the best KD, just trying to waste enemy resources is a big part of that, but I think he did that and more, and I believe that's why Revenge ultimately were able to squeeze this one out.
Yeah, I think this was a very well thought out pick, basically. We saw Juan Carlos still getting stopped by that Maisie, and he just avoided that interaction when he could, but he wasn't afraid to still engage when he knew that it could bring value to his team. Maisie is still a very strong brawler at the moment. His teammates, no doubt, were having trouble with it, so, you know, sacrificing himself, a necessary sacrifice, is always awesome. Also, what a clutch here from Tacos. The entire team, a pass out from Juan Carlos, and the recovery from Tacos at the last second was simply brilliant.
An easy dump there in our replay as well. Juan Carlos popping off as an aggressive brawler. Payne in the mid. Everything just going according to plan there in game number 3 for the red roster. So it's going to be Revenge. We're taking advantage here. Our 2 seed coming into this are on top for now. The West Coast looked fierce despite how tough of a matchup that was at time. They were still contending, even took a game off of that as well. So I think if they can get this draft a little better, not leave themselves vulnerable to such an easy counter pick, I think they still have a chance at this.
For sure. I mean, I think Mortis it's definitely a consideration in draft, but might be one of those that is easy to have slip your mind, considering he is one of the weaker brawlers in the game. It's just in draft that he really finds his niche, because once all is said and done, you have the last pick. If everything is fairly weak to Mortis, or like 2 out of 3 brawlers are fairly weak to Mortis, then yeah, let's run it. Let's try and make it work. And it simply worked. I think another major consideration, if we kind of roll back to sort of the pre-match discussion, I was wrong on something huge, which is that Juan Carlos is in play, and this is a major advantage here for Revenge, because at first I was considering, well, if he's gone, I mean, he's one of the biggest playmakers, as we just saw, for this team. Now he's in play. This, I think, is a major advantage for Revenge and a major detriment for West Coast.
Now they're going to have to try and make it right in dueling Beetles. Charlie going to be banned, which means none other than the other side is going to have the first available option. Looks like they're going to select Chuck for that on dueling Beetles. So a little interesting, but understandable. The more posts he can put down, he can kind of just draw a little circle around that hot zone and play keep away, get the other brawlers out, or if they're inside it, he can really punish them for it.
Yeah, he is a bit of an interesting brawler to play into. We also see that Cordelius ban on that side, which we've talked about as one of the #1 ways to deal with Chuck. He can't use his super if he's in the Shadow Realm, and even just sticking him there, I mean, he can't capture the zone, all that junk, so he's now out of the question. Colette is always a good option to deal with these high health brawlers, especially with the gear giving her an extra gadget should she decide to use it. She can generate a lot of healing and a lot of sustain on that point as a result. But given the geography of dueling beetles, I'm still looking to something like a thrower maybe making its way in at some point, possibly as a last pick, possibly as 4-5. We'll see the Pam arrive, and this actually is a great synergy with Colette. Not that they really bounce off of each other really well, more so that Pam is countered very hard by Colette, so that's why you see these two pair up so frequently.
Yeah, Pam going to be able to bring the health points in the mix. The Scrap Sucker, I think, can really shut down any aggressive options as well. I think that gadget is so powerful. And additionally, just a healing station to either gain some extra health points for yourself. It can oftentimes be kind of Pam and the healing station bouncing back and forth between who's standing in front of each other to body block for one another to preserve each a little bit longer. Maisie going to be the choice of response here. So they have Colette, which traditionally does well into those tankier options, but at least this time, Maisie can return fire from a distance.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. And also, you can play something a little bit more traditional if you want to, like, run the lanes and go for pinches and stuff like that. When it comes for West Coast, I anticipate that they will at least run the Colette and the Pam straight down mid. There is lane play, but once you sort of start to find your comfort zone, once the enemies are filtering in consistently, once you have that healing turret up, they're both going to want to lurk around mid mostly. There's the stew. I think that this can pose major issues for something like Colette, where you're able to dash back and forth, avoid a lot of that damage. For Pam, I think she'll maybe find some Scrap Sucker value off of Stu, but he'll still be able to avoid a lot of that damage. Really, one of the major values of Stu that I see is throwing down that speed zone, but also having the option to flex onto something that breaks walls, should that have been the last pick, and it's not. Spike is a selection here from West Coast. Great zoning super, hypercharge available, no complaints here.
Yeah, Hypercharge can cover up that hot zone. You've got the life plan as an extra utility into something like Stu. Stu, on the other hand, like you mentioned too, I do like the sense that he does do traditionally well in pros hands against some of those more mid to long range options, because if they're single shot brawlers, he can just kind of dodge around it with his super. He's a little bit quicker as well, so I think that can all add up. His speed zone is going to bring him some great value too, I think. So interesting stuff. I do like the response from West Coast though, and I think it's just a very well-rounded composition. I think it's going to depend on how much value they can really get out of Chuck on the other end. Chuck's somebody that if he can spend time supering in and out, either getting kills or percentage points in that zone, could really add up over time.
Yeah, I mean, Colette always is going to have a way of dealing with him just by the 1-2 shots, then the super finisher. But you still have to farm that super up once again. We'll see this gradually become a metro station here at mid. But the takedowns early on certainly favor Revenge. Only 2 stations down so far, and not a foot stepped on this point by West Coast.
I'm liking this draft, and I'm loving how it's playing out for the side of Revenge right now. Not a single percentage point acquired yet for West Coast. Finally, they get one. The train conductor now leading the way here. Tacos trying to defend against Shine, skating up and down, playing one of his most iconic brawlers, but overwhelmed with damage right now from the other end. It's Revenge just climbing right now in percentage points.
And they've only a bit more to go, honestly. Shine's taking a lot of damage, even trying to block out the damage with the speed zone. That's how you know it's desperate. Chepo around the right side has a hypercharge, but it's just him and Alec26 getting whatever positioning they can on this point. Chuck was not the math here, because the math tells me that Revenge are vastly in the lead, with only 9% going the way of West Coast. Alec26 can still try and make this happen with a super, but he even overshoots that mid area. Unfortunate. I wonder if in the next one we'll see a bit more inventiveness with the position of those train stations at mid, but that really, I think, is one of the main ways that we can see improvement here.
Yeah, I mean, something's clearly got to change. That was dominant right there. I mean, 100% to 10%. You can't run it back. Something's got to be different. And I'm loving this draft from Revenge. I think Chuck a little bit riskier in this sense, but Shine's going to have to pop off. Chepo's going to have to grab some kills. And again, just even footing right now. Life Plant going down as well. Juan Carlos can drop a Scrap Sucker here, and it just forces Alec out of the picture instantly. But Shine getting a kill here. Alec doing some good work. And now Chepo stepping up to the plate too. The frags are there, and honestly, that's enough right now for West Coast.
Cloud26 is going to go for it. He's on barely any health. There's a takedown from Tacos. Pain's just barely alive, going for all that he can with just 4 health and a dream. Shine taken down as he walks right into that shot from Tacos. And now Revenge have exactly the setup that they want. They are still behind just a little bit, and this is when Alec26 is going to have to make major moves. He's getting hit around this corner by Tacos, and this is a bit of a frustrating game for him as he now has to avoid the curveball. On the right and mid, though, Shine and Chepo are seriously threatened, especially by the hypercharges going down, but in a puff of smoke, smoke. Revenge completely are eviscerated, and West Coast take back the control.
I was starting to think that Revenge were going to pull away there. No, they're going to change that idea immediately as Chepo goes for another hypercharge, isolating the right-hand lane, getting a kill for it as well. Tacos throwing a desperation life plan to hypercharge of his own, keeping Alec off of that point of interest now. It's still the side of West Coast with the small lead, and now Control as well. They're the ones with foot on the gas pedal this time.
Juan Carlos now in with the super, bit of damage down, but that's all he's gonna get. Still needs to be accompanied by these teammates as we see West Coast now go into dangerous territory with how much they've captured. Alec 26 now in with the super. Shine can get some positioning here. He has a super. Revenge cannot afford to make a single mistake out here. Shine now with the dash forward. Chepo has a hypercharged super combo taking so much damage, and Juan Carlos is the last man standing. That's a win in the bag for West Coast to tie up this set.
Well, they changed something up. I mean, bounce back there. West Coast, nowhere to be found in game number 1. Something about their composition really changed things up. I think they were able to find a couple key tags early, piece together a couple kills, and once they had some control of the map, they really held on to it for a good chunk of time. I think that's going to be key. If they just don't get put in their back spawn early with no way of getting back up, I think that was a huge difference maker for them. So getting established, giving Chuck an avenue to work with, rather than just being on their back heels and spawn the whole time, is everything.
Yeah, I'll note a couple of things. First of all, and you'll see Alec doing it right now, he's placing those train stations in different places than he was in set 1. First of all, he was going for the back lines, and now he's trying to set these up around the point, and he's already reaping the rewards. Pain does get the kill in the end, but still, Shine manages to clean up that mid. Another big difference maker for West Coast was they began to play as more of a team. You saw at times Shine, he totally could have made the decision to push in solo, but he waited for his teammates. It's not really what we saw in game number 1. It came down to West Coast sort of taking a deep breath and deciding, yes, we're going to push in, coordinated, and as a team. And now they're not dividing and conquering so much as they are becoming a ball of death in certain situations. Now it's Chepo's responsibility to retreat and try and find a new push in with his teammates.
Pain get around that corner just in the nick of time, surviving a little longer, dropping a gadget as well to stay plenty healthy, threatening a super down the mid as Alec goes down. And Red Roster now have the advantage here. Shine and Chepo forced away as they continue to pile on percentage points.
Nice shots in from Chepo, though, taking down that healing turret from Juan Carlos. Alec 26 major moves, chains together the super. Chepo's going to try and clean up, but it's not enough. Not when 2 hypercharges, rather just 1 from Tacos has been popped on the opposing side. And Revenge are seriously locking West Coast out now. There's only 1 chance left. Alec 26 is the first to break the ice with the super. Taken down. Pain now going for the kill. Excellent super and a game-finishing move, a set-winning move as well, as Revenge clean up set number 2 for themselves.
Well, a great bounce back in Revenge's own right as well. West Coast looked powerful in game number 2. A fierce foe, but not enough there. They didn't get shut out in game number 3. Revenge were certainly in control for most of that. They just couldn't really get a breakaway there. Tacos, Juan Carlos, and Pain just all kind of hunkered down. They got the kills necessary. Once they overwhelmed their opponents and put them in a bad spot, they kind of just held on for dear life the whole time. They were even down early in that game, I believe, too. So really impressive from them just to hold on and stay disciplined and just line up some easy shots.
No doubt. Something I'll remark on for West Coast here. I mean, look at Alec 26 here lining up so many of those supers. And that is a kind of strategy that seriously locked in the win for West Coast in that second game. But come game number 3, Revenge, they downloaded their opponent's strategy and they began to adapt. Anytime Alec 26 saw a bunch of enemies in one place, it was very tempting to push in. But Revenge were equipped with ammo. Watch this as Alec 26 pushed in and Pain and Juan Carlos had enough ammo to get the job done. It seemed like every time he pushed in, they were equipped to deal with it. And even with a combo of Maisie to follow, once Alec had fallen, it was already a 2v3.
Yeah, they were anticipating those attacks, right? They'd adjusted from what Chuck did earlier on. They knew what to expect here. Maisie wasn't nearly as big of a factor there either. They were able to handle it all a little bit better after seeing the success that the other team had had previously. So good halftime adjustments, I would say, to both teams there. That one went the distance to 3 games, but ultimately it is going to be the number 2 seed adding on another set. And now West Coast are going to be in a difficult position here, down 2-0, and they need to somehow claw their way back, starting in safe zone. Here we see the Charlie band, which is going to help us identify immediately of who's going to have that first overall pick. The one thing I am a little surprised with here is seeing the Sam band out early. That's not normally something you're going to see.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I think West Coast just knows something about Revenge, which is that they love to run the tanks. They love to run something super, super aggressive. Also on Safe Zone, Sam is actually a very good pick, and it's not super well, it's certainly counterable, but that's also part of what ban phases are for. Not just normalizing the meta, getting rid of the stuff that people say is broken, but also getting rid of stuff that you just don't want to play against. And we see Stamina utilize this by banning out a bunch of throwers, for instance. I still remember them banning Sprout for several months at a time with no breaks. But here come the first selections. We have a Nanny first pick, and then a responsive Eve. No complaints here with Eve. I think it's already very clear why she works here, and if it's not clear at the moment, it'll be clear once we load in. Nanny, though, is one that relies a little bit on the wall break, so whether that's her own or it comes from a teammate, we need to see that early game wall break. Brock is open. I think this is a fantastic choice here, but it might arrive a little bit later on in the draft because he is quite weak in close range.
They're also going to rely on the Piper here, so they're going to be kind of combining this. They've got Eve, who has the spawners to try and help maybe with Nani, other sharpshooter choices. Additionally, too, Eve has some utility where she can traverse over water. That's a big factor as well, especially considering the world we live in with indestructible walls. Makes a big difference just to get to the middle of that map and space the floor a little bit better for your teammates rather than being clustered kind of in that mid. On the return, it's going to be a Colt here, so not the easiest brawler to pilot, but certainly some players capable of using it.
Yeah, and this basically fulfills the role that Brock would need to fulfill because you have Silver Bullet to break open that 2x2 block of walls that usually Piper would like to lurk behind. I mean, same goes for really any brawler that wants to, on the enemy team, that wants to shoot at your safe. Here comes the Bell as a final selection. This is going to serve to weaken, soften up any tank. If 8-Bit made an appearance here, like, it would kind of make sense, but Bell would be able to dispel that and would also be a good bit of assistance for dealing with any tank that can appear here. I get the feeling that it won't, but I'll leave it up to Revenge to surprise us a little bit with her final selection.
Yeah, it's going to ultimately be the Brock that you mentioned a little bit earlier. I think that makes sense too, kind of going for a wall break function of their own. So I think this is just going to be a traditional sharpshooter matchup. You know, that's kind of wild to me that I'm as surprised as I am. You know, in Safe Zone and a lot of the meta right now, we don't really get the tried and true traditional, just everybody stand back and fire shots and whoever hits more shots wins. There's aggressive features. There's tanks coming into the mix a lot of the time too. So this, we're keeping it clean and simple. It's going to be a sharpshooter battle. Whoever can win the mid will get an advantage to try and go to the other end, lob up their shots, so on and so forth. So this is going to be kind of a little bit of a duel here and a test for both ends to see how it pans out. It's a 2-0 lead right now for Revenge, as well as we hop in to set number 3. West Coast need to dig deep.
Already wall breaks flying out from both teams. Chepo occupying this right side, but Payne has easy passage. Ooh, and he's going to break open this backside as well. It's going to make it challenging for anyone from the opposing side to find their sort of niche back there. Chepo would certainly like to do that. It gets rid of any wasted time that would be spent getting rid of a brawler, flushing them out of that area. Some kills already traded out so far. No safe damage just yet, but Payne might be the first to contribute some bullets to West Coast safe. Excellent pinch here between Shine and Chepo to start things off and winning back the mid.
Little nest egg on the ground as well, and thankfully those hatchlings are going to be able to deal with that rather easily. Only 4% damage being the separator right now. Complete map control. Alec piling on some shots. Shine looking for connections, but nice dodge from Tacos and some follow-through shots as well. Payne, Juan Carlos tag teaming Alec now. A breakaway here as Revenge are going to have an opportunity of their own at offense once again.
Alec needs to line up these shots, but Juan Carlos and Tacos are defending fiercely. Payne lines up a full clip to take him down, and it's just the 2v2 hammering away at the safe. Alec 26 now needs to chime in, needs to hit some of these shots, now dismissing Tacos and getting his way up this field. Watch out for the nest eggs. He's got to know the position of some of these. Does end up tripping it, but he's relatively safe and sound. As we move up the field towards Revenge's safe, Shine is taken down. And a great defense is taking place as Revenge shrug off a pretty meaty push here from West Coast.
Payne putting on some serious footwork on this right-hand end. He's also cooking with a hypercharge as well. Chepo with 25 HP as Payne tries to round the corner. Not even going to worry about the enemy brawler. Just going for all offense here. Hypercharge popped. Damage being dealt. Less than 20 to go as Shine looks to play defense desperately. Tacos going to go down. And now West Coast with an opportunity, but so much work ahead of them. They're basically going to have to play it perfect.
No options to play defense at this point because no defense will be perfect, and Juan Carlos can penetrate those backlines. A teleport back for a bit of a kill onto Shine. Pain's going to try and force his way through. He could have gone all the way on that safe, so I wonder why he opted not to do that. Must have expected to be body blocked. That said, 15 seconds remain for West Coast to pump out an almost impossible amount of damage, especially with the two brawlers that they have. Now less than 10 seconds, and it's chalked. There's no way they take this one back, and Revenge will move on to match point.
Juan Carlos piecing some shots together there. A little pizzazz on those Nani shots. A perfect Nani shot is hard to come by. So the fact that Juan Carlos has been able to put up so many 5K plus shots in the enemy is a big deal. It's also a great counterplay into somebody like Piper as well. That matchup is oftentimes going to favor Nani because of the high amount of damage, the return to Cinder, and just the ability to kind of keep up with that range. So once again, Revenge really relying on mechanics, and it's paying off quite well.
Revenge still poking, looking for that early game play. Pain breaking open the same walls as last time. Chepo playing super aggressive. Got to see the pinch between Juan and Pain. Pain's not biting just yet. He wants to heal up a little bit first. Alec26 also doing a better job of connecting these shots than the last game. Is a serious part of the offense for West Coast. No major taps just yet, though Chepo has farmed up the super. Those hatchlings will be coming out very shortly. No major moves just yet. Just Revenge playing a nice slow and steady defense, and West Coast waiting for the time to push.
Each side certainly taking their time to make sure they don't make a mistake, looking to charge up shots, extra utility, and the first one to fall is going to be on the Revenge side. Alec throwing down the long distance as Chepo tries to make his way up the right-hand side, but Colt buying some time for his teammates. It's now a Nani Peep inbound to teleport through. A kill prediction. Make it two now. A narrow survival there from Juan Carlos, and now Pain able to drop a super as well. They're close to 50%.
In just seconds, 45% was taken off of that West Coast safe. And now with an elimination onto Alec26, it threatens to be that much more. Pain's going to go for it. Has to dodge out the shots from Shine on the side while also contributing damage towards the safe. A takedown from Shine now turns into a West Coast offense if they so decide. And Shine opted to get the kill on the right side, perhaps enabling Alec26 to get better positioning at mid. We see the nest egg tripped by those hatchlings once again, but not too many connections with the safe. Chepo's the first one to say anything, and it's only 3%. With less than 50 seconds remaining, Shine has to be one of the biggest contributors of damage on this safe.
That's a good start for him right there, too, but he needs to dodge. Ooh, what a prediction right there. Was marked as well. Could have taken an easy bullet to go to the grave. Instead, though, clutches for his team. Now he's trying to navigate tacos, but finally goes down. But he did make it much closer.
He's staring down an Nani Peep right down the barrel. Pain firing away 6 shots at a time. And massive damage coming in on this safe. Tacos could be the final one to get a shot, but West Coast, no, it's drive time. 50% left. And West Coast with a tall task on their hands. Shine, the first to fall. Alec26 looking for the angle around the right side. Chepo's still attempting to push in. It's 21%. He needs more, but Tacos gets the kill. The spin, the win, the match victory goes to Revenge.
Well played to Revenge there. Unscathed in a 3-0 victory here. Almost perfect gameplay across the board. It's hard to pick anything out that they really did wrong. I love their drafts. I felt like they were winning most of them, and on the map as well. They made things look like they were in control the whole time. Beautiful plays, and especially on this set as well. Juan Carlos a factor with the Peeps. Pain piling up damage, and Bell just there to get some nice taps along the way and a few nest eggs up as well. Revenge with a nice job there across the board.
Wow, stellar here from Revenge. West Coast also great moves there towards the end. Look at that teleport forward, which Shine completely rejected. It would have been a guaranteed kill had the Peep just piloted its way right into Shine. And Shine still fired away the shot because why not? Staring defeat right down the barrel. He went for that shot. Just an interesting interaction there. Even though it didn't amount to a victory for West Coast, we still appreciate them putting on a good show and seriously giving it their all.
Yeah, great performances overall. Unfortunately, when we were on broadcast with him, we saw him play stmn in a 3-0. We saw him go down to Revenge in a 3-0. But it's tough being tasked with the top 2 seeds here already. So better days ahead for these fellows, I'm sure.
Certainly so. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see for the next year, but this is the end of their run here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, at least for Season 4. We'll catch you guys for the next match very shortly as we get that ready. See you guys after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are quickly coming up on the conclusion of our open finals here for Brawl Stars in NA. We've had lots of dominant performances across the board. Match number 4 now in the books. Revenge closing that one out against West Coast, and now we move on to the final match that will help us determine who faces off against stmn in our grand finals. If you're just joining us for the first time, we'll take a look back at the bracket so you can see a visual of what I'm talking about, see how our teams got to where they are, because it was both West Coast and Revenge that got knocked down early on from that upper bracket into our lower bracket, made their way through to face off against each other, and Revenge with that clean 3-0 now move on to go up against Momo, and one of those two teams will be your second squad in the grand finals. Kenny, let's start talking about this matchup a little bit.
It's going to be an interesting one. I think Momo actually impressed me a little bit going into stmn. It was a 3-0, but they were certainly in some of those sets. They were certainly competing, and Stamina should be an overwhelming favorite here. So just doing that alone is maybe enough on the resume to give yourself a win. I do think Revenge here, though, again, the 2 seed, they made it through West Coast pretty easily. I highly regarded West Coast and even went with the gut feeling that they would win that one. Wrong. Very wrong. I'm going to go with the brain here. We're back on Revenge. I'm switching things up.
Yeah, we talked about Revenge a little bit at the top of the show. Match number 5 is ready. So I'm ready. I'm going to send it to you so we can get into it, but keep talking about them.
Yep, let's take it away. Yes, my opinions on the Momo versus Revenge matchup. I will once more put my faith in Revenge, and I agree with you, Kenny. I think we saw good chops here from Momo, especially versus a team like Stamina, but Revenge, I think we saw them accomplish exactly what we would expect out of a second seed, and even though Momo surprised us, I'm going to try and not be blinded by that and just stick to my guns. I believe in Revenge.
It's hard with the name, too. I mean, Momo is a fantastic name. It just, you want to cheer from in your heart of hearts, but I went with the gut last time. I'm just going with my brain. I'm going with the logic and data-driven decisions. We're going to go with the team that have played together in the past a little bit. All of these players have had some success in their own right. And to kick things off for Shooting Star, it's actually going to be Mandy as a first overall selection. Crazy to me that we banned the Mortis here, but they don't want any shenanigans or any counter matchups available as that final pick. So I kind of get it. RT and Gray, though, a good 2-3 turn.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think one of the deals here with RT, first of all, good brawler. Okay. Second of all, this is one that second best at least plays a lot, or he's at least quite partial to. So maybe we'll see him on this brawler. But third of all, I think that this provides good counterplay into anything that gets in close range. So I think this is fairly wise of them. With the Mandy as well, I think this could be vulnerable to things that really force themselves in close range. There's the 8-bit. And this is quite unconventional for a Shooting Star, but I think they might be gearing up for basically what Gray is going to be delivering to their doorstep, whether that's a Jackie or a Rosa, or, I mean, honestly, anything's on the table at this point.
Yeah, for Shooting Star, you know, removing that Mortis makes it even more clear. Like, now they're able to go into the Tick and 8-bit and Mandy, all things that would have done terribly in the Mortis. So this actually cleared the lane for them to run a pretty solid composition in my eyes. Max on the other end. So on one hand, they're going to go with pretty reliable traditional composition. Obviously, 8-bit, a newer flair in the mix on the right-hand end. But Max traditionally going to be an option to kind of zig when everybody else is zagging in these sharpshooter maps. It's really difficult with the Max speed to hit your shots, to land those single projectiles. So I actually don't mind this. I think they kind of have to get creative, given that I really like the 8-bit Tick and Mandy combination.
Yeah, so another thing I'll point out is I think RT could be like the undercover Jackie, basically, if you want to think about it that way. Has capabilities of making things happen in close range and has a whole lot of health to work with. That. Look at that, 8,700, but already takes a couple of shots from OG, who's a notoriously good Mandy. Juan Carlos still gets that first kill. Steel, hot on his heels, tries to pick up something. We'll see Pain be the first to fall from Revenge on the right side to the clutches of second. And Revenge, at the moment, are still at a deficit, but Momo are exactly where they want to be. They have so much range. Ooh, nice hook there onto the boosted booster. Second's going to have to look for another one of those. But Steel and OG are looking to leverage the range, and Second needs to get that damage boost over to them to keep them safe and sound at long range.
Now Steel's going to have to navigate this situation. Juan Carlos looking for shots. Payne now with the phase shift, having to multitask and not going to be able to successfully do so here, as a tick head is now going to be inbound as well. Tacos, Juan Carlos hunkered down, force some shots through, but Payne there to dish out a little speed, a little pull, a nice double, a 1-2, but it's actually going to be a 1-2 the other way. OG lines up the shot. Everything falling apart there for Revenge, and Momo out on top right now.
Incredible. It looked like Momo weren't seriously reacting to that pick of Gray. They weren't really gearing up for the defense. They picked something like Tick, and that kind of confidence is a warning signal, because Revenge, they doubled down on that movement-based comp with the selection of Max, and Momo are just as resilient. Tacos has the super to teleport out if he needs to do so. Opted not to, actually. We could see a bit of movement in here, though. The speed active, just nothing that can disrupt this bastion of a defense from Momo.
Now they're all grouped up together too. Confidence in numbers here. 17-3, 15 to go. They would need to play perfectly, and instead, Revenge are just gonna let this clock wear down. They're just gonna take their time here. They know the inevitable. OG gonna line up a shot, try and end this a little early, but nonetheless, dominant performance here from Momo. What a play to kick things off in this set.
Have to wonder what could have turned that around. Had it been an early game victory, had we seen the lead go the other way, maybe it could have turned out differently. Momo were very clearly defensively capable, which was the biggest issue here for Revenge. So going into the next one, they can get that blue star and then succeed with it. I mean, that I think is their ticket to success. We do see Payne grab it, but he needs to escape from this one. Not unscathed, just alive. He will do that much. 3-0 on the scoreline so far, but Revenge still need to maintain their position. They can't get backed up too far because they are outranged. OG picks up the kill, and it's looking great.
Juan Carlos really demonstrating the value that gadget can bring. It's the 1-2 punch right there. A free follow-up shot with that gadget every single time. And OG with the super can get really sneaky with this. If he takes off in the grass, especially with this extra damage, he could flash it, look for an enemy shot, and I think he's just gonna play the mind games a little bit here too. They're gonna be bracing for impact, but as a result, now Momo can kind of climb up the map a little bit, look for some more offense in their own right, as Payne looks to try and deal with this on the left hand. In second best, receiving some fire, a TP away. With a minute to go, it's still a 5-0 here for Revenge.
It's a little scary here for Revenge because they know they have to play offense, lest they get backed up all the way against their spawn and then get taken down from there. Mist walking came from Tacos on the right side. It's not the end of the world, but we'll see the booster come down on the left. And Steel and OG get to seriously back things up all the way up against a wall where there's nowhere to really go. Steel, he's trapping Payne. Payne opts to use the phase shifter and go aggressive. Response with a tick super. Steel still looking kind of vulnerable. OG can chime in for a bit of a pinch too. Takedown onto Tacos is the first frag that Momo needed here as the clock ticks down below 30%.
Nice pickup there from Tacos. Payne looking to do some extra work as well. A bounce back from the Steel gadget. Now he's going to be pinched between second best. His teammates feeling a path for him, though. Up 12-2 now. A phase shift away and a smile from Max as they walk to the other end. This time it's a runaway from Revenge, and Momo need to act fast, but Tacos piling up the kills here. Up 7. Super available and not enough there. It's going to be Revenge tying things up in the set.
So it seemed like the key to victory here was simply getting that blue star and then getting into defensive position, because the defensive capabilities of Momo here were just way too strong to punch through. You're playing into brawlers that vastly outrange you. Even 8-bit falls into that category if we look at the brawler composition here from Revenge. So they're able to get this blue star again and escape without getting taken down. It would look good. Payne's taking a lot of damage. Maybe an opportunity to get taken down. Clutch phase shifter keeps them ahead for now. And Revenge maintain the lead in the early game.
They'll take that trade all day long, and they're even going to get an additional kill in there as well. 3 stars favoring them, but more importantly, that blue one on their side. Ooh, a close call there, but a safe phase shift away will keep them indestructible just long enough. As a result, though, they're going to be in their back spawn and forced to play defense and keep away. A little max speed, though, can certainly change that up.
See if it works. Well, here's the walking cane. Didn't really manage to pull second out of position. Not through those indestructibles. Tacos on the left side opted not to teleport away, interestingly enough. Ended up forfeiting several stars over to Momo in the process. Revenge now continue to look for defensive positions. A take super on the left side, a takedown to Juan Carlos looks promising for Momo. The only losing differential for them is the blue star at the moment. Pain's a little bit overextended. He wants the super so badly. The final phase shifter used, but we still got a minute left in play.
You don't want to be on the defensive end if you're on the blue side. You're technically down in terms of the star count. While it is tied, that blue star makes all the difference in the world. OG grabbing one response on the other end for Juan Carlos, though, picking up 4 immediately. Second best with 820 HP, forced away for now. And with about 30 to go, Revenge right where they want to be. A little sweet spot of up 2 stars and that blue star alongside them.
Momo still inching forward, though. OG could get big value with his super as long as enemies are chipped down gradually. Tacos looking for a comfy position on the back left as we now dip below 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Walking Cane popped. There's a connection. Tacos with a teleport forward and the kill, but there's the kill from Steel as well. 13 to 14. A kill is all that Momo need as we go now below 5 seconds left. Have to see a connection. Everyone's so alive and healthy on Revenge. It's just impossible. And a game and set victory going the way of Revenge.
Wow, they squeezed by there. And I think just paced that final game really well. They hit the gas pedal when they needed to get some offense going, but they stayed back, held firm, and held their ground there. It's really easy to fold when you're on your spawn side, but instead, they line up the shots necessary. They play to their strengths. They have good mechanics because things could have really gotten out of hand, especially after this first game. It was just conceding at that point. They just stood on their side, knew it was over, down 17 to 3-ish, and just went on to game number 2, on to the next. And they piled up 2 straight wins, and I think that's a big difference here. A little bit of a confidence booster, especially after everything going wrong in game number 1.
Without a doubt, I mean, I personally, after game number 1, thought, well, this set is over. You could see them standing still, basically forfeiting the game, knowing that there was no comeback for them within that game, and it seemed to me like it was going to bleed into the following games, but that was far from the case. They got that blue star right off the beginning. That was a win condition for them, and it did get a lot more dicey there in game number 3, but they held on towards the end.
Max pick ended up working out really well. I think having that phase shift to go in for a blue star and out, or get really aggressive for a kill and then bounce out, is kind of that same kind of functionality that something like an 8-bit teleport can have. Obviously the 8-bit teleport way longer distance, but just being indestructible for a millisecond can sometimes get you dodging a really big shot. If a sniper shot's about to hit you, swerve out of the way. So I think Max was actually a really clever pick there that isn't too often showcased. I think it worked out for him.
And I also think it's fairly good into the tick, which can usually fulfill that role as well. You see Last Hurrah, okay, you get the tick gadget popped to give yourself some, not invulnerability, but a lot more resilience as you move in to grab that blue star, especially since on this map, mid is typically tick's natural habitat. You have indestructibles to lurk behind. You have a lot of reach. You can help out on every lane. You're not really getting kills yourself. You're just being an accessory to your lanes, which are really the ones that are generating those kills. So I think that Max was a great response, whether it was directly to the tick or just to the fact that they didn't really have anything that was going to get that blue star very reliably. All around, great pick phase. We're going to be getting into the next one, pinhole punt, already getting started with that draft phase.
Otis, the first overall selection here. Now on to Spike. Again, nothing too crazy from either of these sides. Another selection inbound for our right-hand end, but Spike has life plant, can do really well, and did just about everything with a high DPS, a hypercharge. Otis with a fat splatter, and obviously the mute button goes such a long ways into shutting down any aggressive choice. So I think as a first overall selection on the left-hand end, it makes sense to go Otis, not too much counter ability, and then Spike is just a staple on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Otis, it's exactly what you said. Not too much counter ability, but still is going to provide good values into any tanks, especially since Revenge had the last pick. They're still getting 2 tank counters for themselves with the Spike, and now with the Maisie appearing. No complaints with Maisie. She's a good brawler. She has high win rate if you're a numbers person, and she also has a hypercharge if you're a person who likes being purple. So all bases covered here for Revenge. Momo, now, do they respond or do they sort of carve their own path for themselves? I think more of the latter will be true, but if they wanted to play it safe, they would have to just play those tank counters. Here, the Squeak, I think Squeak can get pretty easily overwhelmed if Revenge are intelligent with their picking, and Momo need to be considering how are they going to prevent the Squeak from getting walked all over in the early game.
Yeah, Spike can keep his distance a little bit, hit those chip shots, but Squeak, I will say the residue and his regular shot can be a real problem in terms of area control. I think overwhelmed was a great word they used, though, because especially if it's a little bit tankier of opposition, somebody like Maisie that gets up in your face at times, Squeak is going to crumble in those moments. Sandy, a final selection here for the left-hand end. Sandy going to be able to get that Sweet Dreams gadget off, some invisibility for your team. Going to have to get a little closer in terms of range, but great at hugging those corners, getting those little peak shots, dishing out a Pebble Blast, and then backing right off. So really passive-aggressive kind of brawlers, I like to put it.
Yeah, good way of putting it, too. And Sandy is one of those that's very comfortable getting up towards the enemy goal and getting the sustain from there. Also playing into, okay, dude, okay. So it's the Michael. So we got dynamic Michael here. Welcome, Michael, for the very last pick. I like this into every single one of the brawlers on Momo because they have actually 0 wall break, and Revenge, I think, are going to find so much of their value playing around the walls. Otis, I think, will struggle the most because he has a shot that is a barrage, and while he can like fire off a flat splatter, you got optimistically 4 of those per game, but it's a barrage. You can't really peek that well. Sandy and Squeak, you can, but that's only 2 of the 3 brawlers on your roster. No wall break. I love the draft. I love the draft here. Let's let it play out.
No complaints. If I get to see Dynamite, I am happy. Payne the first to grab the ball here as Juan Carlos moves it forward. Blue roster standing strong right now as Juan Carlos falls to low HP. Steel working the long distances. Tacos being juggled in the top left hand in. A stun going down, a connection, and a big boom as well alongside it. More importantly, a goal early on here. Momo putting in the back of the net.
Well done, and already a big kill here for a second with a big barrel of boom. And Doom too, as it shuts down one brawler at mid. Here's the purple popped by OG, possibly a pass up the right side, in the right pocket, there it is! Already a game victory for Momo.
Woo! Big booms going down. Dynamite, the cover art of our round win screen here too. It's fine leave time, he about gets one of his own. Second best though, utilizing this brawler so well. A big key component to why they won, not just winning obviously, but won so quickly. He's lining up every shot possible. The matchups are great for him. This is going to be a real problem and something that Revenge are going to have to address right now.
I see this being a game of walls here. Second makes great utility of them, and so does OG, but he gotta get his super first. Juan Carlos with supreme aggression steal. The last iota of defense falls as well. And a little goal there from Payne to start things off, already an improvement. They found really the pain point, which was Second. And I think Second also got a little bit complacent too. He wasn't being too worrisome about walking into any of those shots from Payne, though he has identified his #1 enemy, throwing down that super and almost knocking down Payne in a single shot.
Grass now opened up as well. A little more leg room for everybody on the map as Juan Carlos takes down Steel in the right-hand end. OG moving left. Second best. Still trying to stay aggressive, press himself close to these walls. And now a dish forward. They need to be careful with Juan Carlos, who could utilize a gadget. That's not going to be enough there. So for now, no harm, no foul. It is going to be Momo who can move this ball up.
It's looking dangerous. Seconds in an optimal position. It's all the way open around the left side. Another combo with the super down the left side this time from OG. Equalizes the score line as there's plenty of time left in regulation, but Steel is going to expedite things. Here comes the hypercharge. Juan Carlos frozen on the spot. Takedown onto Tacos. OG has the super and the hypercharge. A dash forward to finish it off, and a walk through all the way to the goal line to secure a set victory flawlessly for Momo.
It's almost not fair. Revenge had to work through 3 games, a tedious bounty back and forth. And you know what? Momo just picked a Dynamite, and they won instantly. It was a speed run and a half, and you called it out there. The combo-centric play right there. There's nothing you can do about it. If you run at the Dynamite super in your spawn, you blow up. If you let it fly, it's a wide open goal. It's a lose-lose situation, and more importantly, a win-win situation for Momo. They just absolutely dominated that set, and they did so in style. What a way to watch so far.
Dynamite, man, not bad for an old timer. Like, this guy was such a stellar pick for this draft, and this is sort of the action that we needed to see out of Momo, because I was very impressed by the drafts that we saw from Revenge in their previous matches for the day. Momo, I felt like they fell for the bait versus Stamina, which is honestly par for the course, not for Momo, but for stamina, laying traps, and just being as good as they are at draft. So we haven't really gotten to see Momo be themselves yet, I don't think. Now we get to see them shine. The Dynamite pick, I mean, I'll rave about it repeatedly. So awesome. If they can repeat this kind of success, which is going to be very difficult, but that is the key to success. It is a guaranteed victory if they can keep on replicating things like this.
In terms of momentum as well, we have a long drawn-out first set. It goes the distance all the way, close matchup. In set number 2, Momo, blink of an eye, take it instantly. And that's just going to shut down any idea of Revenge really just running away with things. All of a sudden, they're the ones boasting confidence on the other end. Look how quickly we just took these guys down. Let's do it again. And that's something they're going to be riding high on here. So I think being able to put away that first set that was a close call and come into set number 2 just swinging is going to be a very big difference maker and something Revenge is now going to have to overcome.
Okay, well, let's see how they do it. We're getting a double swoosh for our third set of the day, at least in this matchup. Maisie as the first selection here for Revenge. Let's also point out some of the bans here as well. Some of them unsurprising. I like that gray ban. We haven't, I think, seen gray banned yet, but it makes a lot of sense, especially here on Double Swoosh. The Gray and Jackie repeatedly upset teams at the World Finals. I don't even want to know what it looked like in the scrims leading up to Worlds. But also the Mr. P ban as well is going to open up some more selections, some more specialized things. Maybe Hypercharge Colette could find her way in here, possibly. But more really safe picks from both sides. Nothing too adventurous just yet.
Yeah, this is usually how drafts start, all right? Nobody's going to reveal their hand until later down the line. They're not going to be forced to make any tough decisions until it's on them. Otis, once again, going to be showing up here. I think this makes sense. It's something we've seen in Double Swoosh, especially when Otis was more prevalent and more meta dominant. I think this is a way to kind of address the Maisie. On the long lane as well, similar to Spike, can kind of cover one side. Has that fat splatter, like I said, to kind of throw up a shot, do either a scouting report or cut something off. I think it's fine. Again, though, we're going to have to see what creativity these guys bring, if any at all, and it's going to come in these like 4th and 5th kinds of picks.
Yeah, like to see that Otis play. You could call it bad side. It's the miserable side to play, the one with all the bushes. And then if you fold, then the mid is going to take a ton of damage, and it's all your fault as well. So if this one is played well, then it will work. Here's a Sandy that's going to be likely on that lane facing the Otis too. So this is probably going to be quite challenging for Otis to play into. Sandy is already a fast brawler. Combine that with the bushes. Congrats, now it's even faster. But Momo can still block this off. They could actually rotate Spike on that lane if they so desired. And when I look at Momo, I actually don't see like a strong mid brawler just yet. So I think they have some flexibility. The 8-bit from Revenge is definitely interesting, given the position of Indestructibles, given the lack of wall break too. I don't see those usual long lanes that are so favorable to 8-bit.
We see a Bo as the response on the other end too. A little mind madness here, even though it is just Double Swoosh. I think Bo is going to have to probably play mid here, right? We're going to throw Otis on a lane, Spike on the long lane, or excuse me, on probably that top left-hand side. But I can kind of see Otis and Spike be a little interchangeable in that sense. I imagine that they're pretty okay with having either of those run into the Maisie. 8-bit, I think, can be a mid. He can take the long lane. Sandy's just going to have to get pesky, kind of look for some peak shots, and honestly in the past has even been used as a mid here. So these combinations of brawlers we see all these brawlers, but you just don't oftentimes see them together. So I'm curious to see how they fit this puzzle together. That said, is kicking off set number 3, where it's actually going to be 8-bit, an historical mid on Jim Grab taking on the long lane.
Wow, well, it will work as long as OG can get the pinches, but he is overwhelmed on the right side. Juan Carlos and Tacos get the pinch on him in turn. That right lane is very difficult for a second to be playing. It is interesting, too, because usually a shorter range brawler, a short range fast brawler would use that left lane as the vehicle for success, but still going to look to succeed around that left lane instead. Second now going for the damage on Pain. We'll see every single member of Momo fall, and Revenge instead take the lead.
A little bit of a bold play here with 8-bit on the long lane. It can work out, They're going to be able to just hunker down, hide behind these walls, and Pain is just going to drop some shots in the mid. And all of this being cut off as well. There where the mines really start to play a part. And now there's nowhere to hide for the other end. OG going to fall. Juan Carlos lining up shots and still holding on to 7 gems here too. Steel without a super. That's usually 8-Bit's strongest point. But now it's what's causing them a lot of trouble. Revenge once again going to be starting countdown.
0-10, Revenge just got to play it safe. Second and OG are in position to make some waves. Here comes Second, looking for the stun. No Seagar, in fact, taken down by the mine. Tacos with the hypercharge and the super pushes OG all the way back. Not a fraction of success for Momo throughout this entire game.
Well, we had a quick second one there from Momo, and now we're on to a third where Revenge are probably just going to be having to fight some mental warfare on that front. And what do? They say, we'll match you. A speed run of a gem grab game if I've ever seen one. Nearly flawless here. And again, I think a big part of that too is just getting that bow super early. They drop the mines and then they just trigger them instantly. Opening up that map made things so tough for the side of Momo.
Well, look at Momo here. Now they're doing something that's a little bit more tried and true. They'll force Second up that left lane, and already they're starting to see success. Though OG does fall, they still have that control at mid. Steel is now taking the role of the mid, and now that we have the boosted booster down, Second really gets to work this angle. OG around the right side, especially using some of that invisibility, gets to populate these bushes on the side of Revenge. It's looking way more optimistic here for Momo as they've denied every single gem to Revenge so far, and it all came down to switching up those lanes. Pain's trying to get into the back lines. Steel shuts him down entirely, all by himself too. It's a great outlook for Momo.
Amazing adjustments from Momo here, and now it's them in the driver's seat. 9 gems with 1 to go, complete control of the map. There's not a lot that Revenge can do in this moment as Steel keeps the distance. Juan Carlos doing his best to drop some mines in the mid. Not gonna be able to trigger them, trip them up whatsoever. They're just gonna slowly back this up. Tacos needs to frag out here as well. Steel low HP. Juan Carlos nowhere in sight as OG backs him up, and just like that, Momo respond with a quick game of their own. It's a tie ball game across the board, 1-1 for each side.
Glad we weren't too quick to call it too, because that first set was just, it utterly fell on its face, especially with the strategy that was being employed. Sandy around the right side and 8-Bit around the left. Now doubling up on that left lane for an early victory with 8-Bit and Sandy putting in the work seemed to be way more functional. Once they got positioning in the enemy bushes, Momo were very, very successful from that point on. But how do Revenge respond? Well, Steel and Second once more get this left lane started up by populating it at the same time. And on the right side, Tacos tries to force his way in. Does get a bit of scouting damage so far. Ooh, the stun onto OG is catastrophic. Steel also falls. Second's the last member remaining, and Pain gets to swipe up these gems.
He just dashed right into those mines that were being triggered. A very tough beat for the side of Momo. And they send Sandy on that left side again. Things were looking a little more promising compared to game number 1, because Sandy just can't keep up the range of Spike on this longer right-hand lane. And they're just going to have to keep running it. But now it's a little more wide open. They're more vulnerable. There's more scouting capabilities from the side of Revenge. And Second Best going to get triggered by a mine as well. They are in miserable shape right now as 3 more mines get deployed. They try and trigger it. They catch Steel off guard as well and get one of their own. 9 gems and only 1 more to go for the red roster.
It's very tough for Momo. They're trying to make this work in a 2v3. Steel cannot find his home anywhere on this map with a lot of the bushes missing. He's missing so much of his mobility. And OG does pick up a 4th gem. Ooh, takedown onto Spike on the right. With Tacos now out of the equation, Momo can start to push up here. OG is exactly where he wants to be. We see the mines also around that boosted booster. Everyone has to be very mindful of that. Exploding them would get rid of it. There's the tripwire, which that's a first, seeing this one present here. But it does make sense, seeing no totems active. Big damage on the Juan Carlos. Momo have totally forced these guys back and gotten a countdown off of it too.
Now Revenge need to step it up. They were doing so well, but Momo kept at it. And it's 7 to go. They're gonna have to cross up here. A nice blockage from the turret as well. Time ticking down. They're standing on their back spawn. Juan Carlos, the only man alive, and somehow, some way, Momo survived the early onslaught. They're gonna be the ones taking advantage here, and now up 2-1.
Once more, I'm so glad I didn't say anything. I was ready to call this one a failure for Momo after seeing game number 1, but it really did come down to execution. They had puzzle pieces. You said it earlier. You're curious how all of these brawlers that on their own are very good, but don't really see how they fit together. Well, now, after the strategy was employed in game 2 and 3, where Steel and Second double up on the lane, it just worked. Not without trials and tribulations either, because Revenge stepped up to the challenge too, and midway through game number 3, still got some good punches in there, but Momo was still able to finish strong.
Yeah, and the use of tripwire was really creative too, just able to give them more opportunities for kills, opening up the map, whatever they really wanted. They could kind of open up the map and shape it in their own way. I think that bow pick made it legitimized a little bit more there, but nonetheless, a very meta-centric composition on the other end. Momo nearly got speedran after the first one, and they held strong. They came back in game number 2 and 3, and now they're the ones leading. Revenge are the number 2 seed in our competition, but it's a newly formed roster in Momo that are going to be taking advantage here.
Well, advantage could only be temporary. They still need to cap it off with a single more set victory to really solidify that and go toe-to-toe with Stamina once again, which will be a fantastic story if they can enforce it. We're going to be getting into this very next set on the hot potato, and we see the throwers making an appearance on the ban side. Still, once more, usual brawlers banned for the side that doesn't have first pick. So with Hypercharged Colette out of the way, with Charlie, Cordelius out of the way too, Jesse is a first selection for Momo. Once again, very safe stuff, but can be overwhelmed is the big issue.
Curious to see how they respond here. Of course, no Charlie allowed to be played here today. Going to be entering the ban stage, I anticipate, every single time. You know, there are a few teams out there that really enjoy running the Willow here as a thrower option if they really want to dig deep, especially take over some of those tankier options as well with the mind control capabilities. It's something I learned about at Worlds when talking to some of the players. So going to be looking out to see if we bring that home to North America or not. Colt, Rico, they're just looking for damage at this point. Clear cut. They can open up the map with Colt if they wish, or they can let Rico rain fire with the bounce shots as well. So I think 2 great options at attacking that high save for the side of Revenge.
I think that with the selection of Rico, it eliminates an entire avenue of attack for tanks, and I think will force them to play up mid more, which goes right into Colt's hands. So I think that I'll cast my prediction now. I think that they do decide to break things open. I think there's so much value to be earned from that. And the corridor that I'm talking about, the avenue for getting towards the enemy side, is that sort of wall of indestructibles that will be usually a good place for a tank to make their way up the enemy side. Now is just going to be a death zone. So with that being avoided by any potential tanks, it's going to be like 2 Colts are on the field. Rico also has a lot of range if you want to get a clutch up there with the use of the super. Lots of range on that to burst down the save from long distance. The Colonel Refs is also going to not necessarily answer to the Colt, but sort of play along with it too. Just another good option for dealing with this, but I really think, okay, Bull, I was almost expecting the Edgar, honestly, like we saw from Zeta Division at Worlds, given that Colt and Rico would be fairly vulnerable to this brawler and that a Colonel Ref's supply drop would be a great accessory to it.
Yeah, not a bad shout either. I mean, especially with some squishier options on the other end. It's just always a little risky, I think, going for that at pick 5, just leaving yourself open to any counter ability. But of course, the Bull is going to be able to get the job done. It's very tanky, very aggressive, very up in your face, and they're going to go with the exact opposite approach on the other end. They're going to keep the distance with 8-Bit. I think 8-Bit is just officially a great brawler at the game and arguably making himself a top 10 brawler across different maps and modes. I think he can just provide so much output in terms of damage, tankiness as well. I mean, this guy can do everything except walk quickly. But other than that, it's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the deal with 8-Bit, is that he has all that, but he's really slow. He's the only brawler with very slow, and there's not even a brawler with slow. Well, actually, okay, there's one, and it is our cannon friend that we haven't seen in a while. Nonetheless, Second's going to be making that early push up the right side. The Second gets a good bit of damage in there too. Steel also trying to get a little bit of wall break, maybe a bit of extra damage onto Juan Carlos, but most importantly, locking the damage in on the safe for an early game start.
And Momo with an early lead, and they are the leaders in terms of our overall match right now. So it's Payne looking for some offense as well, not looking to play defense, just trying to generate some space for his team, but he is shut down immediately. Juan Carlos with no super to aid him at this point, and the bounce shots back and forth. finally some capability there if they want to get some offense going with the turret, or just use it for defense here, as Pain has to close the distance in the second best, but he's just taking advantage of the bounce shots, any chip damage that he can get on that heist safe, and more importantly, it's just owning control, releasing a whole entire magazine onto that right-hand side, and Momo are continuing to climb.
You also see the use of extra bouncy for additional damage, though Pain now has completely ignored the Rico. He's going to go for the damage on the safe himself. OG is looking very vulnerable right now, especially with Juan Carlos bouncing the shot. Second, just doing his thing. Bounce the shot off the wall, use extra bouncy, get damage on the safe. Now it's dangerously low, down to 10% only. A good couple of supers in there, either from Steel or from Rico, would be enough to send Revenge packing for now and bring Momo to a match point. But here comes a big push in. Use of the gadget from Juan Carlos to slow things down. Doesn't accomplish too much. Hypercharge as well. Doesn't really do that much either. Steel just needs one clip. There it is. And Momo go on to match point.
Steel doing a good job there of timing that perfectly. A couple of the enemy brawlers had left the vicinity. They know they have to do damage, so Steel just navigates his way up the map a little bit, pops that hypercharge for some extra speed. All the damage piles up rather quickly. And with only 10% to go, he knew that he could get it done in one swing before things got out of hand. The Revenge need to make sure things don't get out of hand here as well. It is match point for the side of Momo. We're looking to cause an upset.
Same approach from second around the right side this time. See OG also trying to fend off Pain. Steel getting some good shots as well, as Pain's still trying to claw his way towards that safe. Juan Carlos makes his way to the safe, but no turret to show for it. There it is, but he's still going to defend Steel. He knows just how deadly those shots from Colt can be towards the safe's health, now down below 70%. It's a great start for Momo. Second, still causing trouble around the right side, as Pain now gets some shots on this safe.
This time they're going to task Rico and Ruffs as that lane matchup on the right-hand end, rather than Pain trying to play defense in the long lane. Steel, though, doing a beautiful dodge, an extra 5,000 damage in order to tie the game as well. Amazing play right there.
A single push in from Bull was able to accomplish 40% of damage. And Pain's not afraid to make it happen once again. Here comes the Hypercharge Super in, combined with the gadget all the way going for the safe. Meanwhile, second getting some good stuff on Revenge's safe too. But a lot of damage has been dealt. 8% is nothing to sneeze at, but it's nothing compared to what Pain was able to accomplish on the first time he attempted taking down that safe.
Now things are settling in the mid a little bit. Each side trying to establish some very valuable control of the map. Juan Carlos with no turret at his side right now. Pain holding on to a super. And now that he has that charged up, full utility for the Revenge roster. Now powering up Pain here too. Bull, the big beefy brawler, looking to charge forward at Steel. Teammate there to assist. It's going to be a trade, but OG with the follow-through shots to make sure he gets that takedown. Turret shut down instantly. Second best. Could have returned fire on the Juan Carlos, but instead looks to go at that heist safe to tie things up once again.
Steel pops a hypercharge. There's the first blood on the left. Could go for more, but he's only focused on the safe, seeing red. Same goes for second, shut down, but OG just needs a bit more damage. A single super from second would secure this entire match. That's all it's going to take. Still finds his way to this right side. A few shots to get the super is all he needs. Steel's going to go for it with a super around the left. That's the game, set, and match for Momo.
Well played to Momo. Match winners. The newly formed team of OG moving on from stmn, a team he's played with, boys he's played with for so long. And to beat some big teams here in this tournament, a big deal. Now they're going to be tasked with taking on stmn once again. It didn't go so well for them earlier, but this time they're in a grand finals setting. Revenge, an adamant effort here. Phenomenal performances across the board. Also a roster that have more recently joined together, and they played pretty well. Third place, not too shabby.
Not bad at all, but how about second place too? Because that's what's guaranteed for them at this point. If they go down to stamina here, they have a second shot at taking down this team. It's going to be very interesting to see if anything has changed. If one thing has changed, perhaps, the confidence level has to be through the roof at the moment. As we get set up for that match, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look. I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are moments away from getting into the grand finals for our Open Finals Brawl Stars NA. It's going to be a really spicy one because I think that we've seen a surprising lower bracket run now out of Momo. They've made it pretty far in the upper bracket, drop down, now have solidified the last spot in the grand finals. We could be in for a pretty spicy matchup to close out the day. If you guys are just joining us, stmn is our squad that made it through on the upper half of this bracket, and then Momo did eventually drop down to the lower bracket but stayed alive, beat out Revenge, and now they're facing off against stmn, who they lost to earlier in the day. A little bit of a rematch here, Kenny. This is going to be exciting.
This is exciting. Revenge opportunity for Momo after just defeating Revenge. So they've overcome that, and now they need to deal with the big bad on the other end. stmn have looked flawless so far today. It's going to be difficult. They had some sets where they were in it, but it is hard to go against stmn as they just come off the cusp of a second place at Worlds. Several SPS finishes where they're either winning or second place. These guys are going to be a favorite if there ever was one.
Is there any possible doubt right now in your mind, Reddy, about stmn continuing this flawless run they've had here today so far?
I mean, not really, but that could be just me setting myself up for failure because I place a lot of faith in Stamina. And as soon as I did begin to question Stamina, what kind of performance would they pull out today? Of course, knowing like, I popped in for a brief moment, okay, to Bobby's stream, and the dude was freaking exhausted from traveling all day. But it doesn't seem to matter. I mean, when playing Brawl Stars at a high level is as simple as breathing to you just because you've been doing it that well for that long, then sure, you can do it while sleep deprived, though Momo has really good talent on their team too. And I think that if there is a team to challenge Stamina, it is Momo. I still really want to see a better performance from Momo versus Stamina than the last time they faced.
That's fair, that's fair. And if anything, Stamina's gotten a little bit cold. It's been a while since the last time they played, and Momo's coming in with a little bit of momentum. But our grand finals match is ready to get underway. So Kenny, you ready? Take it away.
stmn versus Momo here. Look, stmn have all the accolades in the world, and Momo, just a newly formed roster. Some of these guys have played together for a little bit now, but OG joining in the mix here too. It was 3-0. stmn swept a little bit earlier today. I'm going to cast my prediction and say they hold up perfect here. I don't know if they're going to drop a set today. Ready?
You didn't have to go that far. Honestly, you could have just said, yeah, I expected them to win and still been right, but you placed even more odds on it. So very interesting. Honestly, I'm expecting a 3-1. Not just because I want to pick something different from you, but because I really do think we see Momo get some good moves in here, even versus such a solid team like Stamina. Just, you know, knowing the avenue, knowing the context going in. So let's get it started. It all starts here on Ring of Fire. Already picks are flying through. The Colette, the Bell, the Pam, and the Spike already selected.
Yeah, Pam and Bell for the left-hand end here. I think it makes a lot of sense on Ring of Fire. You're going to get your long-distance option. You get a little bit of a defensive mechanism in those nest eggs, and then you also get Pam, who's big and beefy, has a ton of health points, healing station that can provide cover or some extra utility for your own side. And stmn have a little bit of a mix-up here in terms of what we're used to seeing. They're going to go Mr. P, which, again, this is one of the teams at the World Finals that discussed this brawler, that said they actually really liked it and didn't mind it. They actually found a lot of success with it. So that's really interesting that they're bringing it out in the grand final stage here. I think it's going to do quite well into Colette, Piper, and Spike, in fact.
Yeah, okay, so the Piper selection in spite of the Mr. P, so the name of the game is going to be deny the super to Mr. P, which is going to be quite difficult. He has an AoE attack, he's able to fire over walls, all that fun stuff, and he might make that sort of sneaking move around the right lane through the bushes to try and surprise enemies from there, get a bit closer to them, taking cover a lot of the way on his way to farm up his super. So this is an interesting choice from Momo. Usually when this stuff is chosen, when there's like a very clear counter, it's actually very well thought out. Because I don't think we've seen a draft fall entirely on its face yet today. We've seen games where it didn't work out so well. We've yet to see an entire set that was thrown by a single bad pick.
Now we're going to be kicking things off with Bobby. Sands being forced out of the mid now. They only get 1% to show for it. Colette's going to lob up some shots. Steel's going to position himself right behind this three-pronged wall, adding a little extra with the life plan as Bobby continues to tap. He popped off with his brawler in the World Finals. Steel gets a shutdown. Bobby looking to dodge, though. A tag trying to deal with multiple brawlers here, and it's just not quite enough. They still have a lead to show for it, but they are getting absolutely beat in the kill category.
So far in the percentage category, though, it's looking very even. Second trying to make a claim here, getting two supers chained up together, even a hypercharge to show for it too, and stays alive. A little spin there too with the Protesto. This guy is getting a bit damaged, but he's dodging out so many of the shots and staying alive on the point.
Zara with the pickup here on the second best as well. They're down about 20% and need to start climbing now. Steel dropping a super, a cutoff point there as Sands looks to deal with multiple in the mid. Zar finally falling. Steel looking to try and get a flank on Sands here as second best joins in the fray as well. Bobby, a missed opportunity there with the super, but will connect a regular shot. And still a continued lead here for Momo.
Sands pops down that super. He knew that second was going to go for it. Surely another super in from the hypercharged Colette. Sands only barely remains alive. Second doesn't have enough ammo in the tank to shut down both of these brawlers. And here comes a zoning super to keep people off of the point. Hyper, low health, also marked. Has to back away, but still lines up good shots along the way. Second in with a great kill onto Sands and looks to retain this area control. Second's doing a phenomenal job of staying here at mid. He is the brawler to keep the mid control. Piper is pumping out a lot of the damage, but second is shutting down that Pam reliably, making sure that turret does not get much uptime.
Yeah, second best has made it clear based on the amount of supers he's dropped on it that he doesn't want that healing station up whatsoever. As a result, it's going to work out really well for Momo here in our opening game, 100% to 28. Many would have looked at that score and assumed it was stmn in that footing.
No doubt. Momo, wow, what a start from them. If I had to pick a star player already, it has to be second, though I don't want to jinx it. The guy was doing so well at mid. He was dodging, bobbing, weaving, all of these shots. He seemed to be shrugging off a lot of that ham ammo as well. Not really making an attempt at dodging out Sands as much as he is making sure that he's not getting hit by Bobby. Seems to be the #1 thing. He's also getting great value out of his gadgets. Now opting to move onto the right lane a little bit to push Zara away. Sands gets to get a bit of capture on mid as a result. The second still lurking in the shadows, waiting for his opportunity. Steel on the left side is actually getting shoved off by Bobby, but a couple of good kills in here. Zar, more importantly, getting shut down. And second taking a vastly different approach from last game. Now not at mid, just occupying these bushes on the right side.
OG doing a great job of just getting tags here. Really difficult matchup into Sands and Zar, whether that be the high health points of Pam or the extra spawners of Zar. They prevent that super for as long as possible, and as a result, they're gonna be able to get to well over 30% here and still continue to grab kills and mid control. stmn just really haven't found any positioning here.
Momo could still get disrupted. Second is all the way marked up. Sands also here in with the gadget. Steel's going to look to shut him down with a hypercharge, but such stiff opposition from Sands. He stays alive, and now with those porters gradually filtering in, second surely is going to start feeling some of the heat now. Bobby also taking the long-range approach at mid. OG taking an interesting flank around the left side and getting the kill onto Zar, but a wall break too. Here's a hypercharge from second. Still, that turret is untouchable until second gets a big push in. Still the hypercharged shadow chases after, but the kill on a Bobby is a kill after all. And Momo maintained the game advantage.
They have to find a way to get Sands in here and hold him on this hot zone before things really start to get out of hand. They're already down well over 30%. Momo have been relentless in terms of the map control, the kill category, all of it lining up for them. Bobby needs to find a way to deal with this. A few lobbed up shots, the gadget not enough to keep Colette alive. They won't be able to preserve that. A trade there, and I think one they'll take considering Sands is still up for now. So stmn finally creep past 40%, now well on their way to 50.
Wow, what a series of shots there from second. The barrage headed straight for Sands, and a super headed straight for Zar's throat, though they still remain alive. Sands is quite timid when it comes to pushing in on this point, though. With one member falling, that being Steel. Momo can't push in too confidently yet. They've been at the 78% mark for a good while now. It's time for second to make a big move. Here comes the hypercharge active, but Zar gets a shutdown. Steel's forced to pop his hypercharge, looks for the kill on the Bobby. It's no good just yet. We see OG tee up a couple of shots here, but now once more down with that turret. Big move in from Second to shut it down. We dip below 20 seconds left as Momo counts up the charge for a game victory in such a close finish.
And Momo grab the very first set here in our grand finals. They're a team that had to go through stmn earlier today and lost 3-0, already a better showing than their first go around here. And in terms of matchups as well, I think in this draft stage, I really liked what stmn had. You know, Bell not necessarily a natural play into Piper, the longer distance, the faster reload speed. Typically that's going to favor Piper, but in all other aspects between Pam and Mr. P, it should have been enough to deal with Piper, but I felt like my eye kept attaching to OG. He was just landing so many shots, dropping wall breaks, getting away, landing more shots. I felt like he was a huge part of that as well, similarly to how Second Best shined in game number 1.
Yeah, everyone had their opportunity to shine here. I think a lot of what we saw from Momo was they are hitting those shots consistently. But still, the star player in my eye is without a doubt Second Best, especially that he's getting all of this value. He's keeping the Pam off the point quite reliably. We did see in the last game of the set, though, it got a bit more dicey. I think we saw Sands make a lot more progress, and I think much of that came down to Bobby connecting the shots versus Second. He outranged Second, like logically that should be in his favor, though we saw Second sourcing a lot of his health, a lot of his healing and sustain on the point from Sands. But facing into that Mr. P Porter consistently throughout the game, same goes for Piper. I mean, logically, that should have been the hard counter, but it simply wasn't, which I think speaks to a couple things. First of all, stamina, they're going to have to basically draft more robustly, I think. Number two is it just speaks to the mechanical prowess of the members here on Momo that I don't think many people were expecting, at least if you don't really know these players for being in the spotlight, which they haven't been for the entire year. I think this is going to be a fantastic remainder of the match, and we've seen Second, and we've seen OG shine. Maybe it's time for Steel to step up to the challenge. We have another set coming in for him to do just that.
And Nani going to be the first overall selection for it. We're on Kaboom Canyon, where Charlie banned on the left-hand in, which means right-hand side. Definitely getting that first pick, which is what we see here. No Cordelius as well. Chuck on the other end, though, so removing that kind of counterplay and back and forth that those two individual brawlers have together. Gale going to the first for the left-hand end here, too. They're going to be relying on that jump pad for sure. The slow down star power, it's something we've seen a little bit more frequently now in our current meta, and it's going to be a little more difficult to run into those tanky kind of brawlers.
Yeah, we love the jump pad. We love the slow. Momo has their options limited as a result, but I think the first pick is already pretty telling of what they're keeping their options open for. They have that nanny. It gets wall break. Okay, whatever. It's really about the warp blast and getting all the way on the back end. Now, 8-bit selection from Stamina. And with Colette banned out, yeah, it's going to be more impactful, but there are other ways to deal with it still. Just have to wonder what else is going to be enabled by what Stamina have chosen so far. Already, they've gotten 8-bit exactly where they want him on the field. You're not going to be able to stop this guy from jumping into mid. And now that they have a last pick, they can throw a tank in the mix too. So a tank counter would make sense. My mind, whenever I see 8-bit, always goes to anything that can reflect damage from him onto his turret and back and forth because he likes to inhabit the space near it. But one of those brawlers that comes to mind is like Jessie. I just don't feel like she has the DPS to make it work here, which really leads into what I think we need to see from Momo is the DPS that will be able to stop Stamina at mid, because they are going to be getting that position. They might not win, but they're going to get that positioning. Number two, they need something that can win a base race if they find themselves in that position, knowing that Stamina have the ability and might even be susceptible to overextending, going directly into mid, passing go, collecting their $200 before fully addressing what's happening on their own safe.
They're going to go with Lola and Tara as that option as well. So Lola going to be for high DPS. They can't really get the bounce shots they're necessarily looking for because they banned the Brawler originally. So no Jessie available there. So they're just going to go with Lola and Tara. I think Tara with a little bit of a piercing shot as well could be interesting. High damage, extra spawners, all very good things on this map. So very well-rounded composition here. We get our long-range Nani compared with our top frag with Tara and some high DPS with Lola. Bell, final selection here for stmn. So it's going to be the 8-bit, the Bell for a couple long-range options, and Gale, who is meant to play defense.
Yeah, this is still interesting, though, from Stamina. I mean, they're such a good team that they can afford to play something like this. But I feel like their draft only has really one really big damage dealer when it comes to the safe. Now, Belle, as long as they have that mid control, is going to be getting damage on the safe. And she's going to be great for shutting down other brawlers. She's also a really good counter for Lola, who likes to hide behind that ego and likes to place it directly on top of each other. Now, the other deal is, though, the only other high DPS from this comp is 8-bit. So you need to see the 8-bit uptime. When it comes to Momo, every single one of these brawlers can get good damage on the safe. Seconds is a little bit more situational, but I think we'll find good value as long as he can position himself near the landing spot of that jump pad.
Nice takedown from Sands there. Steel forced to defend against Sands, who's lurking in the grass here. Couple chip shots make it 2, as Steel's gonna go down the low HP, a little angry face out as he goes down to the grave. And this is where Sands can really start to put in work. Zara even with the flank, an aggressive Gale play, not something we're used to seeing. Bobby unafraid to move forward as well, going for damage as Nani trades to the other end, trusting in the teammates to go ahead and get that damage. They know Zara can't do a ton of it on his own, so he's going to go ahead and play defense. A nice pushback. Ooh, they're already there. And stmn clean things up and continue to expand their lead.
Like that from Zara, he doesn't have any issues being the dedicated defense, knowing that he's not going to be getting any damage on the enemy safe. He's just that. So as Nani continues to push in, Zara can rotate backwards and then deal with OG, who's going to make that angle happen once more. He could go for the kill on Zara if he wanted, but it's really about that never mind. He's going to go for the mid control, actually, and try and enable second to get some positioning up here. A bit of damage on that safe, trickling down to what stmn have achieved on Momo's safe so far. Bobby's the one brawler who's able to shut down OG over here, and OG is going to try and get some damage, a bit of healing too. He knows he'll get pinched in time, but as a result, Momo have been able to win mid. Now they just got to win the 2v3 versus the brawlers that are about to jump in.
Yeah, OG fulfilled his role. Atara pool going down. Zor, low HP, barely survives. I'm sure second best would want that one back, and I'm sure he'd appreciate a lifeline right now as they're sent back to spawn. All 3 brawlers from stmn incoming now.
Really needed to see a kill out of that super. Ooh, teleport forward, little surprise up in Zara's face, but Bobby's still able to finish off that kill. Pulled backwards, Bobby's going right for that save. 6% remain and 30 seconds left on the clock. Really an impossible thing for Momo to do would be to take down stamina safe, but they're still going to give it their all. 20 seconds remain. They have DPS to make it work, but 3 walls of health awaiting them, standing between them and their objective, seem to think otherwise.
Now with 10 to go. Bobby, all he has to do is play a little bit more defense, and they're going to survive the game here. Gale shuts down the left-hand end along with Sands. Steel in the mid. Zar piling up some extra kills, and it's going to be stmn taking a game victory here to kick off set number 2.
Nice start here for stamina. It's all starting to come together. It's all starting to make sense. But at the same time, I think what we saw from Momo left some to be desired. Not in the draft, but in some of the moments in the gameplay. Tara's super is very, very impactful, and I think Stamina honestly are responsible for this too, by positioning themselves in such a way that a Tara super would be pretty unsatisfactory. We saw moments where the Tara super was not able to secure a finishing move. Momo have to find the opportunities to make this work, but I think Stamina are also denying them the opportunities by sitting around obstacles. Nice teleport forward there from OG. Already adopting some of those strategies that helped him towards the end of the last game, getting in close range and then securing a kill from there, but Zar still jumps forward for a shutdown.
Yeah, that's what Zar's kind of been doing this whole time, jumping in, willing to trade his life, and I think into somebody like OG, who's going to be a main damage dealer, is going to be so valuable for them. And what a clever pushback right there. By using the super, he disrupts Nani, and now he's not unable to use that super, which is going to be able to grant them so much map control or damage. And stmn just pile it along. Well over 30% lead for them now.
Sands going for some of the damage onto the Shades. It eliminates the boosted booster for now, but it's only temporary as long as Bobby can get another one. There's a kill as well into the right lane brawler. Steel trying to make waves on the left and actually succeeds in getting a kill, but it's still only temporary. Gale's going to be pushing in a matter of time. Sands jumped in as well, but didn't secure the kill. Zar also trying to slow things down. It's so tough to get in close range when you have a bit of short-range brawlers and Zar's constantly pushing you back. Sands also taken down, only barely. Still a win at mid from Momo. They have a lot of ground to make up.
stmn now on their back foot. They need some kills here. Czar falling to low HP. Bobby can say the same for himself too. It's gonna be second best, getting a victory on the right hand in. That's gonna open up along with Steel on the left hand side, and now damage pouring in. They're getting closer to that 50% mark here, and they have a Tara pull on their side as well. Czar receiving some heavy heat, but they get a very pivotal pickup as well as the bounce shot puts in work on the Steel.
Ooh, takedown to Sands. That makes Steel able to push in with the takedown of Czar. It really is possible, but they still are biding their time. It looks like they want to wait for this clock to run down, also heal up a little bit so that they can get one last push in before Stamina can actually respond with a counter push. This would be that time, though. Here comes the pull for second. He falls. That's disastrous. With 10 seconds left, we have to see the teleport. Body block there from Czar, jumping in as well with the damage booster. 5 seconds remain for Steel to close in around this right side with an impossible amount of damage to eliminate. 59-48 secures the win in this set for Stamina.
What a phenomenal defensive performance there. It was all a part of Momo's strategy, like you shouted out. They were just going to wait till the final moments, get in the easy chip damage there, and just walk away with a game win. Instead, though, Stamina took a stand. They did a great job of that. That is not an easy situation to be in, but when the push gets tough, they were able to stand tall. So against their opposition, they did a good job, and they get back into the driver's seat. They've now tied things up. It's going to be 1-1 overall, and stmn are back in it.
Could be that 3-1 that we predicted coming in. When I say we, I mean just me, but we'll see if Momo really had the mettle to bring this one back. Stamina looked not necessarily unstoppable, very, very strong into this, and I think a big part of that was actually, at least for me, it was the Bell. I didn't see really much counterplay for Lola into the Bell. We saw some inventive stuff like, okay, so I'll place the Ego around the wall, and then I'll use freeze frame to like get a vestige of myself to maybe shoot some shots at mid. That was inventive. Aside from that, though, you are always going to be countered by that Bell. She doesn't need a super or anything. It's just a default shot. Counters you when you have your super up, and it's tough to play into. I think smart draft for Stamina. Well played for Stamina. Even better played, honestly, for Momo, considering the sort of opposition they were into draft-wise. But no cigar for that. You got to get the set win up on the board. For now, it's 1-1. We'll be shortly heading into our very next set as we prepare the draft.
It's going to be stmn with the first overall pick. Again, we can infer that based on the Charlie on the right-hand side. No Lu, no RT, and no shenanigans with any gray TPs. They know how good Bobby can be with that brawler as well, so I'm a little surprised they banned that out. But of course, this is going to be likely a strategy that they're looking to avoid because of something they want to pick themselves. Tick makes a lot of sense. So no Mortis, no Rosa, who is still really solid on this map, especially considering historically she's not played here a ton. And then Gray, somebody with the walking cane and the teleport, can often do really well into those throwers. So they're going to be able to take their safe first selection, grab the tick, hold themselves back, lob up some nice tick mines, and just go from there. Now ball's in Momo's court.
Yeah, I mean, tick selection makes a lot of sense for all the reasons you listed. For Momo, though, they have to find a way of getting that blue star instead of it letting it go the way of tick. That, or they go something that's so hyper aggressive that the blue star is like, it's nice, but it's not super necessary. The Meg is actually a great way of dealing versus the like constant damage of tick, but not like incredible damage of tick. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, she has a whole lot of health. Now I think we could see some sort of mobility based brawler that would enable the Meg to push up a lot. It's not super necessary, but it wouldn't be out of the question for something like Max to appear here. Oh, well, there you go. I manifested it.
Nicely played. Nicely played. Yeah, Meg with so much health points, and then Max as a mechanism to try and get to that blue star, I think is something they're definitely looking for here, especially in the sharpshooters as well. If stmn want to go that route, Max is something that they can definitely work with in that sense. 8-bit and Bell. So two very normal culprits on this map are going to get selected here. We've got nest eggs from Bell, the bounce shot. Additionally, I think having that damage amplifier onto somebody like Meg, who's very bulky and has some high firepower, is going to be very important for them.
Ooh, Grom selection in here now. So the thrower be thrower retaliation. I think that this dispels a lot of the issues that like just committing with some of these. I mean, like Meg's not really that mid-range. She's fairly long range, but Max certainly falls into that category. Don't want to commit too hard to the let's go fast and use the speed to make up for our shorter range, and also our incapability to fire around walls. We also see big plays coming in from Grom. I think that what Stamina has here can be pretty prone to clumping up in a corner, and that's exactly where Grom's going to find like the most value with his super. So I like this approach. I think Stamina, I mean, they're certainly going to avoid clumping up now if they can, simply because of the value that Grom is going to bring. But we'll see what the approach is from Max. She is going to be grabbing that blue star, and she has several bouts of invincibility that she can use with the phase shifter, so it's a safe situation for her. Zar, what?
I don't know if I've ever seen a double kill with that. That was insane. Zar became a close range brawler with a tick. What an insane heads up performance from him. That was absolutely phenomenal.
Wow, I'm honestly awestruck by that play just now. And look at how it changed the momentum of things too. Obviously getting the blue star on their side, but now making things so defensive and safe for them. Popping Steel out of the mech too was instrumental. Second still going to be getting some damage on that. And Bobby secures a kill on a second, punishing him for that aggression. OG is also really overextended, but he's kind of next thing on the menu. For some reason, he decided not to retreat after that. He will keep things back, but that's where Stamina want to be anyway. Momo do respond with a kill of their own though. Second gets that jump on Azar. Slowed down, doesn't really secure any value for Stamina. So the nest egg wasted, but still not too much of an issue. They got plenty left. Momo continue keeping things back. I'm still not over the double kill with the take gadget, dude.
It's going to be in my head for the rest of the night. What an insane play, but now OG looking to get close in Zar's face. Zar forced to pop a gadget there, this time defensively as Sands is there to get a little revenge for his teammate here. Heavy firepower now available from that turret as Steel looks to flank right hand in, gets a swipe, a kill, and it's going to be a blue star in favor of stmn in the closing moments.
1 star is all they need. Here's the speed as well, and Steel now pushing right into that nest egg. The trap laid in advance. 5 seconds remain. Stamina get the kill. 1, 2. The tick super headed over the way of Steel. Popped out of the mech. Chances of taking that game all but gone. It's a Stamina win. We saw some flashy plays to start this one off, and honestly some good retaliation, but no Seagar.
I think it would have been a crime if stmn lost that game after that star play right there. A double kill with a tick gadget. Maybe I've seen it all now. Maybe I've seen it all in Brawl Stars now. That might have been the last one on the craziest things that happened bingo board that I needed to fill out. Now to start things off here, Zar going to be trying to repeat his valiant effort from game number 1. It's going to be blue star favoring Momo here as Bobby looks to try and get some control of the mid. Instead, though, is going to go down to a second best blow. Nicely played as now Steel retreating alongside his teammates.
Well, game number 2 and Momo in the lead. We finally get to see what Stamina's comp looks like on the offensive. But Momo is still actually playing a good bit of offense themselves. It is, after all, where Max is going to find most of her value. Here comes the tick super in. OG gets a dangerously close range. The double kill once more from Bobby. We might see a kill around the left side too as they look to take that last bit of health off of Steel. Wow, they clumped up so close they refused to deal with the tick super on the right side, and the price was so costly.
We talked about what happens if you group together with Grom, but Bell, of course, in the same way. It's just not immediate. It's a little more trickle, bounce shot, the speed being activated, but it costs OG his life. Another one for stmn. Zar piling it up as well here. Mines going down. Steel has a second chance, even outside of the mech form, but is going to have to deal with the incoming super from Tick. Brom bombs going down, and Momo are just trying to lob up whatever they can, but all is going up perfectly for stmn here as they hit 15.
35 seconds remaining in regulation. An almost insurmountable lead now acquired by Stamina. There's just 3 stars off of a victory. Second, though, does make a bit of action happen here. Some stuff in with the ground bomb. No contact. There it is. The final shot from Zar to shut down this set and secure it for Stamina.
stmn once again with a lead, something we've been getting really used to seeing in this night's tournament. This is insane. I'm just going to take a moment here. Can we just I mean, that's crazy, right? The double blow up from the gadget. That is crazy. Every once in a while, you get a nice cheeky one, but two is testing fate. Zar must have paid the devil something. There's no way. There's no way.
You get a golden fiddle, or you get just a once-in-a-lifetime clutch like that. Wow. I mean, what a deal here. What a steal for Stamina, finishing up game number 1 off the back of such a crazy, unheard of play, at least in competitive. And once more, we see the Tick Super come in here. Another double kill. So OG popped the phase shifter. Watch this. He popped the phase shifter and tanked it, but still the double kill came through for Bobby in the end. Not even off of Tick, it was the reflected damage too, all at once. Wow. I mean, 2 Stamina members had their moment here. We'll see what Sans... I mean, well, okay, every match is a Sans pop-off match, so everyone got to shine here.
Yeah, if I'm Momo, I'm never going to that top right-hand side again. That is just an area for chaos. That is going to be a scarring set for them. And somehow they're going to have to bounce back here against the #1 seed in our SPS Season 4 coming into tonight. They have a tall task ahead of them, but they have taken a set which is already better than what they did earlier. And they're the first team of the night to do so as well into STMN. It's going to be hard to get over that mental hurdle, but you just got to. A little bit of an emotional battle, I'm sure, with somebody like OG2, who was just departed from this team after a successful several-year run alongside Bobby, Zar, Sans. It's all going to be adding together here. As we hop into Super Beach, he is certainly going to be tested.
All right, well, Sam gonna get the first pick, and it's the Sandy. I don't know if you guys were listening in during the World Finals, but hearing Sans say, "Give me the Sandy," was one of the best things to come out of that. So we'll see him acquire the Sandy here and see if he pops off like he usually does. Now, Momo, obviously one of their biggest considerations here is that Sandy. They know how strong Sans is going to be on that, but they can't let that distract them too much from the overall draft, right? Might be wasting a lot of resources playing into one brawler, which is good, but not like the difference maker most of the time. So the Buster and Maisie combo out here. We've seen Stamina play into that Buster quite confidently before. We saw Bobby play Fang into it earlier today and reliably lock it down. So I have to wonder whether something similar could appear. There's a Stu. They got another pick to deal with it. I think it'll be something directly to retaliate versus the Buster for their last one.
Yeah, I wonder if they go with something like a Cordelius here, just as something to remove any tanky opposition. I think it's hard even at that, though, because they have 2 tanks on the other end. That's a lot of health points, and they have to find some way to deal with all of it at once. And it seems like Nita is going to be that option. And I think with a little thought, I might like that a little bit better. Piercing shot, holds down the lane, adds an extra brawler into the mix, are all things that if you have a lot of tanks on the other end, can help you deal with all of that madness. Spike going to be the final selection here for the side of Momo. So Momo taking a very aggressive stance. On the other end, it's going to be STMN picking up the Sandy, Nita, and Stu, all with very different roles to try and take on these tanks. Going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Certainly will be here on Super Beach. It is one of the more interesting maps to draft in all of Brawl Stars. Might be one of the more difficult ones to draft because there's so many different things that are good on here. Especially when I look up mid, I gotta wonder, like, I guess it would make sense that we see Stu there versus Maisie as well. That kind of matchup as we sort of prepare for this next set to get started. As players are selecting their gadgets, gears, all of that nonsense. Let's get into it. And already we see Bobby on the Nita. An uncommon sight. Usually we would see Sans on the Nita, but still a welcome change. He is going to be playing that Sandy after all. We see the shot of the bear in. Bobby unfortunately goes down. No counterplay. Steel just needs his kill on Zar to defend. Zar refuses to engage. A nice defense there for Momo.
That kill was crucial for Momo. I think that was a goal for STMN if they don't pick that up there. Now Steel can buy a little time, throw down a few shots, and even has a super to cut off this right-hand side as Zar continues to thrive in the mid. Sans with a major pickup. OG, a dash forward. Not enough for a kill, though. A life plant, the only thing standing, and a life plant can't attack nothing. A dump into the net here as Zar picks up the first.
Great start here for Stamina. One more goal, and they go on to match point. Zar already passing this ball up mid, dashing all over the place. Sands has the super as well, but he's waiting for the perfect time, perhaps for one member from Momo to respawn before he really throws it down. The hypercharge popped, Zar keeping his distance. Bobby also thinking about closing in from the bottom side, but Steel's actually playing very defensively, almost timidly as well, as he had that hypercharge and actually chose not to engage or push forward into any kills. Sands now with the freeze. Nice engagement up there on the left side, but still no goal-scoring opportunity.
Now Bruce on the field as well, looking for a stun. Just out of striking distance here is Zar. Climbs his way up the right hand and OG. Forced to pop a hypercharge here. They need to generate some kind of offense as Sands holds back. He's just peeking in and out of this left-hand side, doing what he can into the big, beefy second best here. A kick forward right into Steel's hands, but immediately kicked away as well. Steel looking to try and pick up this ball as Sands deals with multiple enemies right now. Bobby respawning just in the nick of time too. It buys a little bit more time for his other two teammates to return, and Momo only have 30 seconds to try and find a bucket.
Well, hypercharge is certainly going to help expediting that. Zar now taken down, Sands and Bobby alive and healthy, and the hypercharge expires for Steel. Second and Steel need to force a ball in up here for them to at least tie things up for overtime. OG has a hypercharge and he has a super. That's a combo that they need, but it's going to expire. Surely, here it comes. There it is. No goal scoring opportunity. Tries to pass it around the left side, but the blue wall is here to stay and propel themselves to a match point.
STMN one away from being Season 4 champions. They got second place in the World Finals. They've won SPS before, and they're looking to add on to the resume here against some familiar faces on the other end. STMN one away now from taking it all. And here he goes, game number 2. Sands left-hand side, pacing himself, knows he doesn't have to get aggressive, just gonna wait for second best to make the first move. As Zar looks to grab a super here, Bobby with a major takedown on the right-hand end is gonna free up that left-hand side. That's a big crucial pickup as well though. Second best dumping the ball, OG diving forward. Zar, nice dodge as well, and all of this work to just keep the ball at the midfield.
They have kept it though. That's what's important. Second's going to go for the push-in, expiring that super a little bit early. Zar and Sands looking to take full advantage of that. Big damage in, expiring half of his health. A takedown onto Zar, and Second looks to force this up the right side. A pass to Steel would be the win con, but Sands is here to defend 1-2 kills. But OG is still pushing forward relentlessly. Sands freezes him in his tracks, and OG is just cannon fodder for Zar at this point. An entire 3-man push shut down one by Sands.
Ooh, and Zar with a cheeky little shot at it too. Sands has been a problem. He is so darn good on Sandy. It's a buff even when it's just in his own hands. STMN looking to try and get their first zone. Here comes the invisibility as second best gets up in their faces, unafraid of taking on the enemy side, but they should be. Bobby, Sands, 2 brawlers remaining. OG looking weak here, and now a third joins them as well. The big whale on the middle of the map. Going to be trying to deal with the enemy side. A stun goes down. Second best going to be halted for the moment. A super on the field. So Sands going to be in trouble and go down. Don't think Zar is going to have a chance at a goal here.
OG's going to try and find something, but Bobby refuses to leave his post. On the left side, Zar goes down. Gotta see some pinches out here. Bobby's not making it easy. Sands is not making it easy either. Trying to fire around the super. There's the kill onto Second. And he remains firmly locked in place. No goal scored just yet, but Sands, once a member from Momo respawns, can find some good value with the super. Here it comes. The timing is perfect on that one. Takedown to Zar, though, is looking optimistic for Momo. A Second looks to push this forward, but Bobby is still lurking inside of the sandstorm. Just one shot off of the super, places it down the left side, and gets some nice territory gain versus Momo as they look to push this one up the left side. The clock's ticking down till OT. All these walls will break down, and someone from Stamina needs a super to effectively shoot this one in the goal.
5 to go. Walls are going to be coming down, positioning in favor of STMN, but OG with a little bit of retaliation now, marching this ball forward. Steel popping a hypercharge of his own. The big purple button threatening the other end. Now a super on the field and a shot through. OG with the bucket here to tie things up. Momo, stay alive.
On the verge of defeat, they stand strong. In overtime as well, what a scrappy game that was. But there's still more to come. We still go to yet another match point. Momo are still just on the brink of being knocked out, relegated to second place, and Stamina advancing to first in their place. They still control their own destiny, but it's not easy versus a team like Stamina. Not when you're getting pinched out on the left side too, but Second still manages to stand strong versus Bobby. Looks for a pass up there. It's Bobby's responsibility to deal with this ball. He'll be able to put it in a more optimal position for himself. Need to see the pinches here from Momo in order to secure reliable lane victories.
They're kind of going to let Bobby get away with this one, to be honest with you, and now Second Best closing in. But somehow Bobby's surviving. Second Best goes down as a result. Zar the one with positioning. I feel like Momo could have made more out of that moment. Instead, though, it's STMN with midfield control.
Zar standing at the forefront too, keeping this all the way pressed up. Sands with a nice kill and a super as well. Once more waiting for the perfect time to put it down. Here it comes, getting lots of area control on the left side. Second tries to push it forward, but he's killed before he can pass it up. Steel looking to be the one-man army to defend at the goal line. Bobby tries to dodge it out, but he's not able to do it. And Sands gets damaged heavily, but he still remains alive on the left side. Just 2 shots off of his super. Wonderfully played here from Sands. It's like you said, Kenny, super passive-aggressive, but he gets the supers for the support role as a result.
Sands knows he needs a super here to give himself any help that he possibly can. First the bear. Going to be eating fire from Steel on the right-hand end as OG joins his teammate and goes to the back lines. It's going to be Zar dribbling this one forward. Kick over to the left-hand end. OG holding on to this super as Second Best with all 10,400 of his health points is going to be taking on Bobby. Now OG there to help where he can. And Sands now flanking. Once again, just trying to get himself an opportunity for his teammates as Steel pops the big purple button.
Still denied much value there on the right side. If anything, he did get some zoning to enable OG to hit a couple of shots at mid. But still, Zar looks for an opportunity. There it is, denial from OG. And Bobby looks for the stun. No, he's blocking out so much damage, it's insurmountable. OG can't make this happen. Not even a stun. Bobby walks it right through, shoots it between their legs. And only 20 seconds remain for Momo to get a goal here. Otherwise, it's a stamina win.
And OG popping the hypercharge early as 3 red brawlers incoming. Alone Bobby, and Sam somehow survives a sweet dreams as well. And night Momo, it's gonna be STMN taking it all here in the grand finals. The green and gold add another one to their resume.
Incredible finish here for Stamina as they clean up and take the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4 here in North America for themselves, crowning themselves the champions in the end, relegating Momo to second place. What a finish for Momo as well. The only one today to take a set off of Stamina, and being composed of a former teammate of Stamina's and a couple of other brawlers in this region. Second and Steel making a name for themselves today, no doubt.
Impressive stuff. Really cool to see these guys kind of form a unit and do so well. I mean, to make second place is no small feat. But the expectations, of course, for STMN were quite high, especially riding off of their World Finals performances and also the history that they have in the SPS, so strong. We saw them in San Diego put on an absolute show on Grand Finals Day. And in addition, they got second place last season. It was about darn time they got back on top, Glitter.
Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. I mean, to be fair, Momo made them work for it. That was an impressive back and forth between those 2 teams, and that was a really enjoyable grand finals. I think it was the right way for STMN to take it home, right? No more easy road for that path, because at the end of the day, we'll look at the finalized bracket. They just absolutely dominated this upper bracket. They made sure that they solidified an easy path into those grand finals. They went up against Momo. They were the team that knocked Momo down into this lower bracket, where Momo was able to wait and see who was going to go up against them. It was Revenge who stayed alive all the way through, taking out West Coast and Chasmac along the way, end up going down to Momo, and then we get They ran it back. They ran it back for STMN and Momo. And this time, Momo take a set. And every single time, it was close, right? They learned along the way, and they made sure that it was not an easy win for STMN. But at the end of the day, like you both called, it was STMN who takes the whole thing home, just continuing on like this path of glory that they've been on now for quite some time. So give me your final thoughts on the competition. Kenny, we'll start with you.
I think STMN proved their point, right? They are top dogs of North America right now after a second place finish at the World Finals. They conclude the 2023 year with another successful one. I mean, this roster has gotten better every single year, and they've just been an imminent threat in SPS. So seeing them win here today doesn't surprise me too much. There are a lot of other teams that have kind of newly formed. I'm excited to see if they try and compete in future events as well, what they can do. I think there's still a lot of growing room for North America, even as good as we are.
I could not agree with that anymore. Reddy, tell me about how you felt about the competition here today and where you see things going.
I mean, Stamina are your champions, and they are your prime representatives for North America, as we observed here, but also as we observed at the World Finals just a week ago. But the people that we missed today were our other two top teams at the World Finals. We missed Luminosity.
True.
We missed Tribe Gaming today. Chino, I believe, is still stuck in Europe, and Tyrant is feeling very, very ill right now. So, please, bring Chino home and also send some, good thoughts and prayers the way of Tyrant. Would really appreciate that, because I think these guys deserve to compete today. Not to take away too much from the glory and the victory of Stamina, but we got to remember the people who really wanted to be here today to take their share of the prize that weren't able to do it. Nonetheless, congratulations, Stamina. It is absolutely deserved. And had Tribe and Luminosity been present here today, I don't think I would have changed my predictions either.
Oh, okay. That's spicy, Reddy. I like it. Obviously, sending lots of well wishes the way of Tyrant. And I feel like it will just kind of light a fire under LG and Tribe come next time around, because this has really set the stage for Stamina just being a dominant force right now, especially when you take into consideration all the extenuating circumstances and they still were able to perform the way that they did here today. So across the board, really, really phenomenal performances, but our open finals are now done. Stamina made an insane run through the bracket, and they are your NA Season 4 champions. Obviously, huge congratulations to them, but a massive shout out to all of our players for making it this far in the competition to begin with, because top 8, that's nothing to laugh at, okay? This was just a really, really enjoyable competition. I hope Kenny and Reddy, you guys had a blast. I hope everybody at home had a fantastic time. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the US Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, thank you for welcoming me back. I miss you guys. On behalf of my co-casters and everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all soon.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I gotta to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best.